everybody, and welcome to St. Petersburg for the Visit St. Petersburg P1 Aquacross SBT Race for the Champions. We're racing to the Bahamas, and I got Tim Ducat joining me with the call.
Man, it's so exciting. We're getting right into racing here. So if you're on the live stream right now, you're seeing the amateur guys just really stack up. They're getting ready to go. We got that beautiful skyline from the St. Pete area. This is just a beautiful spot and a beautiful day to be going racing.
Yeah, it looks like we're going to have 18 amateurs out here. This is their second race of the weekend. They will be racing one more time again later today.
Gotcha. And these guys are getting positioned, those top two guys. We got Joe. Here we go. It looks like we're rolling here. We got Joe Johnson and Finlayson battling for the championship. Let's see how they come out of this first start.
Yeah, Finlayson going into this one 1 point ahead of Joe. And 1 point ahead total overall.
Wow. And if you look right here, this looks like Finlayson's body posture. It's hard to see with the glare. You guys got the same view we do that are watching the live stream. But these guys are looking amazing, tracking down that back straightaway.
Yeah, and of course, we've got the sun directly at us as the pier faces east, and obviously the sun comes up from the east.
I think the water's a little bit rougher. The one thing we can see is how much of the disturbance in the hull, that spray coming off the sides. Wow, we're really catching some air there. That's Joe Johnson yanking the lead here. And that boat definitely had the top end there to get around Finlayson on the outside. Oh, Finlayson passed back for the lead, or it looks like him.
Yeah, it looks like Finlayson. Johnson slides off the pace just a little bit as they come into that 90 right before our front straightaway. And for those of you folks listening in on the live stream, worried about the pro races, the pro races will be our next 2 races up.
Gotcha. Awesome, man. This water looks definitely rougher. Oh, Joe Johnson made a little contact with the buoy there. That sent him a little wide. We got him coming through the section here. That'll get the heart rate going early on in a race.
Yeah, that's going to give Finlayson a little bit of breathing room, too.
Oh, and here's Dominic Barilla with that one good start of weekend. And, man, he's putting himself up there. He's so consistent. It looks like Trey in third. And then maybe Sullivan there. I couldn't have said. There's no way. You think a 200 boat would have got that high?
I'm not sure. I know Sullivan was on a red boat out there.
Here we go.
Yesterday.
There's Sullivan going by there.
Yep. And he's your leader in the 200 class, we might add.
Finlayson looking good. Is he going to go 11 for 11?
I don't know. For those of you listening, and maybe you haven't been following the whole P1 Aquacross Tour, but Finlayson joined the tour in Michigan City, and he's won every race since he joined the tour.
Yeah, and I guess he got a couple motos in last year in one of the Northern Tour, the Pro-Am up there in the Northern Tour.
Yep.
So he's actually 10 for 10 right now, going for 11 for 11. And with this, he's already got several boat length lead over Joe. And I think, man, with the way this kid's riding, you got to get in front of him. It's going to be a really tall task to ask to get around the guy.
Well, I was talking to Brian, Jay's dad, yesterday in the pits after his race, and I guess he was running under power on 3 cylinders the last 10 minutes of the race and was still able to win by that lead that he took.
Yeah, I think putting that work in early in the race really puts yourself in a position where if something does go wrong technically, like maybe you can hold it off, and obviously he did. He put that distance in, and he was capable of holding that lead off.
Well, he's about 4 seconds behind right now. Johnson is. As you see, Finlayson and Johnson, again, headed toward that 90 degree right here before the front straightaway. And one of the things that you got to take a look at here is how rough the water is.
Yeah.
And when they come into this front straightaway and they're turning like right into the sun. So they're getting that glare that we're getting.
Yeah, they're definitely, I'm hoping these guys are using a reflective goggle, a shaded goggle, because clear goggles right now, you're not going to see much. And one thing people don't think about is when you got that glare, you do not see the changes in the water. The way it dips down, it looks almost flat, and it's really hard to get a read on the water. This right here is seriously difficult for these guys that are riding these boats.
Yeah, you'll find a lot of holes, especially out there on the back straightaway.
Exactly.
Barilla's still impressive back there in third place, but you got to remember he does have the heaviest boat out there with the Kawasaki.
Yeah, I think this water is going to lend well to him, so it makes me even think, not to talk too much about the pros. Oh, we got a heck of a race there. It looks like somebody might have broke down.
Yep.
Was that? Oh, man.
I see a hand up in the air. And it's a yellow boat. I hope it's not Johnson.
It looks like it's Joe Johnson. Oh, what a blow to the championship hopes here, guys. So Finlayson could pretty much lock up the championship if he just holds up a really good finish. Such a shame for Joe on that PWCparts.com.
Yeah, tough break, especially, one more race to go. This is the last time, if it's the last race, I can see that. But they still got another race to go. He could still make it up onto the podium. But if Finlayson stays where he's at, and Steve keeps riding like he is,
yeah,
that third race as well. I mean,
for the weekend, I could see Joe sneaking back on the podium, but it's going to be tough to make it up for the series within the points.
Yeah, the way that Finlayson's riding right now.
It looks like we got Trey on the screen right now. Trey's done a great job riding. He's just been real consistent this weekend, and I think he's got an opportunity to get quicker, faster and faster. I mean, it looks like he's just getting that seat time. I think next year is going to be his year.
Yeah, it's funny because, before this year, I didn't know Trey Williams.
No,
and the last couple races, he has really come on, Tim.
Yeah, well, I mean, just the skill level he has. I mean, you can see that he's been riding a while. To be able to ride standing up like this on a day like today with the water like that on this pace, I mean, the guy's got a skill level. So it's just a matter of time. Maybe it's a setup thing. He'll get that boat dialed, and he's going to have a real shot.
So your race leader working his way onto the right-hand side of the course. Now it's a comfortable lead over Williams.
Yeah, I think that if this is going to get interesting, Williams might need some lappers to get mixed up in there. Barilla's still hanging there right around that same distance behind. Finlayson stretching it out, his legs out on that right side there. He's going to be riding pretty safe, I think, would be the right call for him right now.
Well, that last lap around, Barilla was actually getting pressured by the 1-2-3 of Eric Diaz.
Oh, gotcha.
And Diaz, a former champion in the 200 class.
Yeah, he's a great rider in his own regards. It's good to see him doing well in the 300 class. It's great to see these guys make the progression and move up. And I hope that the top couple, make that step to the pro class going into next year.
And also for all of our race fans listening in, these next 4 races that you're going to see here are all going to be 20 minutes. They're going to be cut in time because obviously we're in Florida, and we always get those afternoon storms, and we've got the P1 offshore team coming out after us.
Yeah, I think that the storms yesterday shortened up our day. Had to cancel a couple motos. So today with the 20 minutes, all that's going to do is raise the intensity level that much more. We got these points races going on, and we're into the last 2 motos of the year, and it's just you're going to shorten the race on me? Now I got to crank those screws anymore. Let's rev that motor a little bit higher. These guys are probably getting just itching to go.
Right, exactly. And if you want to qualify to our race to the Bahamas, it's now or never.
Yeah,
today's your last day.
Yeah, man, it really is. And I think look at Trey here. I mean, he's really looking good on this boat. This Yamaha personal watercraft is just done great. You can see how why these Yamahas are so good in this type of race, in this P1 Aquacross. Look how that boat's flying. It settles right every time he comes back to the water. He can trust that ski. He knows it's going to track back straight. He's really riding well. There's some really good lines there.
Yep. No doubt about it, Tim. We like to take a quick minute to say very special thanks to SBT, who is our title sponsor for the P1 Aquacross Tour. Of course, visit St. Pete Clearwater, our host. Also, a special thanks to HydroTurf, Yamaha, Jet Pilot, Gath Helmets, Bomber Eyewear, ICOM Radios, Fly Racing, Riva Racing, as we get ready to race the Bahamas. I don't know about you, but I'm ready for that trip.
Man, that's going to be an amazing trip. It's a great event, and then the settings even more. I mean, look at this venue. The venues we get to go to are historic everywhere we go.
Yeah, we're hanging out at Atlantis there. That'll be going on November 7th and 8th for any of you'd like to make plans to join us in the Bahamas here in 2022.
It looks like we're back on Trey here, looking really good riding the ski. It's a shame that Joe Johnson went down there. It might have been a really good battle between Trey and him going into the later stages of this race.
Trying to get a read here so we could go back a little bit further. Obviously, you got Finlayson out in front, and
Trey in
then
second.
You got Trey, Trey
Barilla
and
in third.
Barillo, Diaz in fourth.
Yep.
And then it looks like Smith in fifth.
So Matt's coming back after that boat issues in the first moto. That was such a shame. Wow, some air catching there by Finlayson. You can tell it's a lot rougher than yesterday. Was a straight top end. Whoa, he was close to that buoy, man. His elbow about tapped that thing. But I guess when you're going 11 for 11 and moto wins, you're running some tight lines. There's a reason you're winning like that.
Well, it looks like he's coming up on a back marker now over here onto the right-hand side of the course with Trey dropping into the front side.
Yeah,
still in that second place position.
Yeah, I think this is where it might get interesting here. The water's a little rougher. We're getting into some lappers. The races has been shortened. Maybe you don't know quite how to pace yourself in a 20-minute race when you're used to 30-minute races. Things are changing. The glares on the water, they're set up for mistakes to be made. But, I mean, he's running really well, so I don't know if he's going to make one.
As you pointed out a little earlier, the water a little bit choppier than it was yesterday in our first race. Mm-hmm. And we should be seeing that green flag coming from our official boat. 10 minutes earlier or 5 minutes earlier than what we normally do.
Yeah, we're approaching that 8-minute mark. So you guys we're getting close to that halfway point. Finelson's just really settled into this lead. I'm not even sure if he's pushing super hard, because you normally see him standing up a lot. He's more sitting in that hovering style there.
I'm seeing a yellow flag come from our official boat, and I'm trying to figure out what the cause of the yellow flag is. Oh, it looks like somebody's getting towed in over here.
Oh, that's Joe Johnson on the Sea-Doo.
Yep, Joe Johnson.
He'll be going to the backup ski for the third moto here.
Yeah, tough break for Joe, man. It comes in tied for the points lead.
And I know the guys that put in all the work on that ski. I mean, they picked up speed this weekend. They really they spun the boat maybe a little bit harder than they wanted to, trying to pick up speed, and this is the kind of stuff that happens.
Well, that's why they call it racing.
Yeah, man, it's just, and like we talk about, there's so much luck involved with putting these personal watercraft through this. Wow, Finelson absolutely caught some sick air there coming off the back straightaway.
Yeah, you can tell he's really starting to extend that lead. Second place just now coming off the south corner.
Yeah,
it looks like he's hit the afterburners here.
Yeah, he really he's taking some tight lines, man. That's interesting. He's choosing to be that aggressive with this kind of a lead. See, you notice Trey, how much more room. He still ran a pretty fast line through there, and how much more room he gave himself to the buoy there.
Well, third place, looks like he's coming up on Trey. I believe that is Barilla.
I think
that's a back marker.
Yeah, that's a lapper there behind with Trey that we're watching here. Finelson's got about a straightaway and a half lead over Trey right now. Trey really has some aggressive corners there. You'll notice he really had a little bit of a snap hook there. To see him hanging onto the boat and riding like that at this point in the halfway point of this race is very interesting to see. You know his skills are developing. Looks like Kevin Sullivan might be having a little trouble on the front straightaway here.
Yeah, he took his goggles off, checked his goggles, wiped them off real quick.
The Dominic Barilla treatment?
Yeah, exactly. We'll hear about it in the pits later. Good stuff. Once again, folks, don't forget, the Pro is coming up next.
It looks like we're looking at Williamson here, trying to track down Finelson for that lead.
Yeah. Williamson's really come on the second half of the year here, too.
Yeah, man, I'm glad I've got to watch these last couple rounds. And here's Dominic coming down the front straightaway. He's looking great, too. He's kind of settled into that third-place position. I'm sure he knows that that Joe Johnson broke, so he knows where he's at. But that looks like that might be Matt Smith just behind him, so he's going to be knocking on his door coming pretty soon.
Green flag is out, 10 more minutes, plus a lap to go.
Man, that's got to feel good when you see that. It's a 20-minute race. Now you know it's only 10 on the backside of that instead of 15. It is time to go. Grab that throttle, zip tie it, let's go. Let's make moves.
Right. It's almost like it's a half a closed course race.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
Man. It's not too bad at that point. It's time to go, especially with this a little more open track. It's a really good time.
Now, for those of you folks listening in, the track this weekend, about 1.25 miles in length. That's and they were putting in, what, a minute 40 lap times?
I think the amateur class yesterday was just over 1:50. I think Finelson was with like 1:51 and some change. Joe Johnson was just over 1:53. It was a little over a second and a half off that lap. And it's like, what you think about, and more so than just one fast lap, it's consistency in the sport, because it's so, you just got to be dialed. Don't let there be that much variance from your slowest lap to your fastest lap. Dial it in, smooth this, fast in this, get a good start, and that's what I mean. Finelson's he's right in the playbook. I mean, if you want to know how to win races, you watch what this guy's doing in amateur right now.
Right, watch his lines.
Yeah.
Watch how he approaches his starts. He's a very humble kid too. Yeah. I don't know if you've met him in the past.
I haven't got a chance to talk to him too much, but he seems that way on the course.
But he plays high school basketball. He's also a golfer. So he's just an all-around athlete.
Yeah. Golf is not a game I ever could get a hold of.
Well, I like driving golf carts and drinking beer. That's fun.
Finelson is checking out here, man. He's really relaxed, looking amazing.
Well, that race in Michigan City, he won by 1 minute and 24 seconds.
To be able to stretch a lead like that, I think that water lends to him really well up there, too, just the way, we're getting kind of a lesser version of that water, but a similar version with just that washing machine here. It's really neat to see. Maybe that's his kind of water. He loves it. But when you go 11 for 11, I guess just aqua. Yeah. Anything H2O is his water.
Well, he travels with Camden Powell, who races in the pro class. They're best friends back home, call themselves the Syracuse Mafia.
Yeah, man.
And they definitely came with the assault package this weekend.
Here he is getting through some lappers. I mean, just laying down these fast laps. He's giving some space to the lapper going by, taking that left onto the front straightaway.
Yeah, looking very, very smooth. Finlinson, once again, his father used to race back in the day. I'm sure that he's learned a lot from Pops.
Yeah, I think legacy, it just, like we talked about yesterday, it just gives you such an early opportunity to get on the watercraft. When you're a family that's been around this sport, you're riding buoys before anybody else even thinks about riding jet skis usually.
Right. Yeah, you talk about that. You talk about the farthings. You know, and we're going to see them in the next race.
Yeah.
Father and son out there racing together.
Yeah, that's quite the experience, man. And I know Dustin's lined up for the possible shot at the championship. So getting a chance to maybe to beat your son and get the championship, that's probably a pretty good feeling.
Well, yeah, and beat one of his teammates who's 1 point ahead of him right now, man. James Wilson.
That's going to be awesome. I can't wait to watch it.
Great race coming up next. That's race number 2 of our P1 Aquacross Pro Class.
We're seeing a nice shot of the right side of the track here with Trey working on a lapper. He's coming up on here. He's going to set him up probably to take him on this side straight here. You'll notice setting up outside wide. Going to drive around the outside. You want to make that pass before you get to the corners. It just you tend to use a lot more energy when you're trying to make that pass in the corner.
Well, yeah, and you never want to force a pass, because that's when accidents happen. You want to wait to that portion on the course where you know that you're going to be able to get by unscathed.
And I think sometimes it's just patience in this type of race, and it's 30 minutes or 20 minutes long in this moto, but patience. Know that you are faster. In the next corner, you'll get them. The next straightaway, you'll get them. Understand, have that faith in your talent, that faith in your equipment to drive by them when it comes time.
That's it. Mike Young alongside Tim Ducat here for the call, the SBT P1 Aquacross Race to the Bahamas, and we're at the Visit St. Petersburg Clearwater round.
And, man, there's Dominic again coming off that front straightaway, going onto this right side of the course. I heard yesterday this was one of the rougher sections here, heading out away from shore, away from the pier, and I'm sure that's where the Dominic and that Kawasaki are making up time.
Well, and when they make the turn right here at the back side of the front straightaway, they're going right into the sun again,
It's pretty gnarly. I don't know if it's coming across on the screen right now, but this glare is, if I look directly into it, I cannot see any change in water. It looks almost calm, like almost glass when you look directly into the glare.
Finlinson back past the start-finish line. And you notice right when he went up that 90, he took a look over at the scoring boat to see if there was any type of flags out for him.
Yeah, he seemed like yesterday he was really good about picking his spots to get a sight line on what he was looking for. One of the main things in racing, you never want to look directly over your shoulder. You always want to pick a spot where you're turning, you can see other portions of the course, so you can still track straight. You're not taking your view away too much from what you're doing at the time.
Yeah, when you're on a straightaway, second place don't mean anything. Yeah. When you're looking back, you might
I always tell my little toddler when he's going, look where you're going, not where you've been, man.
Exactly.
When he's walking
Great
forward.
Words of advice.
He looks great. Finlinson there again, checking over his shoulder. Hopefully he's not having any kind of a mechanical thing like he did yesterday where he was starting to look around and try to check out what was going on, because that got a little hairy yesterday at the end of that moto.
Hey, by the way, we'd like to thank the Celsius team for coming out and being out here with us. I know that you've been trying their products, and they're one of our new sponsors.
I'm pretty much running on Celsius and water right now. I think that's all I am right now.
Right, well, it's 100 degrees Celsius right here right now, I'm telling you.
Dude, this race is looking amazing. Looks like we have just under 4 minutes to go. So these guys are on the last leg of this race, the last quarter of this race. If Trey's going to make some kind of a move, he's going to need some big mistake from Finlinson right now. He might be just settling into that spot knowing, hey, I've got 2 second-place finishes. I come out here and get a first in the next moto, I maybe have a shot at winning the overall.
Well, I think the only thing that's going to stop Jay Finlinson right now is divine intervention.
Yeah, man. It's and it's Sunday, so let's hope he's not worried about jet ski races. Oh, wow.
Blue flag with a yellow stripe.
They're trying to get him out of the way. That looks like Smith possibly coming through that pack, because Smith's starting to track on and maybe Dominic there. That
was maybe one of our 200 riders that was slowing them down as they were coming past that start-finish line. And there's Finlinson.
Yeah, he's right behind that battle, which I think is for 4th and 5th. He's starting to get almost lapped up into 4th and 5th place. Finlinson that's the kind of day he's having, man. That's the kind of series he's having. That's the kind of beginning to a career he's having.
Yeah, we've seen him lap all the way up to third before.
Yeah, man. And that water in Daytona, it wasn't even that crazy rough to have that kind of advantage. Usually you see that kind of a lapping where you're closing up on the top couple like that. It's when the water really separates the riders, and it wasn't even super rough. To be able to do that, that just shows the talent difference between your competitors.
Right, because the boats are pretty much prepped the same.
I mean, you're talking a mile-an-hour difference, a mile and a half from the slowest boat probably to the fastest boat, maybe a little bit more difference, but there's just not much going on. Do you see that air there, Finkelstein? A lot of it goes into hookup, though. I say there's not a lot of difference in top end, but going 80 and 80 are not the same, you know. So these guys that are keeping these boats suctioned to the water and really dialed in, those are the guys that are winning races.
Yeah, you're not going anywhere when you're airborne, that's for sure.
Man, this shot here on the right side of the course is just really cool to see the racing going on down there. To see the lines they take through that section is really nice, man. Finkelstein out for a Sunday cruise, locking up this first place in the second moto the weekend, man. It's looking good.
And looking, like 11 for 11.
Yeah.
It's not too shabby.
I hope they didn't print those shirts I was talking about yesterday with 10 to 10. Stop the presses, man. We're going to have to wait till the weekend's done. Might go 12 for 12.
Yeah, exactly. The way that he's riding right now, that's a big possibility.
Yeah, man. He just looks so solid, too. He's riding a little different, a little more relaxed than he has in the past, but he just looks really solid.
Show you how far ahead that was. That was 7:14.
Yeah.
Just making a pass by the start-finish line. He's in third place, Domenico Barilla.
And now here comes Finkelstein, I think, here right in a second. So he's about maybe 15, 20 seconds behind him, but he is closing up on Smith. We got Finkelstein turning onto the straightaway, and Smith just went off of the straightaway, and that is fourth place. So he's about to lap up to fourth place. Yep. Finkelstein really staying wide there.
You want to stay away from them back markers, because you don't know.
I got a championship to win. Please stay away. Let me get through this section. This is a great line through here with these guys. What a shot here on the live stream for you guys watching.
Look at all the back markers in front of them. Nothing but whitewash up there at the southeast side of the track right now.
If the glare wasn't hard enough to see, here's a few hundred gallons of water to mix it up. And now let's see how your eyesight is.
Right. Well, it was funny. We were talking to the cameraman. The cameraman can't even see the numbers here. Luckily, we know the guys a little bit.
It's tough. I mean, you see the silhouettes we're seeing here on the live stream. It's a little tough to see the numbers on this, but you can tell with Finkelstein, he makes it easy the way he's positioning himself out front.
Well, taking a look down here. White flag should be
white flag should be coming out maybe on this next lap. So this is a victory lap for him. Let's try to lock up this 11 for 11 here now as he's coming down the side straightaway over here.
Yeah, he's just got to stay out of the chaos.
Yeah, man. Right now that's a be safe, be safe, be safe. That's all you got to be saying inside your head.
Yeah, he's got a big enough lead.
Yeah,
he's got a comfortable enough lead.
I don't think there's any way Trey catches him. There's no way Dominic catches even Trey, I think, right now. Everybody's kind of settled into what they're doing. They've got a great moto here, and they're getting into the last lap.
So once again, the story of Jay Finkelstein, sponsored by Ignite Racing Fuels out of Syracuse, Indiana.
He's got a great setup on that boat. It rides great. He's really good. He's a little taller than what you normally see as a good personal watercraft rider, and he's still, he's staying low on the boat, so that height difference isn't making him too much of a difference. Looks amazing, man. Here he comes through here. Looks like we're setting up, coming into the front, coming back towards us, directly at us on the pier, and then he's going to take this left here, going to pass a lapper and go down the straightaway and receive the white flag. I wonder if he's going to be able to see that it's a white flag.
Well, what he's been doing is over here at the backside of the front straightaway. He'll look over now. See, look, he looks over.
Man, that's smart. That kid is seasoned right there. That is really smart. Here's Trey coming down the side straightaway in second. He's going to catch the white flag here. He's still looking just like he did on the first lap. This guy is super talented. He's coming up on a lapper himself. You'll see it enter the screen here as the camera pans out there. You'll notice the lapper there. So he's going to make this pass on the straightaway just like Finkelstein did probably and sweep around the outside. Nope, dipping back to the inside.
Goes high, dips to the inside. And you can just see, you can see the horsepower he's got.
Well, Sullivan, I think, is a heady rider being in that 200 class. He knows that boat's traveling a lot faster, and he's already winning his class, so he stepped to the side, got out of the fast race line, and let Williamson by.
Sullivan, out of Orange Beach, Alabama, one of the most beautiful places in America.
Looks like Finkelstein went a little slow there. He's still dialed down that back straightaway. He's got about a half a lap to go right now to lock up 11 for 11 here. Let's see how he can finish this lap off. He's standing up now.
Yeah, that would be about 40 seconds from now.
Dude, to have this. I'd like to be a fly on the wall in their trailer, man. Those guys are going to be celebrating like crazy when it comes to this because they might have locked up the championship as well. Look at him. He's standing up. He's having fun. He knows he's got a half a lap to go. This guy's having a weekend, man. He's having a year.
Yeah, I'll tell you. When you come out and you're perfect, that is quite the year.
I wonder what sponsor's going to come knocking on his door because if you want your name out front, this is the guy to have your sticker on the boat.
Right, exactly. And right now, I believe that is Eric Diaz on the 1, 2, 3 that's on the screen.
Finelson here coming down this straightaway before he turns right to head back directly at us, and then he's going to take that left, and he's going to be taking that checkered flag.
Taking the checkered, yep.
Here
you can see him switching the flags.
He's coming onto the left. And here we go. There's that checkered flag. 11 for 11. Perfection continues.
Wow. Jay Finlinson putting on a school here in St. Pete, Clearwater. Well, he did in Daytona as well.
Yeah, man. He's locking it up. And then you got Trey here. He's really putting together some quality motos.
Trey looks like he's going to finish up in second. Not a bad finish. That'll give him 20 more points toward his overall bid for a championship.
Yeah, it'd be really cool to see what the lap times are with the lap times are, and he could maybe gain a little confidence from the difference in lap times. Maybe see if he's really close to Finelson. I think that's where I'm going to try to draw some of my excitement. So.
We had one of our amateur racers that was in this class, very competitive, just sneak up behind us. Remember, he hurt his ankle back in Daytona, so it's always good to see Mo.
What's going on, Mo?
Mo Saudi, hanging out here in the booth with us.
Yeah, one of his guys, Hickman's, had a really good weekend. I think he's got a couple top fives here going maybe just outside of the top 5 in that moto. But to have that, putting that weekend together, while Mo's injured, one of the other teammates, looking good in this amateur class, pretty cool, man.
Congratulations again to Jay Finlinson. Perfect since Michigan City.
Yeah, here we go. Looks like we got a little bit, he's checking back over his shoulder. Might be Sullivan just trying to finish up this race. Oh. And we looking at Barilla here. He's got that 3rd place locked up, man. Barilla's got to be happy about that. This is best finish of the weekend. He's standing up. He's in cruise control. Heck, man, he might be in a battle for a podium the way with Joe Johnson going down.
So now we're going to hear about the goggles and the 3rd place, right?
Hey, man. Hey, you can brag all you want about that 3rd place, man. Yeah. Top 3 in P1 Aquacross.
Yep.
It deserves some happy and some high fives.
Dominic, sponsored by his construction company, Arilla Construction, down there in South Florida.
Here he comes across the finish line. Great job, Dominic. Good to see him finish out. And Hickman right in tow there, so that was pretty close. You got your new points leader here, Finelson. He, all he's got to do is, he's
finish.
Yeah, honestly, Joe would need some serious help. Him to break, Joe would need to win. It'd be for Joe Johnson to win this overall. It's all but locked up for Finelson.
The Vegas odds aren't with him.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough call, man, the way he's been going. And the boats looked great. It's looked solid. He's looked solid. He's not making major mistakes. So when a rider's riding like that, what are you going to do right now?
Well, it looks like our final riders are coming through, and they'll get ready to take them back to the pits. Meanwhile, Finlinson will collect a checkered flag from the scoring boat and do a little checkered flag celebration, if you will.
Yeah, it's got to feel good, man. As many times as he's got to do it, it probably isn't getting old yet. I'm sure he wants to do it a few hundred more times in his career.
And I seen his dad down there underneath the VIP tent, and that's who was screaming when they went by, that you could probably hear audible in the background.
Yeah, I think when you take that kind of a lead to go over and take the lead in the points, man, it's got to get everybody pumped up. Got to get everybody pumped up. Here comes the pros out to at the same time.
I like this. This is great timing.
Yeah. Good job.
Hats off to the timing guys back there at P1.
Yeah, man.
So let's go right into it. We've seen Finlinson. He's gone 11 for 11. Pros are getting staged. And we're going to switch our sheets real quick, and we'll be back with you in just a second. Tosca didn't finish yesterday, did he?
Not in that one. The second, one moto.
All right, folks, getting ready with the start here of our second pro race of the weekend. And Tim got a lot of talented riders, a lot on the line out there, and only 1 point between first and second place. I mean, it's still anybody's ball game. You got Farthing with 188 and Wilson with 189. And then sneaking into it, who's had a really rough season with 170, currently unofficially in third place, Christian Daly.
Wow, to have the equipment failures that he's had this year and just the bad luck, to be able to come back like that, have a good moto yesterday. I mean, and we were just talking about it off air, is the heartbreak of Arminio, breaking in that moto and allowing Christian to go up. But that's just the roller coaster of a P1 season.
Yeah.
You need equipment on point. You need your riding ability on point. I mean, there's just so many things that need to be adding up. You need luck out the wazoo to be able to win this sport.
Yeah, Ian Tosca came in to the weekend in third place, but unfortunately with that breakdown, not picking up any points. Got 155 points. Still an outside shot for the podium, I would say. And one of the other top 5 guys that you got to talk about out there is Tori Snyder. And Tori had some bad luck in Daytona.
If I know anything about Snyder Built and Judge Motorsports and Tori Snyder,
Dean Cherrier,
I think that this start here, we're probably going to see a Snyder ski out front.
Okay.
I will. If there's a chance to pull a whole shot and make a statement, they're the crew that's going to do that. Here we go, man. That looked like a heck of a start there. They were dialed. They all launched at the exact same time. What a start.
Yeah, taking a look down here, we got 23 total riders. 24 total riders.
That looks like that might have been somebody jumping on an amateur boat and trying to get in there late into this start.
Well, they actually deduct some points if you switch boats in the middle of a race or in between your two races.
So it looks like these first couple are really stacked well. It looks like those are light blue boats, so that's probably going to be a couple Broward boats there in the front.
Broward could be Chris as well.
Yeah.
Chris
Definitely.
Landis from Riva.
Oh, man. It looked like Dustin turned down there, and Jimmy went right across the back of his wake. That was a close call there.
Well, Dustin, he's gonna leave it all out there on the track.
Yeah,
this guy does not like to lose.
No, and I think his background as a close course racer, he squared that corner off a little more than I think they thought. Wow, what a pace they are running here.
Yeah, coming into this one, 1 point behind. This would give him a 4-point advantage over Wilson.
And look who it is. That's Tori, that Snyder-built boat out front. Like I said.
You called it. That's
Look
Wilson.
at these guys,
Wilson
man.
back in third, and I believe that's Farthing in second right now.
So we're set up for a heck of a weekend. These guys are really packed. They're really clustered together in the middle here coming through. This is the most crazy part of a race. Your heart rate is through the roof as a rider. I mean, this is intense, man.
Right.
I'm getting geeked out just sitting up here watching this.
And so if things stay as they are, Farthing would get 20 points with the second place, and then Wilson would get 17. So that would give Farthing another a 3-point advantage going into that final race over Wilson.
What's the points like with Snyder if he pulls off a win? Because I know he was just sitting outside, kind of looking in there of that top 3. And with the boat dialed like it is right now, I mean, if this thing hangs together, this could be a real race.
Tori was in fifth, I believe,
Yep.
with 157 points coming into the weekend, or after yesterday.
So you can see the top few here on the screen as they pan out and seeing the distance down the back straightaway there. You can see how bad the glare is. It's tough with this silhouette here. All we can really see is the shade of the color of the hull. This is amazing riding by Dustin. He is really squaring that corner off. That's that same corner on the start that when Jimmy drove off the corner, it might have been Jimmy, or I'm sorry, that was Tori squaring that corner off. So drove by off that corner. Tori's really got a tight line through that section. Well,
and Tori's out for a little redemption right now too. With that breakdown, he was like 2 or 3 in the points.
Yeah, he's had some tough luck. We've talked a lot about Christian's tough luck, but it's also been Tori. What a great shot here of this side-by-side racing we have on the live stream. That looks like it might be Arminio. Oh, driving by somebody there. Let's see, when they come in back to shore, we'll get a better view of that. What a ride by Arminio down that straightaway.
It's Wilson. That's the younger Farthing back there in the 5th spot. Boat number 6, black.
So that was I think that might have been Dennis Mack that we got passed by Arminio. That drove by him. Yep, and Camden Powell right behind him.
Yep, so you got Ian Tosca in 6th, Mack in 7th.
You got it right.
Yeah, I know, I can't see him.
So it looks like we got Snyder in 1st, Daly in 2nd, Wilson in 3rd, Devin in 4th, Ian Tosca in 5th, and Dennis Mack on D-Mac Racing Ski up in 6th, Landis in 7th. What a heck of a top 7 here. They're tightly packed, and like we talked about, being a 20-minute race, your nerves are just wound a little bit tighter. They're spinning the boats a little bit harder. The boat doesn't need to live 30 minutes now, so they're just trying to get it to last that 20 minutes. Let's get it. People, the top riders in this sport, they're spinning these boats to only last that motor. That's all they care about.
Exactly.
Get the win, and that's what these guys in Top Front are doing.
And you've got another moto to go before they call it a national tour, before they call it a national season here with the SBT P1.
We got another
Aquacross. Good
battle on the screen here. Is this for the lead on the side straightaway here? It looks like we got a heck of a battle here coming. This is for the lead.
It's Tori and Dustin.
Right here, coming down this straightaway.
Tori, we can't see it.
Tori and Dustin coming into this corner here. Wow, what a absolute battle. Dustin blew wide, so Tori gets a little breathing room. This is going to be a heck of a 20 minutes, man. I'd hate to know what's going on with Tori's heartbeat right now with one of the greatest riders of all time knocking on your door, man. You only got 15 more minutes to deal with this.
And you know Dustin, a very smart rider, he's just going to keep him in his gun sights.
Yep.
Like we talked about, when he has that opportunity, that clean opportunity to pass, he's going to try to get past Tori.
It was just like yesterday. We didn't even see Dustin, and all of a sudden he was in the top 5, and all of a sudden he was in the top few. I mean, to make that move that late in the race just shows you what's going on. And I think today he probably knows he needs to make that move earlier, being only a 20-minute moto.
Yeah, I talked to him in the pits yesterday after the first moto, and he was telling me that when he started out, he was like in 10th place.
Wow.
And so he worked his way all the way back to 2nd.
Yeah, I'm going to have to catch up with him because I'd like to hear his point of view on that. They're going through that kink on the back straightaway, and I don't know if you just noticed, Dustin was flying through that section. This is going to get interesting. These top 4 have now begun to distance themselves from 5th place and back. The top 4 are running a different pace than everybody else. Oh, Dustin's down. We just got a report that Dustin is down with mechanical, so that is not Dustin behind him.
Jimmy Wilson's smiling.
Yeah, Jim, and it's just like the amateur class. It looks like the person chasing for first breaks down. That's a tough break. It looks like we got a battle. There's Dustin on the screen, man. Oh, heartbreak right there. That is absolute. I was personally rooting for him. I know we're not supposed to have big rooting. I wanted to see him win this championship, man.
Yeah, well,
that's tough.
He's down, but not out.
Here we go. This is an absolute battle going on for first. Tori is looking unbelievable, heading right at us. So we're going to try to catch who that is. And
I think it's Wilson.
Oh, no, that's Christian Daly. Christian Daly in 2nd.
And then you got Wilson in 3rd.
Yeah, and then Wilson in 3rd. What a battle.
And then Farthing in 4th. Devin Farthing.
Switching the Farthings up there.
So you wanted to see Devin beat his dad?
There we go.
There you go.
These guys, as you can see, running those tight lines through the right side of the course here, heading back out. This view here on the live stream give you a good idea of the distance between those top 3. They're really starting to separate themselves. 4th place in tow there. So Devin's that last guy in that group on that all-black boat. He's actually a little bit easier to tell. You'll see him on the screen with number 6 boat. He is just a heritage, a legacy athlete to be able to grow up around the sport. I remember when he's in a stroller with handlebars, and I told myself, I will put handlebars on my kid's stroller because of that. It was such a funny. He's been grabbing bars since before anybody could ever imagine it.
Oh, yeah. His mother used to race when I first started, and she was pregnant with him racing X2s. So he was literally a bouncing baby boy.
Yeah, man. His life has been on this course. And it's just good to see see him hang with this pace too.
And I seen 191 go past Sophie Francis, our only female out on the pack, and boy, what a trooper she is.
Yeah, man. Amazing. 2 weeks after giving birth to be out here, and just everything that's gone on in her life, it's been nuts. It looks like Tori Christian's about to have a little battle going on here. This is a heck of a race in the top 3 that's happening here.
I wish we could see it.
Wow, here we go. Drive around the outside. Will he be able to make it stick heading back towards us on the pier? Dude, Christian has got, Jimmy has Devin all over him.
Yeah, so your top 4 coming up to some back markers over here on the right-hand side of the track, which could make things interesting because you know as well as I do, sometimes a back marker can ruin your race, man. You just got to be patient, get around them when you can without the guy behind you getting around both of you.
Yeah, definitely. You think Devin is thinking about Pops' ski breaking there with Dustin going down? He needs to put Jimmy down as low in the standings as he can right now, so he's probably trying to put him a position down. Wow, these guys are absolutely battling it out, going onto that back straightaway. This is a heck of a battle. We're just 7.5 minutes into this race. To be able to be pushing the pace like this right now, I really think the fact that this race is only 20 minutes is going on inside their head right now.
Well, and you know that they're pushing the boats as hard as they can, so you're going to see stuff like with Dustin. You're going to see some breakdowns.
Yeah, and I think when you only got a race for 20 minutes, it changes things. I know I keep saying it, but it's a different race. It's not the same, man. This is a different thing. The forearm pump isn't going to settle in. The ski isn't going to get as much wear and tear. It's going to change how things happen. You're not going to get into his lappers as much as you would before.
Right.
The whole race is different.
Well, yeah, you're setting up for 20 minutes and not 30 minutes. Yeah. And once again, you know, there's three factors. You know, you've got to hold together mentally. Your boat's got to hold together.
Oh.
Yeah, hold together physically. That was close.
Yeah, Devin's ski danced around him a little bit.
And
looks
somebody
like
went down.
We got a rider down on the front straightaway. That was a heck of a battle there. I wonder who that is that's down. That might be Landis that's down.
Yeah.
Oh, and it looks like
Ramsey's able to get past.
We have the leaders coming through right as this is happening. Snyder's still leading, going down the front straightaway. He's got a little bit of breathing room over Christian now. Great. The course marshals did great work there getting that down rider out of the line. As we pan over the right side of the course, I love this shot that the live stream's getting us on this right side of the course because we really can see as it pans out, we can see these riders in the lines they pick as they go down the side straightaway. Devin, the best race on the course right now is for third place with Devin just dialed in on Jimmy Johnson there, or Jimmy Wilson. Wrong racing.
Yeah.
The way he's been doing this season.
Yeah, are we running amateur or pro, right?
Man, these guys are absolutely flying. We're 9.5 minutes in, so we're approaching that halfway mark. So Tori's going to get that green flag on that Judge Motorsport ski.
Another great battle going on out on the track.
This glare is vicious, man.
I'm telling you.
These guys, it has to be throwing such a curveball for these guys. The way the water is underneath the hulls, it's just nuts.
There's a good look at Devin Farthing on the screen. Farthing currently running in that third place position.
We have Tori Snyder in the lead with Jimmy Wilson in second. Devin just behind him. Christian Daly in fourth. So Devin did make that pass on Daly. Wow. So I wonder what happened there because they've definitely switched it up there in third place. So Devin's trying to make moves right now, and Jimmy is trying to secure a championship, moving up into second place. Here's Devin here running in third.
Well, and you know what? That championship could be all but secured, you know, if he stays where he's at because, you know, Dustin was one of the only ones that was close to him, you know, a point behind coming into this one.
Yeah, look at Tori here going down the front straightaway. He is so dialed in, man. I love the way he rides. He's so aggressive. That left-hand corner he just took coming off the straightaway. There's a reason he's in front. He knows these guys are knocking on his door, but he's just so calm, cool, and collected. It doesn't matter. He's still laying down fast laps.
And the green flag's out, so that is 10 minutes down, 10 minutes plus one to go.
These guys are really ramping it up. I bet you Tori's pretty happy right now. He knows the boats live past the halfway point. It's time to go, man. Let's go. Let's end this race. Let's get this W. Let's get this weekend rolling.
And for those of you listening in at home, coming up next will be our third and final amateur race.
Yeah, they're getting a quick turnaround. Just getting back into it. I think it's a little bit different than yesterday, how long we had to wait. It looks like Landis coming in on a hook over here to the side, obviously off the stream, but I just want to let everybody know that any Chris Landis fans, he's coming in on a hook right now.
Yeah, easy to pick out with that white helmet.
Yeah,
thanks,
definitely.
Chris.
Yeah, I know, right? That looks like we're taking a peek at what appears to be, it's so tough to see with this glare here where we're at. That's Tori here,
That's
just
Tori,
looking great.
That's your race leader.
Yeah, that boat, look at how suction cup to the water is. We talk about these boats and the way they're coming to stir. I know that Tim Judge and Judge Motorsports and Tori and Troy, that whole team, they spend so much time getting it hooked up right. Oh, look at this battle.
Uh-oh.
Devin is absolutely flying. Wow.
He looks over at him,
well,
says hello.
Well, I think Jimmy knows, hey, man, I got a championship to win. You can have this position.
Right. Well, he probably seen Dustin pull off,
yeah,
and he's a smart rider.
Yeah, he knows what's up. But I will say, Devin is the fastest rider on the track right now these last several laps. Tori has a little bit of a lead here, so he's got about a 15 boat length lead. Let's see if Devin can close it up. Because if Devin gets up there, we're seeing two of the youngest, fastest riders battling for first place.
And, we talked about that at the beginning of the year, all the new blood that's come into this class.
Yeah, man.
And Devin just stepping right into the pro class.
Yeah,
and I'm not even going amateur.
Just his whole history on the stand-ups and the sport boats have just set him up so well for this. I mean, just the way he's letting that boat dance underneath him. You'll notice the different riding styles, too. Right now we have Tori on the screen. He's a runabout rider. He's a sport rider. He's done a lot of his life sit down on runabouts. He hovers over that seat. He's got that low center of gravity. That's the way I ride. That's the way I'm used to. Tori's great at that style of riding. Then you look at somebody like Devin. He's got that stand up, let the boat dance underneath him. He's got that little bit of a forward body lean. And it's just interesting to see. You can notice both styles work. It's the way your setup is, the way the hull is, how you manipulate the boat underneath you.
Well, if I had to equate Tori and Devin to football players, I would say Tori's a middle linebacker and Devin's a wide receiver.
Yes, I definitely would agree with that. There's Tori's making quick work of this lapper here, so he's actually he's just being real safe here. Got around the sea-doo there of Bailey Cunningham, got a little sideways. So
it looked like he was going to catch an edge.
Yeah, man. So Tori luckily navigated through there. So we got Devin. This is a great shot. Wow. Looked like Bailey almost tapped that buoy, too, again. This is a great shot on our live stream to see these guys racing like this with we're approaching 6 minutes to go here. Tori is coming into directly at us, turning down the straightaway. He looks amazing. So Devin has actually closed this up. So this is he was a little bit faster that last lap. I don't know if that was because lappers or not. Bailey Cunningham here on the front straightaway. Oh, third place, spraying him, roasting him, going down the side straightaway.
Well, the lapper did get out of the way for your top two. We're down there at the top right-hand side of the track right now.
Yeah.
Heading around the black cylinder buoy.
They look amazing, man. To be riding this hard, this late in a race, and navigating lappers like this is insane.
It looked like there was a downed rider back there that just got his boat started as they came back around, but they were able to just get past him.
It'll be interesting to see. So we got the leaders are on the back straightaway. Devin just looked over his shoulder, man. Keep it going forward. You got everything you need is right in front of you, Devin. Let's go reel him in.
Yeah, great racing here in the pro class, and Tim.
Yeah,
we didn't expect anything different.
Yeah, no, man, it's great to see two privateer boats out front too. We got Snyder built, Judge Motorsports out front, then we got Farthing Racing just behind them. They both ride for Yamaha satellite teams, but to have those two teams out front is amazing.
And it looks like Daly's having problems. You can see him pulling off and yielding to the crowd coming through.
So if we look over here, it's still Snyder in first, Farthing in second, Jimmy Wilson in third, and it looks like Radetich up into fourth place on the Sea-Doo. Wow.
That'd be his best finish of the year.
Yeah, that's awesome, man, to see that. We got a heck of a race here. It looks like Tori's about to lap Camden Powell, possibly no, it's a Yamaha. No, that is Camden Powell in the Kawasaki. He must be having some issues there. That boat's definitely underpowered. Oh, and Tori is riding so good, man. Here we got Tori and Devin. Devin closed that lead up a little bit more.
Yes, he did. Your two leaders right here.
Yeah, coming down the straightaway. As we can see him coming down this side straightaway on the live stream. Devin's closing up about a boat length or two per lap, but will he have enough laps? We are under 5 minutes to go, it looks like.
And they got a lapper out in front of them right now. Let's see if it slows them down.
So we got probably about 4 laps to go, I would say, if my lap math is correct with the time.
Yeah, they were about $1:40.
Yeah, so that means that that Devin's going to have to make moves. He's only closing a boat length or 2 per lap. He's not going to have enough time, man. He's more than 8-10 boat lengths behind right now.
Well, you can see your leaders getting past the back marker out there on the back side of the track as they come into that chicane.
Man, Tori's boat looks so good. The way
Yeah.
it is hooked up in the water. If you guys are ever thinking about racing and you're trying to set up a boat, look at Tori's boat here in Judge Motorsports, the way they set this up, Snyder Built Ski. This is how you set up a boat to hook up in this kind of a water.
Devin looks like he's going to try to go to the inside of Snyder.
Oh.
Did he get him?
No, that's still, it looks like we still got Tori.
Yeah, okay, Tori and Devin are going through the back markers over here.
Yeah, he's got the back marker there. Devin is looking so good through this side of the course, though. This is where I think Devin's making up his time, but he's got a lapper in his way this time that might have goofed his lineup. Nope, he's still tracking. So here comes Tori and Devin around this left-hand corner. This is an amazing race that we get to watch here on a beautiful Sunday morning, man.
Yep, coming into that 90-degree turn right before the front straightaway.
Dude, so I wonder if Tori knows how close he is, because we haven't seen Tori doing what most of these riders do, checking around and stuff. So Tori might just be checking out. I wonder if he has an idea just how close Devin is.
Another shot there of Devin Farthing trying to close that gap as they come down the front straightaway. Those are your two leaders, first and second place.
You'll notice Devin's starting to sit a little bit more, and that's either just a little bit of fatigue setting in or just trying to push the pace that much more, and you want to be settled into the seat a little bit more. That center of gravity a little bit lower so you can stay on that boat a little bit better.
Jimmy Wilson still in third. And is that Liscano that just moved up into fourth?
No, I think they have Redetich listed as fourth right now, number 22 boat on that Sea-Doo.
Okay. Then he must still be over here on the left-hand side of the track.
Tori might have lengthened that lead. But you got a great shot of your leaders here on the live stream. You can see Tori's got quite the lead. If he can navigate this lapper, the lappers are doing a good job of getting out of the way of Tori, so he's not having to mess with them too much going into the corners. Here we go. We got a right-hand corner there, heading back out. Man, these guys are looking good this late in the race.
Dave Davis will make a pass by. There's Daly. Daly, you can see he's way under power here along the front straightaway, just trying to stay out there to get some points.
Man, Tori is, you got about, what's that, 2 minutes, under 2 minutes to go?
Under 2 minutes, yes.
So you got 2 laps to go, 3 laps to go right now.
Well, can Dev Dog do it?
Yeah, man. He's
got a pole in the water.
Yeah, he's got a pole in the water. He's reeling, man.
Reeling in.
That's a big fish in front of him with a whole lot of horsepower. I don't know what test that line is, but it better be heavy. Oh, wow. Here we go. We got another lapper here. So Tori got by this lapper going on the side straight. Devin has him in his bullseyes. This is the closest they've been all race right here, guys.
Yep.
So we're going to see this is going to be a tough corner here for Tori.
Tori able to get through unscathed. Here comes Farthing.
Devin carried a little more speed through that corner. I think Tori might be scrubbing a little too much speed on these corners right now.
Oh, and Devin looked like he just almost went under that buoy when you enter the front straightaway. Absolutely amazing.
He's got some really good lines right now. I think late race, maybe your lines change a little. Oh! Devin had to check the throttle as he almost hit that buoy.
He's coming very close to these buoys.
Well, I think he's just really trying to change up his lines to see what will work. He knows we're at the end of the race, so you got to just fish. You got to change. Try something. Well, that doesn't work. Go here. Try this. That doesn't work. Go here. Try that.
I wonder if they told him that those buoys cost over $2,000 if you hit one.
Hey, I ain't thinking about that. I'll take out 10 on the way to a championship if that's what it means.
That's what it takes?
Sorry, Michelle. Don't listen to what I just said. These guys, we'll probably get the white flag possibly on this next lap. I did not see it come out. So we got one more lap.
Yeah,
if Devin's going to make this work, it's time.
Well, it looks like he possibly got a gift there.
We're on the back straightaway there. Tori's still looking great.
Yeah. It's going to be hard to beat Tori. When he gets out in front,
like I said,
he's just an incredible rider.
They knew that moto was a little bit shorter. I can almost guarantee that changed their setup. Knowing that it was shorter to be able to do that. Let's see if Vanjie can get out of the way here. Number 116 had a great moto yesterday.
Vanjie originally from the Cayman Islands, now making his home in Georgia.
D-Mac Racing. Mm-hmm. Come on, Tori, get around him, navigate him. Wow, he's really making this challenging. I guess Tori's got a little bit more room here now, so he's okay. So Tori gets around the lapper, so he's okay. He should get the white flag
there it is.
here.
White flag is out.
All right, so he's got the white flag, the hallelujah flag. Here comes Devin. He knows it's now or never. See on the live stream, zoom in there on that nice boat on the front
Devin with
a
couple good finishes here on these last two races can put him onto the podium tonight.
I love it. I want to see him up there. I root for that kid, man. it's fun to watch him grow up around the sport. I got a special place in my heart for that family, and just I want to see him do well. I root for him every time I see him on the track.
Sure, yeah, they've been with us in the pits for almost 30 years.
Yeah, man, and it just from how Devin's a good dude. He's a really good dude. Tori here out front, another legacy family. His dad, Troy, is somebody I've raced my whole life, and it's just great to see his kid come around. And I mean, he's a man now, he ain't a kid. But the kid, the guy's out front, he's got a chance to make a statement after how bad, he's had an up and down season, just like Christian. We've been talking about the boat, the gremlins, man. The boat gremlins coming out of it,
Uh-oh, we got a rider off the boat.
Where are we at here? Who's that? Oh, no, that's Tori Snyder come off the boat on the last lap.
Wow.
So that means Dev Dog's going to get the win. So now, Devin, this is going to throw a wrench into the weekend, too.
Oh, my.
Man, this water is just gnarly. It's a little pitchy right now, and you just never know what's going to happen. Oh, what a tough break. Willie having the lead to still take second, though. He's back to – so we got the cameras on Devin right now. So Devin's going to come through. He's going to get his first moto win of the weekend. He's got to be happy, man, because he just rode so solid.
He outlasted everybody.
You know what? He was just like his dad yesterday.
Yep.
The same kind of a race and just moved right up. That's got to be a family move there. And here comes Devin. Great job,
Great job,
man.
Devin.
Yes. All right, so we got Devin. And it looks like Snyder still may be in second place. So thank God for a big lead that they had.
Yeah, he was able to get back up on it.
Yeah,
he's not going to be happy about that second place, on that last lap.
There's Jimmy that just went by, so that scoring table may be wrong. I think Jimmy was on that lead lap, if I'm not mistaken. Yep. So that was Wilson in second.
Wilson in second. Yep.
So and then here comes Snyder in third.
Snyder in third.
He's coming around onto the front straightaway right now. That's a tough break for that crew, man. I'll put another $1 on them pulling the whole shot in the next moto now after that end of that one. They're going to rev that thing.
Tim Judge is going to be spinning wrenches back in the pits.
Right now, Tim's already got the prop out of the next pump. They're bending on it, and they're making some changes. Yeah. Great job, Devin. That's great to see, man. To see the young blood getting these wins. It builds their confidence. It builds other kids watching this racing's confidence going, it's not just the old blood. It's not just these guys that have been around the sport forever. It's new people that are coming into this runabout class. If you're thinking about it, come into the amateur class, get you some time under your belt, and take a step and take a shot at these guys.
Well, that ensures the longevity of our sport, too,
man.
when you get this new blood coming in. Because you're always going to have, your guys, your veterans that have been out there for a while. But if you don't get new people coming in every year, then –
man, these guys, they're all clustering up over here. They're going to probably take a second and then get off this course so the next amateur class could come up.
All right. They're all congratulating each other on being masters of the universe.
Here we go. We got the lap times pop up here. This is really
perfect.
Cool thing to see. Looks like Devin ran the best lap, the 1:43.8. Look at Jimmy's time, 1:43.9. Tori's time, 1:43.9. You want to talk about just laying down.
That's close.
But that shows you just how close and how much luck is involved in this. This type of racing, like these guys are all even. And honestly, even as we go back through, Juan was a 1:49. I mean, as you creep back through those times and you see that, and these guys are so close, man.
And Devin, I don't know if you've seen that, came in 14 seconds ahead of Wilson.
Wow, man, to be able to lay that down. But that just shows the pace that Tori and him were riding. They kind of, that top four separated early on.
Yep.
And then the top two even took that next step once Christian Daly had the issues. It's exciting to see that pace be run by the guys that are new to the class. It's like, gosh, man, what's going to happen the next few years?
Yeah, everybody's going to be pressing the limit.
Yes, that's true, man. That's really true.
So Tori's probably beside himself right now.
Yeah, man.
Go.
I'll be exciting to pick his brain here and just see where he was at. I want to see what happens here with the next moto with him.
Well, he's just got to learn to keep his composure, you know what I mean, and come out and do what he's got to do. Bring his lunch.
Let's talk about this championship real quick. So Jimmy's got to have a nice little lead here now going into the last moto, right?
Yeah, Jimmy's pretty much, I would think, got it all but locked up unless he breaks.
Unless he breaks. So he's got to. So what are you going back to the guys and going, hey, give me a stock boat. I just want the safest ski to live for 20 minutes. Is that what's going to go on here?
Torrey Snyder will still be within 1 point of Farthing.
Oh, because
Farthing got towed off. Who else is in the mix? Well, Torrey is he's going to gain 17 more points, so he's right there. And then, of course, you got James Wilson, 189. And the 189 plus another 20, going to give him 209 and a comfortable lead as we move in to our final race in the pro class. But stick around, folks. Our amateurs are coming up next for their final race of the weekend. And we'll be right back in just a moment. All right, folks, welcome back to P1 Aquacross, SBT P1 Aquacross Championships here at the Visit St. Pete Clearwater Round. Mike Young alongside Tim Ducat, and the amateurs are coming out one final time.
Yeah, man, they had a real quick restack. I've been racing the aquacross for a few years now, and I don't know that I've ever seen that fast of a turnaround. Those guys literally did their 20-minute moto, rolled in, got a drink of water, put on some more sunscreen. Pros went out there, 20-minute moto, and they're right back out stacking them and packing them. So it's going to be interesting
There'll
to
be
see.
some spaghetti arms toward the end of this one.
Well, the good thing is it was only a 20-minute moto, so hopefully it's not as bad as the 30-minute moto. A little quicker recovery, not quite as much. You probably don't have to take in quite as much fluids. And it's nice. Yesterday you saw there was going to be that long gap. It was motos in the morning, that long gap to the afternoon. I personally can't stand that. Luckily, the weather canceled it. These guys now get to pop it off, man. I liked having a second moto. You've already had that first flush of lactic acid for the day. I don't get pump as bad the second time in the day.
Right.
So these guys probably, I wouldn't be surprised if we see the lap times increase a little bit from that second moto.
And it would be hard to come back after going back and laying in your trailer for 6 to 7 hours and then trying to come back out here and get yourself pumped up again.
I didn't want to have to try to get the energy, just to talk even on the screen. It's crazy to think of trying to do 30 minutes out there, bro. It's like, it's not the same, man.
Yeah. Not to mention it, it's like 94 degrees with 100% humidity.
It's actually, this isn't too bad right now. We got a nice little breeze. We're on the second level of the pier now, the end of the St. Pete Pier, out overlooking this race course, and it's actually got a nice breeze right now, and the sun is raised up above the next level above us, so we don't have it directly in our eyes. So we're actually maybe can see some numbers. Today's going to be this moto is going to be a little bit easier to see who's out in front. These guys are all getting lined up. Looks like the last couple course marshals are heading out to the course just to get everybody in their safety positions for this start.
Yeah, representing the Aquacross 200 class, we got boat number 71 from Orange Beach, Alabama. That is Kevin Sullivan. Boat number 471 is Andy Ray. And boat number 80 is Melvin Canals. Now, representing the 300 class here this weekend, of course, the Devil Nichols, Jay Finlayson coming in with a big points lead. Joe Johnson in second, who had bad luck there in the second race. Eric Diaz, who's always up there in the mix. Diaz could probably be another one of those podium finishers. And you got Tyler Erith on boat number 143. Number 161 is Tim Hickman. 176, Valentina Lescano. 207's Matt Smith. 303, Frankie Mojica. 315, Andre Edmondson. Boat number 618, Trey Williams, who had a good finish in that first moto.
He looked really good.
And boat number 710, Jimmy Roberts. Domenico Barilla, who also had a good finish, took a third place in that first race. Then you got number 723, Daniel Santana. And unfortunately, Mo Sali isn't able to make it. He's hanging out actually up here with us due to an injury at our last event. And we wish Mo and his family all the best.
Yeah, definitely, man. And you know, I wanted to talk about one thing. You talked about Tyler Arith and then the 143 boat. It's a real testament to Yamaha's reliability. Somebody just borrowed that boat in the pro class. They brought it in, they fueled it up, and they're rolling it right back out for the amateur class. You talk about reliable equipment.
Yeah.
Like, let's see how he does in this moto and if it lives through this. But to be able to do that, that's like, I'd say like 5 years of a normal person riding a jet ski in about an hour's worth of time, you know,
Right.
the way we put it on these things.
Well, Bryce Parker and Scott Watkins up at Yamaha really do a great job with their marketing. And speaking of Yamaha, thank them for their sponsorship, as well as SVT. Of course, visit St. Pete Clearwater. Special thanks to HydroTurf, Jet Pilot, Gap Helmets, Riva Racing, Fly Racing, the city of St. Pete Clearwater, ICOM Radios, and Bomber Eyewear. Thank you all for your support this season. We sure do appreciate it, and it has been an amazing season so far. And we've got two more here today.
Yeah, man.
Before we get ready to race to the Bahamas. I don't know about you, Tim.
So I'm ready. You know what's really cool is Finelson's probably sitting here on this line, you know, and they invite. I'm pretty sure they're going to invite one of the top amateurs like they did with Chris Landis that first year we did the World Championships. But you got to think, man, I'm about to get a trip for my family to the Bahamas. Like,
right,
I'm
that's
about.
cool.
He's a young.
He's
kid,
16
man.
years old.
You know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah.
how many 16-year-olds get that kind of opportunity? If you're sitting at home, you're watching this stream, like. Go get a jet ski, man. The payment ain't that much. You roll it out here, dude. If you got some athletic talent, like put it together. Come out here, get the connections, get introduced to some of the people. Follow some of these guys on Instagram. Get connected with them. We're all the friendliest community in the world. Get you a couple sponsors. Come out here and race. You never know what'll happen, man. You can end up in the Bahamas.
It's a very family-based community.
Yeah.
You know, I'll let everybody know out there that may be watching the stream that don't come out to the events, but yeah, you'll see a lot of families back there in the pits.
Definitely. I mean, I grew up around it. I watched every
your mom and dad were in the pits every weekend.
I've been around the sport for 26 years. You know, it's all 26 years. Wow, it's
hard to think, isn't it?
2/3 of my dang life. Yeah, these guys are getting lined up now. It looks like they might be getting ready. There's still some I'm facing the wrong way, so they're probably a little bit away from getting started.
So Finlinson, boat number 55, coming in with a bullseye on his back. His weapon of choice this weekend, the Yamaha SVHO.
Yeah, I mean, for him right now, this is probably an interesting position to be in, right? Because he knows Joe broke that last moto. He knows he's got the championship locked up. It's like, do you push the boat here? Do you stretch?
Finlinson's one of those kids that's going to do that. You know, he's 16, he's competitive. And here we go with the start.
That start was a start. Here we go.
It was a start. It sure
and
was.
Here we go, and here goes Finelson. I mean, this guy's going to check out. Here we go. This is the first lap of this moto. Looks just like the last lap of the last moto for this guy.
Exactly.
That was a definite start. That is a large gap for just getting rolling here.
Yeah, he came in with a large gap in race number 2 just about a half hour ago.
That glare on the back straightaway is something right now. Here, Finelson turning that left. Let's see what we got here. We'll try to get a sight line on second and third there. It looks like Trey in fourth there. I can tell his light blue Yamaha. Finelson looks great here.
Yeah.
Oh, he caught some serious air there. You saw the whole bottom of that ski, nose high.
Like I say, he wants to go out on a high note. 12 for 12 for the last 4 races of our season. It's incredible.
I can't believe it, man. That's a heck of a start to a career. Right here on the screen, you'll notice Joe Johnson on the purple Sea-Doo. He switched in the yellow Sea-Doo for the purple one this time on his backup ski, pulling Trey there into that corner. This is some amazing riding here. Finelson's already got a straightaway lead, and we're not even out of the first lap. Looks like Smith, man, in second place.
Diaz.
Diaz in second place. Joe Johnson in third on the Sea-Doo. Trey in third. And we got Dominic in fourth. You'll see him running down that side straight away. And then it looks like Smith in fifth and Sullivan in sixth.
And we got a yellow flag out there on the top right-hand side of the track. Looks like one of our marshmallow buoys is getting assistance.
Yeah, that big buoy looks a little underinflated. We'll see how that changes this race. That rib boat might turn into a buoy here.
Wouldn't want to be in the rib boat.
So what's going on inside Finlson's head right now, man? He's just got to be settling into this.
He might race the next race too. I might just move up to pro for the final race.
I know I'm supposed to be up here telling you what they're thinking, but 12 for 12, I've never had that thought in my head. I don't know, man. He's something special right now.
He is, and his great riding style, great family, gets a lot of support.
You know what I'm noticing right now? That sun coming up and heating up the air, it feels like the wind is starting to die down just a touch. Not much, but and that water might be smoothing out.
You can see it is smoothing out a little bit from what we've seen this morning.
Yeah, that's interesting. That little bit of air temperature change really changed up the water conditions.
By the way, we'd like to say a very special thanks to Celsius, Live Fit, Essential Energy.
Thank you for fueling me through the weekend.
And that's it.
Finlson's already checked his way out of the shot in the live stream. Oh, you get a little glimpse of him. So you're looking at second and third right now. That's Diaz with the Sea-Doo of Joe Johnson tracking him around the outside. Joe's being really smart there with his line, keeping it open and just driving around the outside. He's going to be in position to possibly make this pass stick. I know Joe, he's probably going to be a little patient here. He's going to step back to the inside and fall in behind Diaz here on this lap. Ooh, Diaz a little wide there. Sometimes the boat turns when you're not ready, and you'll notice Joe pulled right up on him. That's a great line by Joe there. There's a problem, though. He's got to watch out for Trey there. Joe's on the inside. If he sticks inside here, yes, what a line by Joe.
Yeah.
That was a really good line to stay inside.
Good turn over to the right hand straight away.
You'll notice Trey setting up way to the outside here on this live stream, driving back down by that buoy. The problem is that rib boat's there to the inside. It's probably not the buoy you want to be on the inside on that line with that boat that close.
Well, that's the problem, is he can't see that rib boat coming up.
Yeah, it's tough as you come around here. As you're taking this left, that heads a little bit backwards on the straightaway.
But they do have the yellow flags out.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the guys know what's going on right now. And I think the top three got enough space. Yeah, you got a great shot of the top three here with the helicopter over top on the live stream. I'd love to see that shot too, man. They're probably getting some cool photos. The top three are all spaced evenly out. I think Joe's pretty happy on that Sea-Doo now to be back in that top position after that tough luck in the second moto on that PWCparts.com ski. Here's Finlson. Man, he just looks relaxed, dude. I guess
like he could go out and ride another 10 motos today. You know?
Is he on a Sunday cruise poker run, or is he racing personal watercraft?
Right.
Where are we at here?
Well, like I say, he's a finely tuned athlete, being on the basketball team, as a golfer, and so forth. So you know that
he's probably dialed in here.
He knows how to train.
Yeah, it definitely is. We got Joe. Look, this shot of it looks like Trey's starting to pull a little bit on Joe. They might have a nice little battle going on here because they're actually starting to pull up on, was that Diaz there in second place? I'm sorry, that's second, third, fourth. Oh, here comes Trey making the pass on Joe. Driving right by him. You'll notice the two different skis here with the Sea-Doo's really, he might be a little too trimmed down here on the Sea-Doo. He needs to pop that trim up and free that hull just a little bit. Force Trey wide.
Trey just left that door wide open. He's going to try to come back.
Yeah, made the pass, though. It didn't matter.
Here they come down the front straightaway. That's the battle we're watching. And Johnson powering out of it.
Joe's doing great. I think that boat is trimmed down a little bit, so when the water starts really chopping up, Joe's going through the water a little bit better than Trey. Trey's ski looks a little freed up. I think he's trying to get that top end maybe from yesterday's water. And as it calms down, Trey may get faster.
Well, I was going to say, Trey's had a great weekend so far, and he's continuing on here with the third and final moto.
Yeah, he's had
third and final race, I should say, of the P1 Aquacross Amateur 300 and 200. One more coming up next, and that is our Pro 300 class for all the marbles.
Wow, these guys, this is a great shot on the live stream. This looks like he's pulling up on Diaz here. Wow, this is amazing footage here we're getting. We got Diaz with Trey pulling up next to him. He looks like he's going to try to make this pass in the next couple laps. I mean, his lines are just so much better, I think, as you go around some of these higher speed corners. He's staying in the top end on RPMs a little bit better than the guys he's chasing down, I think.
Yeah, and that's your battle for second. As, again, trying to pull up on the inside.
No longer a battle. It looks like Trey got that and is now driving in a second, is going to set his sights on possibly seeing where Finlson's at. But we haven't even seen him on the live stream. There he is. Finlson is he's on another level right now.
Yeah, so that's going to put Diaz back into third place.
Yeah, Fiddleston's heading back towards us right now on the pier. He's about to take a left onto the front straightaway. So we'll see if we can catch an eye of where second place is.
He almost caught an edge, too, coming off that front straightaway.
Man, but you got to settle into those lap times right now. You got such a big lead. Here's Joe Johnson on the pwcparts.com. Sea-Doo personal watercraft. This RXPX 300 is a phenomenal ski. Joe's really showing how good of a PWC it is here in the racing. That's a good shot there. Trey is looking phenomenal. So that's him coming on the front straightaway. So he's about 30 seconds behind, 25 seconds behind already.
Yeah, Joe was running very consistent pretty much all season until that last race, and it's all it takes is one breakdown.
Yeah,
he was tied for the points lead, and Finlandson had been charging so hard that now,
it's tough to deal with. I mean, it's just part of racing. You rely on equipment, You're relying on the personal watercraft.
And Johnson probably still has the opportunity to make it into the top 3 overall for the season.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I think he's still going to have pretty close to second place. Smith, the guy that was battling with him, has kind of been a little bit back in the pack a little bit this weekend. So those points haven't added up for him to make that run on Joe.
All right, folks, you're watching the SBT P1 Aquacross as we race to the Bahamas. We're visit St. Pete Clearwater. We're hanging out at the pier.
Man, it's awesome. They just got the VIP music going. I don't know if you guys got any feedback on that on the live stream, but this is really getting the entertainment going. The energy's flowing down here. The pier's about to get packed. Got some great racing. Got Findelson here. I mean, he just looks so smooth.
Yeah.
There's a reason he's about to go 12 for 12. I mean, the guy is dialed. The boat's dialed. I mean, Ignite Racing Fuels, they're fueling it properly. The guys, this is how you win championships right here.
Well, like I say, when you come in a minute earlier than that guy in second place, you know that you're doing it right.
Yeah, you definitely are. He's coming on the front straight right here. He's just relaxed, man. Chilling. Yeah. Hanging out.
Just a nice Sunday drive, just chilling out.
I wonder where that heart rate's at right now because I'm pretty sure it's relaxed. So he just came off the front straightaway, and then here comes Trey. Oh, we got a little bit of a battle here. Is that Joe Johnson making a pass on Diaz now? Yeah, so now Johnson slides into third place, it looks like. Oh, no, Diaz might be about to pull back by him.
Yep, Diaz is right there.
Oh, wow.
He hit the throttle there.
That was interesting. He made quite the pass back. It seemed like he had a lot more boat than Joe Johnson to be able to pull back by him like that.
And you can see Johnson now chasing him down the front straightaway.
Yeah, man.
Boat number 123, boat number 91.
Yep, this will be exciting to see what happens later in the race with these two because if Diaz is already kind of slowing down in the corners, the boat looks pretty fast in the straightaways. Maybe that boat's so powerful it might have taken away a little bit let the fatigue set in a little bit. It's a great shot here on this corner coming off the left here. Heading on that side straight, about to hit on the back straightaway.
And we got just over 11 minutes to go in this one.
So approaching the halfway mark on this 20-minute moto as opposed to our normal 30-minute motos. These guys look so solid right now. I mean, the ability. So that is a 24-second lead he's got on the second place on Trey. Man, Findelson, he is relaxed. He's blowing by that lapper. He's just letting it hang out, man. He's like, hey, man, I'm going 12 for 12. Going to get a championship. I need you out of my way.
All right.
Let's make this easy on me, man. Let's keep the heart rate low. Let's get back to the beach. Let's have a celebratory Coke since he can't have a beer yet.
Right,
and hang out, ice-cold Coca-Cola or Celsius, and chill under his tent, man.
He'll be the only one not getting a bottle of champagne at the awards tonight.
I think he'll still get sprayed in the face pretty hard.
Yeah. I would imagine so.
Here's Diaz here. You'll notice how he's starting to look a little, maybe that isn't Diaz. It's tough to tell. Oh, that was Smith with Diaz tracking on him now.
Yeah, Diaz on the 1-2-3.
Oh, he got him on the back straightaway. Okay.
Passed him on the back straight.
Gotcha. Cool. So here's Trey running down this. That's the 207 there. That's Smith here on the Yamaha FX.
You got Williams in second. And then Diaz in third on the 1-2-3.
Yep.
And it looks like
this is Diaz coming onto the front straightaway right here. I think Smith actually might have passed up into third because he actually got by Diaz. Rolling down the front straightaway, that was actually Smith, Diaz, and then Joe Johnson here on the Sea-Doo that we just watched roll by.
And there's Johnson. Good shot of Johnson right there.
Yeah, good
nice shot of those aquacross vest covers.
Yeah, man. And actually, the really cool seat on that Sea-Doo, too, with the hump, the adjustable hump on that Sea-Doo, it really locks you into the seat. It's that ergo lock system. It's actually pretty cool to be able to see it from that angle.
Is that the same stuff that James Bushell used to use in yours, Yikasa?
A little bit different, but I think they built it off of that idea. Here's Fennelson, man. He's just, the boat's launching. It lands straight. I mean, he's cruising. The boat never really looks too crazy the way it's landing. Lands soft. He's standing up now, letting the boat dance underneath him. Passing a lapper.
Green flag's out.
So we're at that.
10 minutes plus a lap to go.
We're just touching that 11-minute mark right now. We see Joe Johnson on that PWCparts.com ski here, turning that right-hand corner.
Yeah. Yeah, he's really done well to come back, but I believe there will be a penalty because if you switch skis, I believe there's like a two-place deduction.
Yeah, you get set back a few positions, but I honestly, when you break down, when the motor blows up, you got to do what you got to do.
Right. Well, yeah, he's still fighting for points, still fighting for one of those podium positions at the awards later this afternoon.
Yeah, man, this is a great shot on the live stream. You'll notice Joe, he might have messed with the trim on that Sea-Doo because now the boat's starting to come disconnected from the water a little bit, so maybe he noticed what I was talking about. Throughout a race, you know where you normally like to run a trim, but the water dictates it, so a little bit, you kind of got to play with that a little bit, and it's tough, man, because sometimes you're like, did I hit that one too many clicks up, and you can't see the trim, you're like, I need to go one down, one more, and you'll get inside your head, so I think he's messed with a little bit and freed the boat up a little bit here. Boat looks really good in the water.
And he looks really smooth riding it, too, even though that's his backup, you know that. Oh, that's your I just got some information, Tim. You want to let that out of the bag?
Yeah, it's actually my ski that he's on. That purple ski is one of my skis he's riding this year.
See, we said it was like one big family here. You can use my ski, I'll go in out. So yeah, it's all good.
He's like, hey, I'm just going to tow it to the race. I won't use it. Well, let me see how that went.
Right. Awesome.
Yeah, we got Diaz here turning that left, heading back out to that side straight.
And we got parts coming off this boat coming in the front straightaway. It looked like he was losing a bond flange. Who's that, boat number 811?
That's a Hickman on the 2017 Sea-Doo. Here's Fennelson, man. He just looks so good when he's standing up on that ski. The boat's dancing underneath him. The spray's coming off that hull evenly. I mean, he's got a 25-second lead over Trey. I mean, this is just great. He sits back down in the corners. He's riding the right way. This is how you ride your way to a championship.
Boy,
man, what a great job.
What an outstanding last couple of weeks for him. And I know he's got one proud father down there underneath the VIP tent.
I bet you Pops deserves a nice steak, too,
maybe he should give his champagne to Pops. There we go.
I think he needs a big ribeye. That's what I always do for my teammates, is a big bone-in ribeye. That's what you deserve after a season like this.
That's what these Midwest boys do. You know, the Powells and the Finlansons.
There's a couple good steakhouses around here in St. Pete. You can go find it and have a good time.
I remember we were in Michigan City, and there's a steakhouse right down from the site, and their truck and trailer, which is about 60 feet of fun, was parked right in the middle of the road.
Got to get the steak. Got to get the steak. Here's Diaz getting by a back marker here. He knows he's getting towards the back half of this race. Diaz is trying to get through this. He's got some really fast equipment. It put him out front early. Whoever's setting up his stuff he's got a great setup. They're doing a great job. Joe's got him in his sight line, but you see who's just behind him. That's Dominic Barilla on the Kawasaki. So we're about to have a three-way battle for third place here.
Yeah, great battle going on. Folks, we got just under 6 minutes left to go.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, that's 4th, 5th, and 6th we're looking at here. Johnson trying to sneak up into that 4th place. He's really looking good on the Sea-Doo. The way he dips into that corner I would like to see him shift his body weight a little more to the. Oh man,
that's going to leave a mark.
Yeah, he missed the buoy.
And you can see he's just sitting out there beside it right now, and doesn't know whether to go around it. I think he was probably going to take the penalty.
Well, yeah, he's going to go take the penalty. And what he was doing, he didn't want to jump back in the racing line while other racers were coming there.
Yeah.
So that was just a safety thing.
Pretty smart.
He was so close there. So close to making something happen and getting into that 4th place. So we're going to have to get him to pick up that the equalizer on the next time around. Penalty buoy.
Yeah, for those of you folks listening at home, maybe you haven't been to a personal watercraft race or a P1 aquacross race before, but if you miss a buoy, we have a penalty buoy way outside the track that you must go pick up, and that adds about, what, 15 seconds, 20 seconds to your time?
Yeah, it depends. I think today is a little bit shorter. In Daytona, it was crazy how the distance they had it. And the reason they're doing that is just so we don't turn back into traffic to try to go back and pick up the buoy. We're on 1,000-pound jet skis with 300 horsepower going 75, 80 mile an hour. You don't want to turn that around while somebody's trying to set up for a corner and drive back towards them. So you do what Joe did, safely let the people pass, then return back to the racing line. This looks like, might be Trey here in second place. He has been all by himself this whole race. He's 27 seconds behind Findleson now. There's no catching him unless something catastrophic happens. So you're just hanging out. I think, if my race math is correct, I think he may be wrapping up second place overall for the season. Or I'm sorry, for the weekend.
Yeah, it's that consistency that builds championships, and we all know that.
Yes, it is, man. He looks like he's checking over his shoulder, seeing where everybody's at. He's got such a lead, man. He's got nothing to worry about. He's got another 27 seconds back to Matt Smith there in third place. With Diaz,
and you got Diaz in fourth.
Yeah, Smith had a heck of a ride. He's had a bad weekend, man. Just stuff hasn't really cracked his way. And then to be able to move up through there, I mean, even the scoreboard on the side of our live feed couldn't keep up with how fast he was moving through the pack.
Another look at Finlinson as this race starts to close down.
Yeah, we're approaching that 17-minute mark, as you can see on the screen there for those of you watching on the live stream. It makes it a lot better. And I can tell you it's not on the live stream right now, but Joe Johnson just went and got that penalty buoy, so he is officially back on the lead lap now that he went and got that penalty buoy.
Yep, you can see him working his way down the front straightaway right now, boat number 91.
Hopefully he didn't put a scratch on a ski.
Yeah, right. I know the owner.
Findleson looking great on this right-hand corner. I love the way he sits back down. He understands, standing up might be the best way for the ski to dance underneath you on the straightaways, but let's get that center of gravity low. Being as tall as he is, I saw him walking through the pits. He's got to be over 6 foot. Get that butt back down to the seat. Get back down behind those handlebars and let the G-force drive your butt back into the seat. Use the force to help you ride the boat.
You can see he's working his way through lap traffic right there.
Yeah, he's been really good about how quickly he gets through the lap traffic, and I think that's something with his kind of pace that he's going to have to get really good at, or he's going to need to make that step up to the pros and get pushed
and get bumped once or twice.
Yeah,
give somebody a dose of their own medicine, so to speak.
He looks great, man. Here's Trey looking great on the left-hand corner, going out towards the back straightaway.
Now, Finlinson really coming into St. Pete, doing what he needed to do. Obviously he didn't race the first race, so, I mean, he lost out on 75 points, but came back and he's won every race since.
I don't know if it's ever been done. You'd have to go back through a season to be able to miss races like that and then to come back and just to win a series.
Maybe Jeff Jacobs.
Yeah.
Christy Carlson, somewhere back there.
Then, yeah, man.
30 years ago.
You see Findleson's looking all around. He knows he's got this wrapped up. This is just him out here having fun. He's on his way to possibly the Bahamas with the championship. I mean, this is just something that you can't really describe what he's feeling right now.
And so less than 2 minutes, less than a minute and a half to go.
Yeah, so this is probably going to be the next to last lap. He'll be getting the white flag here. He's coming onto the front straightaway. The next lap, he will get the white flag, most likely. The next lap.
Yep. Great job. Great job by Jay the Fish Finlinson.
Yeah, man. Here comes Joe Johnson, a lap down to him just on the front straightaway, too. So that means that Findleson's lapped up to sixth place right now.
Yeah, Johnson getting tangled up in that buoy. That put him really off the pace.
Yeah, but he's still in sixth place, so that means Findleson's up. He's about to start lapping into the top 5 here on the next to last lap. Man, that's just amazing how good this guy. Here we got Trey here riding. He looks so good. He does the similar thing, standing up in the straightaways, sitting back down when you come into the corners. You want that weight up over the handlebars, pushing that nose back in. You got to think 180-pound guy leaning over a 1,000-pound jet ski hull. You think, it doesn't make that much of a difference. It does.
It does.
Puts the nose into the water. It does make a difference.
So it looks like everybody else is going to have at least 2 more laps to go. I believe Finlinson will probably get the white flag this next time around.
I'm almost 100% positive because we're 15 seconds away from that 20-second mark. So he's going to come back around and get that white flag and have 1 lap to go.
Well, I'll tell you what, is ridden absolutely brilliantly. What's it?
Yeah, man, Trey looks amazing. He's standing up. He's got that nice forward body lean. You know what's something that nobody talks about is when the weight of the fuel gets burned out of these boats.
Yeah.
You got all that. You got 15, 16 gallons of fuel up towards the front of the boat. And then as the race goes on, it bleeds that fuel out, starts to change how the boat handles, how the boat flies. So it's really interesting how it changes. Here's Finelson. He's coming in here. He's going to be going into this. It looks like he's about to pass Barilla. You'll notice Barilla about to come into the screen here on the live stream. So he's about to pass for 5th place to lap 5th place right now.
Right.
On the next to last lap. Barilla has no idea he's there. I can tell by the corner he just took. He squared that thing off like no one was there. Finelson's like, okay, never mind. Maybe I don't want to lap him.
Right, exactly. I'm just going to stay as far away as I can from him and ride that white flag into a victory.
He got a white flag, but I wonder about Barilla. So Barilla was just in front of him. Do you think Barilla maybe saw that white flag and thought it was for him? Because he's going to have another lap after that. Because that's definitely, well, it'll be interesting to see what happens when they come back by. Here's Trey. He's going to notice he has a white flag now. He's coming on the side straightaway. He's about to take a right and head back towards directly at us towards the pier. He could probably even see from his angle on the course where he's heading right now. He can probably see the white flag because he's driving towards the lap boat right now.
But Trey's still in 2nd place. So you look at that lead, by Finlayson. Finlayson really put a lot of real estate between he and 2nd place.
I don't know if you just saw what he did when he saw that white flag. He looked like he did a hallelujah headbang.
Yes.
I'd like to ask Trey what his thoughts were.
He
literally was doing a headbang. He got a little excited when he saw that white flag. Here's Finlayson. He knows it's his last half a lap here. He's standing up. He's chilling, man.
Diaz made a pass back by 2 on the 1, 2, 3, and he is really off the pace.
Yeah.
He really slowed.
Here's the thing. I think he just knows where he's at, so he just locked in and just chilled out. Once Smith got by him, it is what, Smith, I think, put a dagger to him when he got by him. Here's Finlayson. He's standing up. He's relaxing. Right now it's just about getting to the finish. Get to the finish.
Right. Hold on, boat. Hold on.
Hold on. Let's win this championship. Look, he's even like cruising. He's like, yeah, don't leave anything into question. Don't get near me, Lapper. Go do your thing, dude. Get away. Get away. Here, he's let him back by. He's taking this left. Oh, it's Dominic. It's on the Kawasaki that's just in front of him.
So he's going to make Dominic do another lap.
I think Dominic was trying to get out of it, having to do that last lap. That's funny. That's a heady veteran move. He's like, yeah, I'm good.
It's kind of like one of those in-your-face type,
I've never tried not to do a lap. I got to ask him. Because, look, he's still even trying.
Right. It's like, go by me. Go by me.
I can't believe that.
If I was Finlayson, I would have just slowed down.
I
made him ride on another lap.
That is so funny. We got to mess with him. That's 12 for 12, though, man, for Finlayson. What an absolute victory. What a championship. I mean, it's just to be able to have that kind of a victory. We got Trey coming in here in 2nd. He probably finishes 2nd overall for the weekend. He's about to lap Joe Johnson here after he hit that buoy. I mean, Trey, I'm excited for his future.
Yeah.
I'm excited for Finlayson's future. These guys, I mean, dude, 12.
Yeah.
12 in a row, motos. I mean, 9 on the season.
I don't think it's ever been done in aquacross.
And he's already got the water out, man. He's got to be stoked. Here comes Smith. He had a great finish to the weekend now, finishing in 3rd. I'm super pumped for Smith because he got that great ride before the Daytona race, that jet ride, or the sponsorship he picked up. And then he had a kind of a bad start to the St. Pete weekend, and now to finish in the top 3 in this moto. It's just really good to end the weekend. You end your season there, and now you have that confidence to build. Like, hey, man, I know I'm fast enough. I know my equipment's fast enough. Let's go train. Let's go figure out. Let's get an extra half a mile an hour out of the boat. Let's get an extra half a mile an hour out of me. Let's go win some races.
That's it.
Man,
so that was the amateur class.
Yeah, man.
If you're watching, class is coming up next.
Dude, this is going to be amazing because we've got just a similar kind of race with the points, man. You'll see Finlayson here. He has got to be so happy, man. This guy, I think next race he needs to start backwards. What do you think? Key stops, but point the boat backwards.
We did that with Dustin Farthing once at one of my races. We made him start backwards. Another time we made him give everybody all the way to the hole shot before he was allowed to start. He still came back and won, Just speaks of the talent of these guys. Your last couple coming through, I believe that was Diaz.
Yeah, man. Finnelson's here just inside his own head here. He got a sip of water, and he's so excited right now, man. They got to give him the checker flag. Give him a few minutes.
Yeah, that's what they're going to do. Give him a checkered flag celebration. You can see the marshal over there trying to pull him in.
Yeah, man, it's exciting. The whole setup this weekend for him. He was set up to have this kind of a weekend, and he nailed it. It looks like if we check these fast laps out, his fastest lap was a 150. He had over a 2-second lead on the fastest lap over Trey. That's interesting to see, man.
That's crazy.
To be able to return those kind of lap after lap after lap after lap, that's the reason he had that kind of lead.
And I love this new technology. This is the first time that we've used this technology here with P1 Aquacross, and these guys are doing an amazing job. You can tell the difference between the lap times, the fastest lap time, and the difference in the win.
Yeah, I mean, to be able to see this instantaneous after a race, I can tell you that was one of my most upsetting things as a racer when in this kind of a format, is not knowing where you finished. And when you're in the mix outside of those top few, just lapping into the positions, it's so hard to tell where you're at. So that kind of something to know, to put your mind at rest, understand what you need to do for the next moto. I don't know if the people who are doing the scoring really know what that matters and what that means to us as riders.
Well, and also what it means to us as announcers. I know the first time I ever seen this type of technology, it was on the National Arena Cross Series, and we were sat up in the booth, but you could just sit and watch the screen. You didn't even have to watch the motocross race, but you could watch the screen and you could tell where everybody was at, and made it real simple for us.
Awesome, man.
All right, so we're getting ready for the pros to come out. You're looking at the beautiful St. Petersburg Pier. Visit St. Pete Clearwater, our title sponsor here this weekend, title sponsor for the tour, Short Block Technologies. We'd like to say a special thanks to SBT, HydroTurf, and all of our friends over there in Clearwater. We'll be back in just a minute as the pros make their way out there. Stick around, folks. Ain't going to be that long. If you need anything, ask me. I'll let you know. Anything you need.
Thanks, man.
Gotcha.
So, Mo's around today.
Yeah.
Does he ever get on the cans and contribute?
He hasn't, but we could put him on.
Yeah, I'll make it. Knows who he is. Future racer. Wants to be out there. I don't know. I mean,
Yeah, that's fine.
knows who he is.
Yeah, if we could, I could interview him. Where did he know?
You guys still on?
Yes, we're still on. We're waiting for the start of this race. After 1 minute. All right, welcome back to St. Petersburg. We're hanging out at the pier, the SBT P1 Aquacross race to the Bahamas. And boy, here we go. We're not wasting any time, Tim.
I think they're getting them stacked up. There's no way they're going to launch them like that. They got to get them lined up a little bit better.
Well, you can see everybody coming up into the gate.
There's no way they're going to launch them like that. They got to get them lined up a little bit better.
Well, you can see everybody coming up into the gate.
Yeah, these guys are getting stacked up. Their energy, their nerves are high. I mean, it's been a crazy weekend, a crazy season. This is going to be an opportunity to really to just let it loose, let the energy flow, man. It's going to be fun to watch.
Yeah, 22 racers out there to do battle, including your points leader coming into this one, James Wilson. It's going to be hard for anybody to catch up to James right now.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough. There's something just like the last race. There's going to have to be something catastrophic happen to his equipment to give other people an opportunity.
Yeah, Ian Tosca getting a bad finish. You know, he was right there in the points lead as well coming into this weekend, having a bad day yesterday.
Yeah, what's really cool is what I want to see is Devin, man. He got that win. He got that moto or that race win. Let's see what happens. He's got an opportunity to probably sneak into top two for the weekend and really set up that confidence in that top four probably overall for the season. I mean, anything can happen right now because I haven't seen the math how it came out because of how quickly these races have gotten rolling here. It'll be interesting to see what the math adds up when it's all said and done.
Well, Dustin Farthing having 188 points coming into this one, unfortunately having to come in on the gaff.
The Gremlins got him, man. The
they
Gremlins
did.
got him.
Sure did. Torrey Snyder had 170 coming into this one.
Called that whole shot, man.
Well, he picked up another 17 points.
Yeah, man. He even with coming off there on the last lap, that's just heartbreak for him, man. I feel bad for him because he really put it all together that race. And Devin was charging on him like his daddy, man. I mean, the way he was moving on Torrey and to hold him off and still holding that pace is amazing. So it's just fun to watch these guys, man. Oh, here we go. Looks like they're getting ready, and they are rolling here, folks. That was a lot better in the amateur start. That looks great. Looks like somebody there from the middle towards the outside, man. It's hard to see in this glare.
20 minutes plus a lap to glory.
Here's Devin, man. Let's see if he can get a good start. I feel like he's had some work to do on all the other ones. There is a Broward boat that is yanking on him. That's Arminio out there in front, too. Same kind of deal with him and Torrey. If there's a chance to spin the motor up and get a moto win, he's doing it. That looks like maybe Wilson and same thing as last time. It looks like Eric's boat going out last. They're just fueling up and getting that thing back out there. So that's a Broward motor. Oh, got a little crossed up, man. That looked like Landis on the outside. We got Devin on the inside. So that is, we'll try to get you a look.
Devin settling into second right now.
Yep, definitely Devin in second. And we can't quite see. That is a Broward boat in first. It is Jimmy Wilson, James Wilson, your points leader, your moto leader. Is he going to win the championship? He said, don't worry about doing math, boys. I'll take the W. I'll take the win. No math needed.
Oh, and they're coming in 3 wide.
Yeah, man. This is absolutely racing this. We got Dustin's having some issues here. He's pulling off. Oh, man. More heartbreak for Dustin.
And it looked like Torrey Snyder vying for that third place right now as they work across that right straight.
Yeah, you'll notice Dustin went real wide on that live stream. Something's going on there.
Yeah, he's jumping back into the mix, but I don't know what happened. Maybe he pulled a lanyard or something because it didn't look like his boat was turning.
He's under power. I don't know that it didn't stop. It stayed under power consistently. Something's going on there.
Well, he still came in second place in the points.
Yeah.
If he can pull a decent finish here, he could still end up on the podium overall.
I think he's trying to savor that podium, but the way the boat's running this early in a race is going to present some problems, man. It's going to be tough to gather as many points unless something clears up on that thing. So it looks like we have definitely Wilson, or that's they're listing Ian Tosca in first. He must have made a pass because that definitely looked like Wilson in the start.
I thought
we'll see it when it comes back by.
Yeah, then you got Farthing back there in second.
Yeah, Devin looked great. That was definitely Devin on that dark black boat. Thank you, Devin, for having a different colored boat.
Yeah, and I found out, you know, Dustin's actually sponsored by Broward.
Yep.
And Devin is sponsored by Farthing Racing.
Yeah, I think they had that spot open up on Broward's Motorsports, and then I think Sam reached out to Dustin, and then I think Devin wanted to get into racing, so they opened up a spot on their own race team for him. So that is definitely James Wilson, your points leader in first.
And Devin Farthing in second.
Yeah,
they get ready to come down the front straightaway.
That's Devin. Look at this line. He's setting them up. That is a beautiful line. That's a guy that practices a lot on closed course, setting them outside in, and now he's going to go inside outside.
And they got Snyder chasing them, Torrey Snyder.
I love to see Torrey right there because Torrey's just watching. What Devin's doing right now, Devin is searching for a line that is faster. Torrey's just riding his line. So he's going to might actually get by Devin right now.
So I believe you got Ian Tosca in fourth.
Yep, Ian Tosca in fourth. That's great to see him up there after the boat issues he's had earlier in the weekend. You got Daly in fifth. You got Landis in sixth up there.
Yep.
And Radetich again in seventh. He's having one of his best weekends of the year.
This is a good weekend for him.
That's great to see. The Sea-Doos have been up front a little bit this weekend. That's good for the manufacturer. It's good for the riders. It's good to see for the people that are thinking about racing on one of those personal watercraft. It's good to see all the manufacturers up top.
Ian Tosca's still running in that fourth place position. That could get him some good points. That could also possibly, help him to a podium spot.
It's going to be really close. That last spot on the podium is going to be a bunch of people vying for it right now.
Yeah, right now it looks like Wilson, if he can just hold together out there, Wilson will be taking the overall here in the pro class.
Looks like we might be about to have a pass. Devin got a little squeezed on the inside. So if Devin can set that up on the outside next lap, that's a pass.
We know the crazy thing is that before last year, Jimmy Wilson had never been on a runabout. He was always a stand-up racer.
Yeah, man.
And then that spot opened up when Dennis Mack got hurt in Daytona.
Yeah, it's a shame about that injury. But here we go. It looks like, that actually looks like Torrey setting up to, man, his boat is flying.
Yeah, Torrey's working inside out right now, too.
That's Arminio. This is a battle between Arminio and Torrey here. Or no, that's Daly. That's actually Daly and Arminio. Man, I love how Daly rides. He just blew by him. What a absolute man on a mission. That was
nuts
move to put on a rider like Arminio to drag race him into a 90-degree right. Wow. Here goes Christian. This will be interesting to see what happens in the top part of this race because now Christian's a little disconnected from those top couple. Those top three have started to walk away a little bit. Yeah. So if Christian closes up to that top three pack, he's just showing how much different a pace he's running than the rest of the guys.
Yeah, Daly is never one to give up. Like he said, he's been plagued with mechanical problems all season long and just now trying to make up.
Yeah, you got Jimmy here in the lead, man. This is insane how Jimmy's riding and to have the points lead with this third moto and just know that it's all on the line. You're not leaving it up to, you don't want to leave it up to math. You don't want to leave it up to needing other things. Just go win, man. That's the easiest thing. You're in front if you got this position.
That's it. Like I say, this is only his second year racing aquacross. Been racing for a long time, but like I say, he's been racing stand-ups. But to make the switch from stand-up to runabout, those are two complete different animals.
It's crazy, man. And to see how much – I almost lapped him his first moto. And not that I'm a top 10 kind of guy. I almost lapped him his first moto. I looked in his eyes, and you could tell he did not know what he got himself into. Now he's winning a championship. Yeah. We're talking just over a year difference to go from, oh, my God, that was crazy to, wow, this is how you win.
Right. This is what the top of the box looks like.
Yeah, here's Torrey here. He's really trying to close up on them boys. Torrey looks amazing. That ski is so dialed in right now.
Farthing just running around the track.
Yeah,
feel sorry for him, man. He comes in. He had a championship in his sights.
And wow. Oh, no. Torrey misses a buoy there. He's going to have to catch a penalty buoy. He is just so dialed in looking at the back of Devin's ski, and he missed that same buoy Joe Johnson did.
Yeah, and he was in fourth place. So
he's in third. He's in third. We got the top three there, and then Christian's reeling them in. So just a lap and a half ago, we talked about how Christian passed into that fourth place. Christian has already caught the top three. Christian is running faster laps than anybody on the track right now. That Broward Motorsports Cabrera ski is dialed.
Well, whenever Dave Cabrera's spinning the wrenches, those boats are going fast, man. And you just look at the whole Broward team. And when you see the podium tonight, you'll be looking at a lot of Broward folks up on the podium.
Invest the time, and the championships will come. They invest the time, they invest the money, they invest the resources. There's a reason they're out front.
Yeah.
Oh, no. What's this? Is that Jimmy, your leader, or was that Torrey?
It looks like it might be Torrey.
Oh,
Torrey was having a mechanical problem.
Lanyard. I tell you what, man, he's got a history of that going on right now. Yeah, he just had he pulled that lanyard. That's just so tough, man. Tough.
Yeah, well, and he was in fourth place. He had the opportunity to possibly hit the podium.
My thing is I hope he remembers to go get the penalty buoy. Now your mind gets distracted. You pull the lanyard. Does he have the focus and remember to go get the penalty buoy because he missed that buoy on the last lap? Here comes Jimmy. He's got this lead still. Devin is in tow, and then you got Christian right there behind them. You're looking at Jimmy here.
Yeah, tell you
Christian
what, all they're waiting for is a slip, trip, or a bobble from that race leader, and they're hasta la bye-bye.
Well, Christian's about to pass Devin. Looks like Devin pulled his lanyard. Oh, Christian got him. Now Christian's in second place. 2 lanyard pulls. You'd think in this kind of racing we wouldn't have as an issue, but I guess it is a problem with the Yamahas.
On the same lap, there goes Wilson, your leader, on the right-hand side of the track.
And here comes Daly, knock in there. We got Radetich battling here on the front straightaway. Some really good racing we're having on the stream. So Tori did remember to go get that penalty buoy. So Tori did go get it. He did not get flustered and forget. Well, Tori still passed Landis there. So now we got two best friends battling right there.
And that's your battle for 4th place, I believe.
Yeah, it looks like Landis got by Ian Tosca. So Landis is up into 4th place now. What an absolute ride by him on that Riva Yamaha, man.
And I'm looking at the top 2 over here on the right-hand side of the course, working their way through lap traffic.
Yeah, that's great.
Wilson and Farthing.
We've talked a lot about father-son teams. We haven't talked about the Mark and Chris Landis team. I mean, they got the OG Riva rider Mark Landis spinning the wrenches with Jesus and their team in the R&D department over at Riva. Mark Landis Racing and Chris Landis have done a great job, man.
Yeah, and hats off to Dave Bamdis for his support for aquacross and personal watercraft racing for many years.
What he's done in the sport and the history. Oh, there's Camden Powell, one of my favorite guys.
Looks like he's trying to hook a lanyard back. He's checking the flux capacitor.
Tough break for him. Tough break, man.
Yeah, back out to your race leader.
Yeah, that looks like Jimmy. He's got the lead still. He's looking really solid. And it looks like Christian is really closing up. I do not see Devin behind them right now. We've got Jimmy on the live stream taking that right-hand corner. So the question is, will the teammates push themselves? Because I think Christian's going to push. He wants the overall this weekend. He's going to go get him, man. Because this will give him the 2nd moto win of the weekend for Christian if he can go get this moto.
Right.
This race.
So your 2 leaders over on the right-hand side of the track?
Yep. They're just coming through. On the screen, we have Devin Farthing. It looks like he's coming down the side straightaway. Looks like Devin's still racing there with Arminio. So Devin had another kind of issue there, must have. So there's Arminio and Devin battling it out. Landis has got back by them. So Devin's trying to make his way back up through the pack. Wow, what an absolute corner by Devin. That's a pro move there,
That was phenomenal. You can tell he's been practicing with Dad.
Driving back by buoys.
He's going to go outside, inside again over here on the right-hand side of the track.
What an absolute perfect view of it on the live stream there. That's how you ride in whitewater, man. This is the one type of racing. Riding the same line as the guy in front of you is never as fast. So you're always trying to ride slower lines faster to get around people.
He's getting out the broom. He's trying to do some sweeping there along the back straightaway. As they enter that back straightaway, Farthing going to be on the inside. It's a drag race to that chicane.
Looks like on the screen we have Jimmy and Christian here coming off the back straightaway. Looks like, Jimmy might have slowed down a little too much. Christian's going to have a drive here. This is going to be the pass for the lead here. Look at Christian Daly, man. He has the ability to turn down on that, over that wake. Here it is, folks. This is it. Christian's going to drive. Oh, he didn't have the speed to get by him.
So close.
He's going to do outside in here. Oh, here we go. Oh, he's got pushed a little wide. What's he going to do on the front straightaway? Can he carry his speed to get around him, folks?
Well, he tries to go outside in. Jimmy takes a look around him.
He knows he's there now, so he's protecting the line. Oh, Christian almost had a big. That would have been a gnarly off. If you watch that again, if you rewind that little portion of the live stream, his body weight got shifted from the inside of the hull to the outside of the hull in a matter of a blink of an eye, and he almost came off. We're checking out the back of Daly here, heading out towards that far side of the course. Man, they are flying. That just went around Dustin there. Look at this battle here. Is Devin still trying to get around Arminio? Yep. He's got a little work cut out for him. Come on, Devin. Oh, that was a nice corner. He is really riding, man.
Carving it up like a Thanksgiving Day turkey out there. Devin Farthing. Boy, what a boy wonder this kid is.
Yeah, I mean, his ability to just lay down fast lap times. But what we're seeing is little mistakes, right? Little mistakes here, a little oversteer, pulling the lanyard here. These mistakes happen when you just don't have the seat time. These guys are new to this sport, or not new to the sport, but new to this style of racing. We have a heck of a battle for the lead here.
Yeah, look at
Christian looking over at him. He said, "You want me to take this from you? Because I'm stealing it, man. The bank is open. He's borrowing money today. Here you go."
But you know what, Wilson? If I was Wilson, I let him go by.
Yeah,
you know,
honestly, you
I got the points. You got the championship.
The one thing I might think, I'm not really 100% sure where they are for the weekend, but they might be battling for the top spot on the podium. But it looks great, man. I mean, to have that ability. Here's Devin. Devin got by Arminio, I think.
Yep.
Yeah, he was haunting Arminio for a while. You got Landis squeaking up into the top 4 too. If you check out the top running order there on the left side of your stream, good to see Chris Landis up there after the weekend he's had. Oh, here's Arminio coming through this section. So Devin still hasn't gotten by Arminio. He's still working on him.
Yeah.
This is amazing, man, to watch these guys ride.
And again,
like this.
you think Devin's maybe just setting him up, waiting, just biding his time?
At this point, you're trying to get through. We're approaching the 13-minute mark in this race, so you got about 7 minutes to go. You're giving it everything you got right now. These guys have got 7 minutes. You know something that's crazy? Look at Anthony Radetich on the Sea-Doo closing on Devin and Arminio, man. To be laying down lap times like that on the Sea-Doo with his kind of ability, that's crazy. I think that's one of the best things going on the race course right now.
Well, the last couple rounds, Radetich has come a long way on that Sea-Doo. You know, I think that they've been doing a lot of R&D on it.
It's tough, man. Setups, changing setups, and just we don't have as many people on the Sea-Doo watercraft, so we don't have as much help on feedback of the parts, and it's a little bit different when we're trying to come up with the parts for the Sea-Doo watercraft. Devin is so close to making this stick, but he just doesn't have it right now. Arminio is such a talented rider, riding for Dean's team. Oh, here we go. Just as I say it, it looks like he checked the throttle a little too much on that kink in the back straightaway.
He's still right there, hot on his tail, though. Ian Tosca, last year's national champion here with P1 Aquacross.
It looks like Daly is starting to pull a little bit of a lead. He's got a little over, almost a 2-second lead now, if you'll notice on the scoreboard on the left side of your screen. Man, Devin is just trying everything he's got right now to get by Arminio. I will say, Devin gets the award for trying the most lines. This kid has been the most creative. You can't just run the same line. You've got to try the inside out, outside outside, inside inside, straight behind. You've got to try sweeping everything, tight on everything. These boats are so close, you have to search for what's working against the guy you're trying to pass and the water that you're in at the time.
And keep it hooked up.
Yeah, exactly. And that's the thing, keeping it hooked up and being the little bit of modifications that Devin, a little bobble there. We can't do many modifications on these skis. So, oh, man, he is really riding that ski hard.
Yeah, right down the front straightaway. That's where you see your lead pack right now. And Devin's going to try to work the inside again.
Dude, he is so talented. Watching what he's doing right now. But Arminio is protecting the inside line so well. See how Devin tried to drive back to the inside. That spray really slowed him down there. He should have stayed to the outside. It's tough to know. You're just trying to see what works. We are just right at 5 minutes to go, so we're in the last quarter of the race right now. This is awesome to see these guys pushing like this. We've got Daly in the lead, Wilson with the championship, it looks like, in in second, Snyder in third, Landis in fourth, and then Ian Tosca in the top 5. Here's Daly wrapping up. Yep. This would be, back-to-back moto wins for him?
Right.
Dude, and after the issues he's had, man, it's just so good to see him out front like this. Here he's taking a left. Oh, my gosh. He has taken a left. He's about to turn it. Ooh, he needs to be careful. This lapper here, Juan. Yeah, he's riding really aggressive coming through these lappers right now. He's got a nice inside line. Man, Daly is so fast.
I believe that was Russo in front of Daly.
No, that was Juan Lescano there from Miami Jet Ski Shop on the RXPX.
Oh, okay.
So Daly, what's interesting about Daly was we saw him when he was in that 4th place spot early in the race, and then he closed on those top 3, and now he's got a 5-second lead. I mean, to be able to see him close up from outside of the top 3 and then pass everybody is insane.
Well, good stuff going on here at the St. Pete Pier. Again, I'd like to say a very special thanks to Visit St. Pete Clearwater for rolling that proverbial red carpet out for us.
It's a great area, great people, great hosts. I mean, to give us this opportunity to have this kind of race in here, it's awesome.
Yeah, what a venue, too. They've remodeled the pier. I know that we used to race here years and years ago. They remodeled the pier, and it's a completely different place.
Man, Devin is so he's trying everything. And just Anthony's benefiting from it on the Sea-Doo, on the 22 Sea-Doo, because he's right there and just closing up on him every lap.
Yeah, when you're concentrating on somebody else, you don't see what's happening behind you, and he just put himself right back into the race.
Well, Devin is – so right now Arminio's trying to protect the inside line, which isn't probably the fastest line. Devin is trying to find a line that can get around the inside line, probably not the fastest line. And then you got Anthony watching it all, riding a line that closes up on him.
Right, and he's finding the best lines.
Yeah, between the two, yeah. It's like the water's just clearing out enough to where he can actually probably run the fastest line. Here's Christian here standing up, got that forward body lean, still with 3 minutes to go. He's going to sit back down as he approaches the corner. He forces Dave Davison a little wide. Oh, man.
He split him.
Hey, oh, come on. I understand Bailey throwing his hand in the air, but you're a lapper. Let's take one step out of the race line when you're getting passed like that.
That was crazy.
Yeah, Christian is just trying. He's on a mission. This is a year's worth of frustration being put out on the course right now.
All the breakdowns, all the gremlins.
I watched the man train too. It's all the hours on the running. It's all the hours on the pavement. All the hours in the gym. It's all to have the gremlins on this track and then to be able to put it all together. He's trying to just lay down the fastest lap times of the weekend. On the screen here, we got a great look at this battle here. I mean, we're in it. Arminio's got an absolute chain of riders behind him. Oh, wow, coming back down. Here we go. This is going to get interesting. Landis actually missed the buoy. Look at this.
Oh,
wow. Man, so Landis must have had to go.
Yeah, snuck by. He needed a shoehorn to get through there.
So Landis knew he had the view coming off that penalty buoy. But now this is interesting because we now have about a 5-way battle here for this position.
Wow. Great stuff, great stuff.
Man, talk about getting geeked right there. Wow. That's my boy driving off the penalty buoy like that. Golly.
Yeah. And that was close, too.
Yeah,
I mean, Landis, it looked like Landis was trying to make him check up a little bit.
But the thing is what if Arminio doesn't see? If you don't see him driving off that, you don't know, and you want to drift wide, that
could be a broken leg.
That's called trust.
Yeah, there was a lot of trust there.
Here's Christian. Speaking of trust, Christian's put a lot of trust in lappers. Ooh, Christian just snap hooked a buoy a little bit. Coming on the front straightaway here. So we are 18 minutes
1 minute,
in. So
about a minute left.
2 laps to go. This is the next lap. This is the next to last lap here.
Yeah,
next time through will be the white flag. So this looks like the last 2 laps of the P1 Aquacross season.
You know, I can't wait to get home and actually watch the live stream so I can see it.
And relax for a second and not be so locked in. I tell you what, looking back on this season about the pros, as this is the last couple laps happen, the pace, man. The pace looks faster. You can see it right here. Devin setting up. I mean, the
so
pace
close.
is just leveled up, man. To have this kind of a battle.
Yeah.
To be going on this late into a race.
Over here to our left-hand straightaway. And Devin's not done yet.
No, he isn't.
And they've got a back marker in front of him.
No, that's Chris Landis. Oh, no, Chris Landis pulled his lanyard. And this is for position. So Devin just got by Arminio. And, man, heartbreak for Landis.
Yep, so Farthing back up in the mix.
All right, guys, if anybody's sitting at home watching this is the third guy that's pulled a lanyard on a Yamaha. Somebody invents something that doesn't allow it to pop off when you're riding, all right? I understand the safety aspect of it, but we're talking 3 guys in the top 3 have had a lanyard pop off. Let's get this figured out, man. Like,
they used to wrap it around, throw duct tape, zip tie it.
It's just like, I understand the safety, but you can't do that, man. You can't have that going on.
No, not at all. Especially not out of a race that means this much. I mean, you worked all season long. You went through all the hours, all the driving.
I used to ride 800s on the Sea-Doo, and I would pop the key off by sitting on it. You know what we did? We moved the key up so I wouldn't sit on the key anymore. We had to position it.
Right.
Something's got to go on. Christian Daly getting the white flag here. We still got some good racing right behind him, too. Christian Daly's got a 3/4 of a lap, and he's going to probably work his way to the overall this weekend. Jimmy Wilson, man, he's got that second place. He's locked into that championship, dude. He is just relaxed, bro.
Yeah, he looks good out there. He looks comfortable.
Yeah.
And, a championship.
Yeah, man.
He's got 3/4 of a lap to go. Congratulations. Jimmy, originally from Hebron, Ohio, spends his Mondays through Fridays as a fireman.
Yeah, man.
And so he's like a real American hero
Yeah, he
in
is.
two
Coming
senses.
out, yeah, coming out here and then doing this on top of that. Good on him, man. Good on him. Thank you for doing that kind of work.
Yeah, so a great weekend for Jimmy Wilson.
So it looks like Daly, he keeps the lanyard intact, and he's going to get the W here by this guy. Broward Motorsports, Cabrera, those guys got to be excited. So they're going to get the overall for the weekend with Christian. They're going to get the overall for the season with Jimmy.
Yep.
That trailer's going to be popping some champagne after the podium. I think they're going to have some more in the back.
It's about to get loud.
I'd like to know what kind of team dinner they got after these kind of championships.
Oh.
Sam, let me know. Sammy Nemi, the owner of Broward Sports, let me know. Give me my invite. I'm showing up, man. I want a bone-in ribeye, all right? Tomahawk.
I'm with you. I'm with you. Thanks, Sam.
Looks like Christian Daly, man. He's just locked in. He's standing up. He's cruising. One more corner, and he's got this.
Broward Motorsports have killed it this season.
Yeah, it's just,
hats off.
Yeah, like I said, man, it's the theory of 1%. If you find every 1% you can be better in every area, that's where championships are found, man. And that's what they've done. Here's Christian Daly with the moto win. Great job by Christian. And then you got Jimmy with the championship right behind him. Great job. That's great to see those
teammates.
two. Yeah, great teammates.
Great teammates.
They raced each other a little bit there when they got close, and then once he knew that it was over, got him coming up to him, giving him a love tap. Here's Tori in third place. Great ride by him. Outside of that,
did you notice they worked together to do it?
Yeah, they really did.
You know what I mean? That's what a teammate's all about.
They did, man.
You can have the championship today. I'll take it for the season.
I'm so happy for Christian. Here comes Devin. Nope, that looks like can't tell. That might be Lagopoulos there, a lap down. Davidson.
Yeah, that was Lagopoulos, 361. Davidson.
And then Dennis Mack there coming across the line. Great job. There's the top three all clustered together. That was a heck of a ride. Congratulating each other. I know all these guys. They're all loving on each other, showing love, just celebrating. This is the kind of stuff that this is euphoria. Yeah, man. I talked about this a little bit yesterday. You talk about runner's high, that feeling you get. Dude, you want to feel a real high? Get on a 1,000-pound jet ski. Go 80 miles an hour next to 22 of your friends, man.
Alrighty, let's take a look up here at some of the fastest lap times.
Dude, you want to see something crazy? Look at Devin Farthing's lap time, 1:43. Chris Landis with the 1:43. So that just goes to show you, Chris Landis, man, put it together, bro. You got it, man. Riva Racing Ski looking great. So that was definitely the fastest lap times of the week. Dude, Vanjie had a 1:31. That must have been he got lapped on that lap. That's not a true lap time. Arminio right there with a 1:45. Rededich with a 1:44. I mean, that Sea-Doo really was dialed.
That's impressive.
I think this water really lended well to a Sea-Doo. Somebody with the right setup on a Sea-Doo this weekend could have been up the top there, I think.
Well, it wasn't as choppy this afternoon. I think this morning it was a little choppy.
Yeah, this is the stuff I loved because you could just grab the throttle and let the boat dance. And it's not big enough to throw you. It's just big enough to let the boat
You just
got to
hold on to that donkey.
Yeah, dude. It's just like, are you dumb enough to grip the throttle? And I am just that stupid. So, dude, it's been so much fun watching these guys. It's been so much fun to have this kind of a stream, to actually be able to see the boats now as the sun got up over top.
Yeah.
I hope that stream was good for everybody, man.
It was just a little rough. Tim, great having you up here.
Yeah, definitely, man.
And I look forward to working with you in the Bahamas.
Yeah.
Again, we'd like to say a very special thanks to Visit St. Pete Clearwater, of course, our title sponsor for P1 Aquacross, Short Block Technologies, HydroTurf, Yamaha, Jet Pilot, Gath Helmets, Riva Racing, Fly Racing, ICOM radios, Bomber Eyewear, and of course your favorite, Celsius.
Yeah, I'm going to have to go grab one to try to get a little energy to make it through the rest of the day. I just want to say thank you, Mike, for letting me hang out with you, man. Thank you, P1, for making this happen. I hope everybody on the stream had a great time, and hope we get some good racing again soon.
And let me tell you something. It was an absolute blessing to have someone to bounce off of up here. You know, I mean, we worked really good together. And again, on behalf of all of our sponsors and Visit St. Pete Clearwater, Tim Ducat, Mike Young, signing off, folks. We'll see you at the beach.
Welcome to Sarasota, where the 2022 P1 Offshore and Aquacross Championship saw a double bill of powerboat racing and 2 days of world-class marine motorsport action at the 37th annual Sarasota Powerboat Grandprix on southwest Florida's Gulf Coast, where over 90 competitors locked horns off Lido Beach in the Class 1, Supercat, Superstock and other classes, in addition to the excitement of Aquacross racing. Sarasota County provides the quintessential white sand beach getaway with golden sunsets and a very vibrant social and artistic scene. There are exceptional dining options and an exciting nightlife that makes this an idyllic place to visit year-round. The weekend kicked off with a block party sponsored by CMR Construction and Roofing as the teams assembled downtown for the traditional boat parade, and fans got a chance to see the juggernauts up close and also meet some of the drivers. CMR Construction and Roofing is the sponsor of last year's Superstock Championship winning team, comprised of Sean Tarente and Sean Connor.
Last year was our first year. We came out of the gate pretty strong. Won 5 out of 7 races in the APBA championship. So obviously when renewal came up, we were happy to renew with Sean, happy to renew with P1, and we're now in a multi-year deal with P1. Brand new boat, so when we raced in Cocoa Beach had a few problems and caused some problems for Lake of the Ozarks, but I think we got everything dialed in. We're ready to roll now.
Now let's see what happened in the Superstock category. There were 10 teams in the highly competitive Superstock category in Sarasota, with some new teams and sponsors. Father and son outfits Steel Offshore Racing and Jackhammer Boat were leading the points going into Sarasota. The green steel boat with driver Dominic Steele and throttleman Julian Maldonado won the last round in the Lake of the Ozarks. They had also been in P2 for the first few laps of Thunder on Cocoa Beach in round 1 and are gearing up to be a threat this year. Also off to a great start was Julian Maldonado's father, Ricky Maldonado, with throttleman Reese Langheim in their Jackhammer boat. They won in Cocoa Beach and were beaten only by Ricky's son in Lake of the Ozarks in round 2.
Everything good. We're able to maintain a lot of speed all the way around the track. The corners are really wide. So we are very happy with what we got. We were able to get to the top RPM, maintain it all the way around. Very consistently. We did quite a few laps, tried 2 different setups, and this last setup is the setup. I think it's going to be really hard to beat tomorrow.
Defending 2021 champions Sean Connor and Sean Tarente of CMR were off to a rocky start in the first 2 rounds. Could they put their troubles behind them and get back to winning ways in Sarasota?
We don't have any room for error left, let's put it that way, right? We gotta win a bunch of races, and that needs to start here. So, the good thing is we don't have really much to lose. We can just go for wins. The bad thing is we got some points to make up.
Always a force to be reckoned with is LPC with driver Anthony Smith and throttleman Lauren Peters. They were 3rd on points with a runner-up finish in round 1.
Yeah, we got a good shot tomorrow. We're going to be pole position 1. Since we got knocked out last race, that put us in first pole position, which should give us an advantage going to the first corner. If everybody holds their lane, give us a good opportunity to finish in a good position.
The S43 boat is back under new sponsorship in their sleek Celsius boat with driver Christopher Hopgood and throttleman Ryan Beckley.
First time racing a cat was with Ryan last year, and we fell in love with it, and we decided to buy this boat, which is 2015 Doug Wright, and got into a sponsorship partnership with Celsius, which is the 3rd largest energy drink company in the U.S.
We definitely want to go forward, and it's going to be bumpy here, bumpy and hot, which slows everybody down. Motors don't like running in the heat, so everybody will be on a pretty level field, and we're going to start right in the middle of the pack, so should get through the first turn all right, and then move forward from there.
The course in Sarasota is a 9-pin oval circuit that is 6 miles long and runs along Lido Beach.
This course has got some big high-speed sweepers, so Throttleman, really has the throttles down all the way. Gives me just enough to get the boat around the buoys, and yeah, it's a driver's course. You want to make the turn, but you don't want to scrub too much speed.
You know, they have the long stretch on the outside. It's always some holes on you when you turn on that north corner because we have the sand shoals coming out by the inlet there. So that's where you just, you know, we build our speed coming into the inside after we pass that. But, you know, you never know. Just get one of those flyers and, you know, make sure your weight's right, and we got to fly it right. So it's most important.
Love this course. We've raced this here for 35 years. Sarasota is like the best venue there is because the town comes out and we feel like we're giving something back to the community.
Round 3 of the 2022 Superstock Championship in Sarasota. 10 boats ready to hit the water off Lido Beach.
We got 7th edition this time. We got professional plumbing onto our inside, jackhammer to our outside. You know, Billy Moore and myself, we're going to come out here and give it all we can to go for number 1. You know, we got a good setup. We got dialed in yesterday. I know we have a chance here today. We're going to go for it.
Following a rule change just the day before, teams had to carefully adjust their boat weights for optimum balance and speed on the water, and also to meet minimum class requirements to avoid being DQ'd.
Well, we did the math and we went in a light. If we raced the way we did right now, we'd come out a little light. So what we're doing is I'm putting 50 pounds on each side so we remain legal on the way out of the crane. That's why they weigh us going in, because we knew we had to go in at, like, let's call it 49.50, because when we burn the fuel off, we know that we're going to come out at a certain, and if we come out light, then we get DQ'd, and we don't want to do that. So, and we had to tell the officials that we're putting weight in the boat because they write down how much the boat weighs going in, so they can do their math at their end to see if anybody's being a little fugazi out here. Not that boat racers would ever do that.
A lot of pressure today. I'm putting a lot of pressure on myself because we come here to win, and that's what we show up for. That's what we're aiming for, and anything less than that isn't really acceptable.
A little bit bumpier than we expected, so we're going to move some weight around and get ready for a rough water battle. Hopefully not as rough as Cocoa Beach. I'm feeling confident. I'm a little upset with the rule change, but I understand, you know, that we got to go with what the class wants, and we'll work around it, make it work.
As the fleet of 10 Superstock boats motor out onto the circuit, the crowds line Lido Beach in anticipation of the race. The rolling start under a yellow flag in rougher than expected conditions as boats line up ready for the green flag. And there it is, the race begins. Big East shoots out of the line. Great start for the Canadian team. Also an excellent start for CMR's Torrente and Connor. This is a very competitive and closely matched fleet of boats in the Superstock. All boats within just boat lengths of each other on that starting straightaway to the commitment buoy. The field is tightly packed, the waves are big, the conditions very rough as the boats bob and weave through to the first turn, struggling to keep the boats level. Big East leads the pack on their way to the first turn, but in the melee they lose control and barrel roll. They come to a stop, floating upside down. The rescue boats and helicopters speed over, the red flag goes up and the race is stopped. Cole Liebel and Gary Ballock are thankfully unhurt, but their race is over.
Great start. We're right there with everybody else, probably a boat or two in front of everybody, or, you know, it was like a horse race like this, and hit a wave and the boat went in the nose and it just kind of bow steered. As you can see, if you look at the motors, that'll tell you where the engines were when it went over. So they were straight, okay? So we just hit a wave, it bow steered and took it off to the right, and the wallet went through the blender.
Went over, didn't feel too hard. Canopy's nice and safe in this boat, so everything's good. Got out nicely, Gary waited for me, got me out, so we're all good. So it would be my first time rolling over. Hopefully not doing it too many more times.
With the debris cleared off the circuit, the boats get back in line ready for the restart. And the green flag is up. The remaining 9 boats lock horns yet again on the opening drag race. The field is packed tight yet again with LPC carrying good speed on the inside. But it's Jackhammer that begins to pull ahead of the pack, followed closely on the outside by CMR, then Atlas and LPC. It's Jackhammer first to the commitment buoy, and then it's LPC behind them with the inside lane advantage in P2. In a replay of round 1, Jackhammer and LPC duel for the lead, renewing their rivalry from Cocoa Beach with the lead changed hands several times throughout the race. But disaster struck, this time for Steele. Their number 3 boat flipping on that rough starting straightaway and now belly up and bobbing in the waves. But Dominic Steele and Julian Maldonado were unhurt. And just down the field, the CMR boat was floating right side up but in pieces, its nose end detached and floating. Connor and Torrente were also unharmed. That was another red flag and the race was cancelled due to too much debris on the course.
We were trying to get on the inside on the turn. We knew they were going to close the door, so I tried to push it and get there first. And we stood it up, walked it on its side, and over it went.
A lot of hours ahead in the workshop for those teams. Shame for everyone.
Sometimes you're the windshield, sometimes you're the bug. Today we were the bug. So boat came apart. It happens. We had a really good setup. We were out front with Jackhammer on the start. Had 2 really great starts because of the first crash. But it is what it is. We'll go back to the drawing board, build a new boat, and see what we got. Honestly, it was just a normal flyer. Took a little bit of a flyer, tripped the tail. Nothing out of the ordinary. It should have just touched and kept going, and it just disintegrated. So, sorry, it just disintegrated. There we go. All right, good.
That was a lot of drama in a race without a single completed lap. And that's all she wrote for the Superstocks. Tough break for them in Sarasota. In addition to the Supercats, Superstocks and Class 1 races, there were 2 other races with 7 different classes competing, and here are their results. In the bracket Class 400, the winning boat was Predator Stallman Motorsports with driver Dean Stallman and Nate Hunt on throttle. Bracket Class 500 went to Team Woody Racing with JJ Turk driving and throttleman Michael Stanko. Bracket Class 600 saw Powerhouse Racing win with Nelson Sawyer in the driver's seat and Damon Marotta Jr. on throttle. Bracket Class 700 was won by Offshore Omi's Prevail with driver Ben Osypian and throttleman Joe Morawski. In the 450R factory stock class, Clover Motorsports took the win with driver Randy Keys and throttleman Billy Allen. Stock V champions were LSB Hurricane of Awesomeness with driver Britt Lilly and Jay Muller on the throttle. And finally, to the delight of local fans, the Mod V class winner, Sarasota-based boat floater, with father and son team driver Stephen and Steve Kildall on throttle.
Yeah, it was a great day here. We're the hometown race team here in Sarasota, Florida. First place in Modified B. Doesn't get much better than that. Great competition all day. It was a little bumpy out there, but we had a good setup for it and just led wire to wire and got the checkered flag, so it was a great day.
The championship was still wide open as 7 teams raced in the Supercat category. These giant catamarans are powered by twin 750 horsepower inboard engines and have fully enclosed canopies. Points leaders going into Sarasota was MCON's Tyler Miller and Myrick Coyle.
Stop number 3, Sarasota 2022. And, finishing up with race 1 and race 2, we finished 2nd place in Sarasota. We finished 1st overall lake race about a month ago. And continuing on here to Sarasota, rough water, Cocoa Beach, leading into what we thought might be a calm water race here in Sarasota. But as always, it's a little bumpy out there in testing today. Had some good numbers. We're really excited and looking forward to race day tomorrow.
SV Offshore's Simon Prevost and Vinny Diorio were ready to build on their runner-up finish in the Ozarks in round 2, which boosted them up to 2nd on the points board.
We went to Lake of the Ozark, and we ended up finished 2nd there and come out of there with a lot of momentum and a lot of a lot of enthusiasm with our team because we're getting our boat to really run good.
Third place on the points board was Pro Floors Racing's Wayne Valder and Grant Brueggemann after their round 1 third place finish in Cocoa Beach, then a 5th place finish in Lake of the Ozarks in round 2. WHM Motorsports was also a powerhouse, led by owner-driver Billy Moff, who overcame his health issues to return to the cockpit with throttleman Jay Mueller.
I had 10 inches of my colon cut out, so I had to wear a colostomy bag. 10 inches of my colon cut out because Billy Moff didn't listen and got a colonoscopy when Billy Moff should have got a colonoscopy. Because I'm Billy Moff, I'm invincible. Guess what? I ain't invincible. But boy, did I learn a lesson.
There were also 2 new teams. Number 8 Justice League as driver Don Urfer and Richard Davis on throttle. And Liquor Split is driven by John Paul Amons and has Jim McIntyre on throttle. Round 3 of the Supercars, 7 boats revved and ready for the Sarasota Powerboat Grandprix as teams completed last-minute adjustments and finalized setups.
Finally back, happy to get the boat in the water, hometown Sarasota. Gonna bring the boat out and send it, debut it, see what it's made of, and see where we stand with the guys.
The New Zealanders of Pro Floors Racing, Wayne Valder and Grant Brueggemann, were looking to turn their season around.
Yeah, today we're in pole position, which is a big benefit for us to get that inside lane closest to the start boat. As long as we have a good run down to the first buoy there, we should come around in first place, and then from there we can change lanes and race from there. So we're hoping for a good clean start and get out front quick.
And you know, a win today for us would be fantastic. Put us back on, back at the top with the points again, which is where we really want to be.
Radel were looking to get points on the board. And SV Offshore keep their great run going after their podium in the Lake of the Ozarks in round 2. Crowds once again lined the shores of Lido Beach to watch the race unfold. 7-boat fleet headed out onto the course and lined up in preparation for the running start.
We're starting to move. Everyone get in your appropriate lanes. Everyone get in your appropriate lanes.
MCon keeping an eye on their pace in anticipation of the green flag. The boats are in position. The green flag is up. The race is on. Great and well-timed acceleration from WHM Motorsports as Billy Moff and Jay Mueller go all out at the start. And from the SV Offshore onboard camera, we watch WHM peel away to the starboard. Fantastic start for Moff and Mueller, the yellow boat way out in the lead on the straightaway to the commitment buoy. A more gradual acceleration from NZ11 Pro Floors Racing, who appear to have chosen top speed over acceleration in their prop setup as they leave SV Offshore behind. But the star of the start of this race in Sarasota is no doubt WHM. But can they keep it up as they are given chase by NZ11 in second? Meanwhile, on the outside is MCon, who are head-to-head with WHM, opting for a very different path to the commitment buoy. Let's see how it pans out. What a move from MCon as they find the speed in the cleaner water outside to jump ahead and beat the other 6 boats to the commitment buoy as WHM drop to second and then find themselves getting overhauled by Pro Floors Racing as WHM drop to third. As the boats come round the first turn, it's MCon in the lead, followed by Pro Floors Racing in the NZ11 boat in second, and then Graydell moving up to third as WHM continue to drop to fourth. Brilliant start from MCon, who've already built a lead on the rest of the pack. NZ11 settled into second behind MCon. WHM fights for third position with Graydell as they try to turn around their fortunes after a brilliant start. But Graydell has the superior top speed as they lock third. Boats spread out all over the wide straightaway, some opting for outside cleaner water, some preferring to keep it tight on the inside. While WHM keep up their pursuit of third, they find SV Offshore moving up on them on the inside. SV Offshore's Simon Prevost and Vinny Diorio looking to continue their podium finishing streak after round 2. Meanwhile, out in the lead, it was MCon opening their gap over the rest of the field and looking like they were in complete control. One more lap down and the top 3 boats look to be opening their gap over the rest of the field as MCon, Pro Floors Racing and Graydell comprise the lead trio. In the 450R stock class, which is run simultaneously with Supercats, it's Clover Motorsports' Randy Keys and Billy Allen leading over MTI's father and daughter pair of Randy and Taylor Schism. In their first race of the season is Liquor Split's John Paul Amons and Jim McIntyre, who find themselves in 6th behind SV Offshore Racing. By the end of lap 4, MCon still leads, but NZ11 Pro Floors has been gradually reducing the gap and crawling their way closer with their excellent top speed and consistency. NZ11 Pro Floors wildly off the race line on the outside, but they find clean water to augment their top speed in their pursuit of MCon. The Kiwis of Pro Floors Racing gaining incredible speed on the outside as they bring their plan into action, cutting back across the course and then proceeding to leave MCon in their wake in one fell swoop. Brilliant move from Valder and Brueggemann with the NZ11 Pro Floors Racing boat, the new leaders. Pro Floors Racing played their hand well, biding their time, building speed and momentum, thinking out the entire race, and their strategy has paid off very well indeed as they then proceed to lap the number 8 boat, Justice League. Bad luck for Liquor Split, Amons and McIntyre out with mechanical issues. Still going strong in 3rd position is Graydell as Chris Grant and Billy Moore keep pace with the lead pack. SV Offshore was in 5th position, not what they were looking for, but it gets worse for Prevost and Diorio as they break down and find themselves out of the race, reducing the field to 5 boats. Out in the lead, looking out of reach of the rest of the field is NZ11 Pro Floors as they lap the 450R stock boat MTI. Pro Floors might even lap WHM, which is in their sights. The white flag goes up indicating the last lap of the race. MCon still in 2nd position, giving chase to Pro Floors, but a runner-up finish will not be too shabby. Graydell are on point for a 3rd place finish, but with just half a lap left in the race, disaster strikes. Grant and Moore find themselves struggling as they lose power. They slow down, seemingly running on one engine. WHM pounces and takes 3rd, moving up a position for the first time since the opening lap. The winners of the Sarasota Grand Prix, Pro Floors Racing, with a well-deserved victory for Wayne Valder and Grant Brueggemann as they take the checkered flag. Good runner-up finish for MCon's Myrick Coyle and Tyler Miller, and 3rd place goes to WHM Motorsports. Bad luck for Graydell, but at least they managed to hold on for 4th, then Justice League, SV Offshore and Liquor Split.
Once we did a couple laps, figured out where I could let this thing eat a little bit and get the tunnel flap going, we just went to the lead, and then we had our own course to run.
Yeah.
So open water.
Once you get that clean water, you're away. So it was a battle to get there. Those guys played a pretty hard game for us to catch them. But once we worked out what we wanted, we took them on the outside, and that was us. We were away.
No stopping us now.
Yeah, you know, the boat was set up very well. We ran in first for 4, 5, 6 laps. I don't recall exactly when Pro Floors from New Zealand got around us, but hats off to them. You know, it's a battle of attrition with these boats, and lap 6 or 7, we started feeling a little bit of a vibration in the boat, and it started coming on worse and worse and worse throughout the last 3 laps of the race. So, you know, hey, 2nd place finish, podium finish, that's all we can ask for. Keep charging towards them points, and, you know, here we go, on to the next one, but congratulations, hats off to Pro Floors. Yeah.
Listen, I was happy to see Red Day Bond.
Yeah, right.
Not like, man, that sucks. I went like, yeah, that's good.
Yeah, right.
Thank you, not bad. Number three, that's okay, man. We're in the money, Gotta be in the money, that's what's gotta be, in the money.
Give it up for your Super Cat champion.
In the overall results after the Cocoa Beach and Sarasota races, Graydell and NZ11 Pro Floors are tied for first at 190 points. Just 1 point ahead of MCon in third, and SV Offshore is fourth with 128 points. And that completes the 37th Sarasota Powerboat Grand Prix. See you at the next round in St. Petersburg, Florida. Welcome to what proved to be yet another action-packed weekend on Florida's Space Coast, as the 2022 edition of the legendary Thunder on Cocoa Beach was raced in a multitude of classes, including the return of the UIM Class 1 World Powerboat Championship, and of course the mighty Super Cat and Super Stock divisions, as 58 teams competed in the first round of the APBA National Championship. Thunder on Cocoa Beach was raced in all classes on a 7.5-mile circuit that runs the length of Cocoa Beach, as crowds got to see the boats and action up close in what is considered the perfect venue for powerboat spectating. Cocoa Beach has a vibrant bar and restaurant scene, glorious sunshine, miles of sandy beaches, and of course stunning ocean views, as fans crowded the streets and enjoyed the traditional boat parade. The Thunder on Cocoa Beach event is not just about the racing, but a celebration of the powerboating way of life as teams, families and spectators joined in the fun with street parties and concerts. The busy race day kicked off with the bracket classes racing in monohulls. Bracket Class 600 went to driver Michael McColgan, and on throttle, Francis Feluto Jr. in Rum Runner. Bracket Class 700 went to Brian Guy and Julian Maldonado in Jackhammer. The win in Bracket Class 500 went to Robert and Vincent Winowski in Bronx Phantom. Winners in the Bracket Class 400 were Dean Staleman and Nate Hunt in the Predator Staleman Motorsports boat. Bracket Class 300 went to Jimmy Jensen and Clyde Petty in the Rollin' Dirty Offshore Elite Home Game Rooms boat. The winning boat in Stock V was LSB Hurricane of Awesomeness RevX Oil, driven by Britt Lilly with Kevin Smith on throttle. Mod V went the way of Team Sunprint with Stephen Fairman and Steve Miklos in the boat. This year introduces the 4-stroke 300R Mercury racing engine to the existing 2-stroke 300 XS's. This super competitive class features 28 to 32-foot catamarans with fully enclosed race canopies, and this year introduces the 4-stroke 300R Mercury racing engine to the existing 2-stroke 300 XS's. There were 11 teams and 22 drivers and throttlemen racing at Cocoa Beach, with some experienced champions past and also some new faces in the mix. Last year's overall Superstock runner-up S1 CMR Racing is back on a brand new boat, with last year's champion Sean Torrente racing alongside teammate Sean Connor.
And we're at Cocoa Beach, first race of the season, first step in defending our national championship from last year, and we have a completely new Doug Wright 32 that we got about 3 weeks ago. Brand new 300Rs from Mercury Racing, which we're really excited about. 4 strokes have arrived in offshore, which is awesome, just like overseas. So for the last few years, we ran the 300XS, which is a direct injected 2-stroke engine. Now what we have is a V8 4-stroke. It's a 4.6 liter, it has a lot more torque. And more than that, it's definitely a more reliable power head. And we're just really excited to get out there and race. It's a rough water race, and it's going to be challenging, and it's going to be a war of attrition to a point, and also managing the equipment to make sure you make it to the end.
Last year's championship-winning boat is this year racing as the number 14 Atlas Offshore Racing, with driver Tanner Lewis driving with throttleman Billy Moore.
Match made in heaven, huh?
Yeah, definitely. I've known Tanner for years.
And Billy, of course, no other person. I've had a lot of good experience with him in the boats, learned a lot as well working together with him, and I feel very confident and safe that we're going to take this to the next level.
Billy Moore is on double duty here, also throttling the Grade L 54 boat in the Super Cat class.
I will say, after running the bigger boats pretty much all my life and then getting into the stock class, the stock boat reacts very quickly and instantaneously to the sea conditions. Where the big boat, a lot more weight, a lot more energy, it will kind of do some different things and let you know that something's going on, but you won't actually, say, crash it for a couple hundred yards away. Where this, it's like almost instantaneous. As soon as you start to feel something odd, it's almost instant that it can go bad.
Last year's overall number 5 finisher Jack Hammer had Reese Langheim driving alongside throttleman and team manager Ricky Maldonado in the number 42 boat.
We've been racing for 3 years in a row. We won 2 world championships already back-to-back with OPA. So we are very used to each other. We basically were like brothers now. So we talk every day, we make fun of us. I mean, all that stuff inside the boat. It gets heated sometimes, but that's part of racing. So it's just it's a communication game, to be honest with you.
Performance Boat Center had Myrick Coyle as driver alongside Rusty Williams on throttle, with driver Coyle also running the M-Con boat.
We're fortunate enough, knock on wood, that we've podiumed every time that we've raced together. So we're going on 16 or 17 top 3s in a row. So that's a big thing that we'd like to keep up this weekend. Now that I talked about it, it might be the downfall, but
we're in it to win the national championship and then hopefully move on to the world championship. Last year we were able to clinch the world championship in Key West, and we were just barely squeezed out for the national championship.
The Superstock race was on. The starting lineup and pole position determined by lottery.
Basically do a lottery. I'm not good at those, so I had my new driver Sean Connor do it, and we pulled third, which is pretty good. So we start third. My old boat pulled pole position, so they're on pole, and we have LPC next to us on the inside, and Alan Lawn Care, who won this race last year, right outside of us. So it's going to be an interesting run down to the first corner. It should be really good.
Number 1. Yeah, we got lucky this time. Pulled it out. That was very fortunate. So we're going to take the inside pole. As long as we can set pace, I think we're going to be in good shape.
In our starting grid, we're going to be starting in the 8th position, which is pretty far out. Not the best that we wanted, but it's okay. This is not a race that you win in the first corner. You win it, at the end of the day. So we're here to win the championship at the end of the season, and that's the reason why we are going to push really hard today.
Ricky Maldonado's son Julian was also in the race, starting to his dad's left in Nighthawk Offshore Racing's Steel Industries boat number 3.
Strategy today is just finish the race more than anything, be competitive. If we get to the turn up front, we're going to battle. Otherwise, we're just going to maintain.
The Superstock fleet headed out into the circuit. New teams, new boats, new engines, ready for this 6th lap race for a total of 45 racing miles in very rough conditions. The green flag is up, the race is on. we see Torrente and Connor in the CMR boat pulling ahead to their starboard as CMR gets a great start in the opening straightaway. Atlas is leading, but look at Jackhammer on the outside, gaining speed and starting to pull away. Team Allen gets squeezed and falls back as Canadian team Big East Construction also pulls away to their left. As CMR and LPC lock horns for the lead on the inside, Jackhammer, which started 8th, is pulling ahead of the field, with Ricky Maldonado's son Julian in the Nighthawk boat following suit. As the field of 11 boats enters the first turn of the race, those waves pose a daunting challenge. The fight for first is between Jackhammer and LPC, but Anthony Smith and Lauren Peters in the LPC boat have the inside lane advantage. Further back, Team Allen are in 5th, but the rookies from Nighthawk bump them down to 6th. It's neck and neck between Jackhammer and LPC, both boats running the new 4-stroke V8 Mercury 300s. Behind the lead boats, it's Atlas in 3rd. Huge hop from Atlas, that was close. Atlas stays on course and recovers, but they get overhauled by Team Allen, CMR and number 21 Performance Boat Center, Atlas dropping to 6th. The two-way battle for the lead between Jackhammer and LPC has pulled the boats far ahead of the field, and it's the Doug Wright-built LPC boat that gets the clear water and speed to pull away into the lead ahead of Jackhammer and their victory hull, as they head inshore with the waves behind them this time. And in 3rd place is the rookie team Nighthawk. What a race for them so far as they leave more experienced teams like Allen in 4th, Atlas 5th and CMR 6th behind them. In 7th position it's the Performance boat, and then in 8th it's the Canadians of Big East. Out in the lead is LPC going down that inshore straightaway. And there is Jackhammer, almost as if out of nowhere. Reese Langheim and Ricky Maldonado thunder away on the far outside. It's Jackhammer that pulls away into the lead, and they take that northern corner ahead of LPC. Team Allen doesn't let up in the battle for 3rd, chasing Nighthawk hard and literally eating their spray. But Nighthawk can only hang on for so long as the experienced Team Allen pulls ahead and grabs 3rd place on the turn. Further back, it's Atlas pushing up and locking horns with CMR in a fight for 5th. And Atlas does it. They move up to 5th as CMR struggles. Out in the lead, huge air for Jackhammer as they come crashing down. LPC just behind them pushing for the lead, but this time Jackhammer has the inside line. LPC finds the speed on the outside to surge ahead of Jackhammer as they reclaim the lead once again in a cat and mouse chase. In 3rd is Team Allen Lawn Care and Landscaping. In 4th it's Nighthawk Steel Industries. 5th place for Atlas. The drama continues up front as Jackhammer and LPC go head-to-head in a 3.5-mile drag race. And they collide, but LPC gets the better of Jackhammer as Anthony Smith and Lauren Peters pull ahead and snatch the lead, leaving Jackhammer in their spray. But LPC looks like they're in trouble. They go wide and lose pace quickly. Jackhammer sees their opportunity and pounce. LPC recover, but it's too late as the lead changes yet again and Jackhammer take charge. In a fight for 5th, it's a duel between number 21 Performance Center and number 89 Big East Construction, which is on the outside squeezing out Nighthawk. Performance moves up on 4th place Atlas and passes them as Myrick Coyle and Rusty Williams snatch 4th place in the Performance boat. Performance is just 1 place away from a podium finish, if they can catch up with Team Allen Lawn Care and Landscaping. Meanwhile, the Canadians of Big East Construction find their groove and overhaul Atlas, who are bumped down to 6th. Big East going hard and strong with their 2-stroke engines. Out in the lead, Jackhammer opening a considerable gap, but LPC stay within range, trying not to let the gap widen, but the laps run out. What a win for Jackhammer. After the lead changes half a dozen times, they get the last say, crossing the finish line a few seconds ahead of runners-up LPC and Team Allen Lawn Care and Landscaping in 3rd. 4th place goes to Performance Boat Center. 5th place for Big East Construction. Atlas Offshore make do with 6th. Nighthawk Steel Industries in 7th, and CMR out in lap 3.
We got a pretty good start right out of the get-go, and then we kind of got pinched a little bit, which and everybody was kind of moving around, you know, so we just kind of single filed out, got a run on them, and then picked off 2 or 3 boats, and I think we ended up getting into third, and the top 2 of the guys, they were kind of gone, and we just kind of conserved our equipment and our bodies a little bit. So yeah, I think we ended up third, I think they said. So yeah, if everybody, you know, everything checks out, I guess we'll go to the podium. That's a big deal, especially at Cocoa Beach, Florida. So
Then we end up by lap 3, we're coming into turn 1. The lower hatch opens on us. It starts blowing water in the boat, and we come jumping out. I unbuckled mid-turn, reached down, grabbed it, latched it back up. You know, come around the next corner. We come down to lap 2 and 3, we come back around towards the beach, and I ended up strapping my seatbelt back in. Left it straight, let him throttle it, strapped it back in, ran the rest of the race. Not kidding, it was crazy.
That's racing.
Well, I'll be honest with you, I could have set it up a little better because we are beat up bad. I mean, our bodies are feeling it, and we have some damage on the hull. Minimal damage, so I think we did good. We're happy.
You did the best you can.
We won. We won.
Local organisers put on a great show before race day for fans and teams alike. There were 7 teams competing in the Super Cat division, where 34 to 42 foot catamarans with fully enclosed race canopies and twin 750 horsepower engines slogged it out on the big waves off Cocoa Beach. Last year's overall Super Cat champions MCon had Myrick Coyle driving in their number 6 boat with throttleman Tyler Miller as they began their campaign to defend their title in 2022.
Driver's Myrick Coyle. He's also in the S21 stock boat. He's a multi-time world and national champ in Super Cat, and he's a world and national champion in the stock boat as well. We were the national champions for 2021. We were doing really well at the Worlds. We won both Wednesday and Friday, and had a mechanical failure on Sunday to win the World Championships. You know, things come and go, but we're looking to really redeem ourselves here in Cocoa Beach and get this thing back on top of the podium.
CJ Grant's number 54 Graydale boat had driver Chris Grant racing alongside throttleman Billy Moore.
We're pretty confident, you know, we're learning as we go with the boat, and Chris has got a good feel for it now. You know, with the testing we did a few weeks ago, it was just fantastic. We set up a course and just got to where we could just run the boat flat out everywhere we went. You don't ever know until you actually get to the first turn with everybody, and either you're a hero or zero.
We took some high flyers out there. It was pretty good. Oh yeah.
Looking forward to the season. It's a long season, and you know, you can't win the whole season at the first race, but you can definitely make it difficult to win it at the first race if you do something goofy.
The New Zealanders were out in force on NZ11 Pro Floors Racing, which had 2 Kiwis on board, throttleman Grant Brueggemann and driver Wayne Valder.
Yeah, it feels pretty cool to be back. It's been a long time coming. We've been 2.5 years before we can get back. We've been held in jail over in our country, but finally let out, and good to be back, and good to see the sports growing a little bit since I've been away.
WHM Motorsports had Jay Muller on throttle duty alongside driver Britt Lilly, who had a busy weekend racing and winning in Class 1 for Husky Chocolate and in the Stock V race with LSB Hurricane of Awesomeness. And new to the lineup this year was the number 25 boat Dramatised Offshore Racing, with the husband and wife pairing of Tina Rogers driving and Will Rogers on throttle.
So we are new. We don't have anything. We got here by the skin of our teeth with a boat, the truck, and 2 lawn chairs.
And a golf cart.
And a golf cart, yeah. We don't even have an easy up yet.
Yep.
Number 88 SV Offshore had driver Simon Prevost with throttleman Vinny Diorio in their 39-foot Outer Limits manufactured catamaran. The Super Cat class. 7 boats, 7 laps, nearly 53 miles of racing ahead.
Well, we have poles for today, so we'll have to see how we get on. Hopefully we can get to the long straightaway to the first turn. Hopefully we can get there still in the lead and have the inside. This class is pretty tough. Everybody doesn't cut you any slack, so.
So today we pull the starting position, so we pull the 5th position out of 7. We'll try to be in the right position coming into turn 1, which is where the biggest place of the race starts, and then we'll see where we end up after that first turn.
The starting lineup. Great L with the luck of the draw in pole position. New Zealanders Pro Floors Racing in P2. WHM in P3. MCon P4. Team 10 is the outermost boat with Dramatise starting back. The Super Cats line up for the running start and the green flag goes up. Here we go. Great start from MCon as we see Myrick Coyle and Tyler Miller pull away from their onboard. Number 54, Great L, is picking up the pace and surging ahead, eager to capitalise on its pole position for the first corner, where boats have to maintain their lanes. MCon pulling through between WHM to their starboard and SV offshore to their port side as Coyle and Miller lead the field to the commitment buoy. Behind the Super Cats is the race start for the 450R class as number 7 boat MTI starts with the lead. Back to the Super Cats, MCon out in the lead, but Great L is moving up very fast on that inside lane as they approach the commitment buoy and the first turn. And sure enough, Great L's pole position advantage cuts down MCon's lead and gets Great L first to the commitment buoy. MCon still right up there with Great L, but Great L with the shorter turn distance is pulling ahead and will lead the field entering the outside straightaway. Behind the lead boats is NZ11 Pro Floors in 3rd with WHM Motorsports in 4th. Great L Throttleman Billy Moore raced earlier in the Super Stocks for Atlas Offshore Racing and is now leading the charge in the Super Cats. Another man doing double duty out there is driver Myrick Coyle in the MCon boat, having also earlier taken the wheel in the Super Stock for Performance Boat Centre. In the rear is Dramatised Offshore.
Welcome back to the 2022 P1 Offshore St. Petersburg Powerboat Grand Prix presented by Visit St. Pete Clearwater. We are getting race number 2 started, but just before that, I wanted to bring in the chairman of P1, Asif Rangunwala. Asif, great to finally meet you. I think we've met in the past,
Mike.
But thanks for joining us and give us an update on everything that's happening within the sport.
Well, Mike, I've come after about 2 years, and let me tell you, I have not seen powerboat racing like this before.
Awesome.
Okay, and I think we've just got to the top of the, to the top, and it's just going to continue that way.
The pinnacle. We're coming to the pinnacle.
Yeah, we're coming to the
sport.
pinnacle of the sport, and I think first of all, I need to thank the teams because they've not only put in their passion, but they put the money in.
Yep.
Okay, and what I'm seeing out here in St. Pete's is, as I said, I have not seen a field like this either in powerboat racing or in Aquacross. We saw the Aquacross this morning.
Yep.
It went really well.
That really exciting.
That was
exciting
really
racing.
exciting, good stuff. But you're going to see some real serious racing today.
And as the racing goes on, we'll get to see the action from qualifying yesterday. Qualifying new. To offshore powerboat racing, especially over here in the States. You guys did it a lot in Class 1 overseas. But tell us some of the things happening, hopefully, for 2023.
Well, 2023, I think, is a big season for us because it's actually all heading up towards 2024 where Class 1 is officially going to be launched on a global basis. Okay, so I think the platform is set. There's some minor tweaks that still need to take place because these are big boats. Okay, and we hope to get another 3 or 4 teams in, so you're going to be looking upwards of 8 or 10 teams.
That'll be awesome.
Which
if you're speaking for Class 1.
I'm talking about Class 1 right now. All the other guys, these are all feeders. Whether you got bracket class, or you got
Cat.
tunnel boats
Yep.
or super cats or whatever you want to call them, right? These guys are all feeders into that Class 1.
Mm-hmm.
I believe that Azam and his team are working on the model, which is going to be based on franchised. Okay. So they're going to be limited the number of franchises that you can have. Okay. And hopefully from 2024, it's not only going to just be the U.S., but it's going to be global. And I'm looking forward to getting these teams. And we're looking at least another 3 additional teams coming in, not from the U.S., but from Europe and maybe even the Middle East.
Yeah, and what a lot of people don't realize is when Class 1, kind of went downhill overseas, let's say, there are a lot of boats that sit over there in buildings right now. Abu Dhabi has 2 MTIs sitting over there just waiting to come out and go run. Boats that are built similar to Husky, similar to 222 offshore, that you put these 1100 Mercuries in, you can have some great competition.
And you've got the Victory team out of Dubai.
Yep,
Victory's got its own boats.
out of Dubai.
And, those guys are boat builders. They want to come to the U.S. They want to attract the U.S. market because it's such a huge market. You're going to go back into this?
Yeah, well, we've got a yellow flag. Yeah, I appreciate it. Azza, thank you very much for the time.
Thanks for giving me this minute.
Yes, sir.
I'm going to hand over to your next guy.
All right. Race
cheers,
number 2, our first start's going to be Mod V. Second start's going to be Stock V. And our third start's going to be Class 4. All of these boats running 8 laps for 48 miles. Looks like we have a green flag in the Mod V group. They were the first start. Green flag first lap in this start. They will not be doing the dog leg. As here we look at Stock V. This is going to be the second start, Stock V, here in St. Petersburg, Florida. Stock V, we've got 21 Shocker, 99 Twisted T, 66 LSP Hurricane of Awesomeness, Revex Oil, and 33 North Myrtle Beach RV and Resort. Of course, 199 got Travis Pastrana on board that, and I can see LSP Hurricane of Awesomeness, Revex Oil, and I can see Shocker, it looks like. And there's Pit Viper Twisted T way to the outside. A little bit of a course adjustment as we've got Mod V coming down into the turn here as they tour towards St. Petersburg Pier. 8 laps, 48 miles for all 3 classes. This is the first race of the day, second race of the weekend, as we had the bracket classes yesterday race. Big hop there. That looked like it was North Myrtle Beach RV. As we go back to Mod V now. Sunprint in the lead. That is BoatFloater.com in second. And here comes a boat coming back into the mix after taking some time off, Smoking Tuna. Chris Schoenbaum and Frank Saro. Of course, we've got Sunprint with Steve Firm and Steve Miklos, and then we've got BoatFloater.com with the father-son team, Steve and Steven Kildall. Smoking Tuna way behind this group here as Sunprint has got out to the early lead with BoatFloater.com in second. Now back to Stock V. From my vantage point, it looks like LSP Hurricane of Awesomeness, Revex Oil in the lead. North Myrtle Beach RV looks like they are currently in second. Remember, they did not do the dog leg on this lap. This is the start of the race. They will have to do the dog leg next time by. LSP Hurricane of Awesomeness, Revex Oil in the lead. North Myrtle Beach RV Resort just to the outside of them. About 7 or 8 boat lengths back, and then behind them, you've got Pit Viper Twisted T. Kevin Smith not in LSP Hurricane of Awesomeness Revex Oil this weekend. Jay Muller taking that throttle seat over again, running for Britt Lilly. There goes North Myrtle Beach RV, staying just to the outside. Then you'll see Pit Viper Twisted T, 199 Jim York, Travis Pastrana come in just behind them. And now Shocker as Revex Oil, Hurricane of Awesomeness continues to lead over North Myrtle Beach RV. This is class number 3, or class 4, I'm sorry. Cigarette Justice League, we had no class 3. Class 4, Cigarette Justice League in the lead over Boat Racing Experience Rendell Powerboats, who ran class 5 yesterday. They had an epic battle going in third place. Talked to Chris Rendell yesterday, and he said the boat actually overheated, which is something that really never happens to the Rendell Powerboats, he said. So BoatRacingExperience.com and Cigarette Justice League. Cigarette Justice League got Don Urfer and Richard Davis. Boat Racing Experience got Robert Goodwin and Chris Rendell. Remember, Boat Racing Experience, you can lease this Rendell One Design bat boat, come out here and race on a full program where all you have to do is show up and get in the boat. You can do that with the 450 stock class. Later on today, you will see them come out with Super Cat. We'll run through the remainder of the races for the day. Race number 3, first start's going to be Supercat. Second start's going to be 450 factory stock. Supercat's going to run 11 miles for 66 laps. Second start's going to be 450 factory stock, 9 laps for 54 miles. Race 4 is going to be Class 1, 11 laps for 66 miles. And race 5 will be Super Stock, 9 laps for 54 miles. Now, Super Stock did not get to qualify yesterday. We had some pretty significant storms come up to the east of here. So Super Stock did not get to qualify, so their starting positions will be based upon their finishing positions from Michigan City, Indiana. Back to the racing action. Sunprint continues to lead in Mod V, as now Steve will take the dog leg around this yellow buoy, the only left-hand turn on this course. Clockwise rotation, right-hand turn, 6 miles, pretty much east to west. East towards Apollo Beach, and then race back towards St. Petersburg and the St. Petersburg Pier. Beautiful day here. A little bit of a chop, a nice easterly breeze. Not quite as hot as it was yesterday, but I'm sure as the day goes on, it will warm up. I know there's a chance of thunderstorms later this afternoon, as much there are pretty much any time during this year in the west coast of Florida. Sunprint continues to lead. Boatfloater.com in second. I do not see Smokin' Tuna anywhere behind them. So this is an extreme hull, just like LSB Hurricane of Awesomeness RevX Oil. This is what we would call Gen 2 of this hull. There is a Gen 1. And actually, the Killdalls are running what I call the Generation 1 hull in boatfloater.com. So this is Gen 2. And then LSB Hurricane of Awesomeness RevX Oil is Gen 3. And that's the one that Britt Lilly built at his shop in Arnold, Maryland. Steve Miklos and Steve Furman have a lot of racing experience together. Do a lot of testing time. Steve Miklos races a lot of go-karts and road racing. As there you see boatfloater.com. The Killdalls in second place. Now these boats can go as fast as they need to go to be able to win, but they will have to meet spec when they come out. They have to meet a weight requirement. There are drive requirements, engine requirements, so on and so forth. So the P1/Race World Offshore group will tech these boats at the end of the race to make sure they meet the requirements. LSB Hurricane of Awesomeness, RevX Oil, Jay Muller, Britt Lilly out to a commanding lead in Mod V. Looking great. Unfortunately, these boats didn't get to test yesterday to a scheduling conflict. Britt was a little bit worried about Jay getting into the boat. Jay's run this boat before with Britt. But, you want to get out there and test anytime you possibly can. Jay Muller, plenty of experience on the throttles. We'll see Jay Muller later today out in WHM number 5 with Billy Moff. Now coming by the pier on the screen, there we have North Myrtle Beach RV. Looks like they are getting around Smokin' Tuna. So Smokin' Tuna just not running 100%. So right now it's Shocker in second. North Myrtle Beach RV Resort in third. LSB Hurricane of Awesomeness, RevX Oil, Shocker, North Myrtle Beach RV, your top 3 in Pro Stock V. Now that's a Phantom hull. There's multiple Phantoms running here. And Shocker, we learned this morning, Charlie McCarthy, who used to actually own the Shocker boat, had some food poisoning, so they had a throttle man switch this morning as North Myrtle Beach now runs east on this course back towards Apollo Beach. Mark Fernandez filling in Shocker for Charlie McCarthy, who was out with food poisoning. Chris Colson running that boat with him as well. So they continue to run east towards Apollo Beach. 8 laps, just completed lap number 2. 6 remain as all of these boats have kind of spaced out now. Sunprint, your leader in Mod V. They have turned in back towards the dogleg. It's a little rougher out there than what we can tell here from the St. Petersburg Pier. Just a little bit of a chop on top, nothing really substantial, but it is kind of causing these Pro Stock Vs and Mod Vs to run a little bit more conservative. Maybe a little bit more tab down, drive a little bit more tucked in, getting bounced around a bit. Not really chine walking as much. Oh, no. We have a boat down on the course somewhere. Hard to tell who it is or where they are. It's Twisted Tea Pit Viper, 199. They are down. We do have medical rolling over, but they were upright. Can't quite see where they are on the course. The sun glare is a little bit tricky out here today. They must be up towards the east somewhere, over towards Apollo Beach. Sunprint continues to lead in Mod V. Boatfloater.com in second. Not much change here since last time by. Tough day for Jim York and Travis Pastrana as they appear to be out of the race with a mechanical issue. We'll wait for some sort of an update from race control. Oh, they're just there at the dogleg. Okay, I've got my eyes on them now from our vantage point. Boatfloater.com in second. The Killdalls trying to chase down Steve and Steve in Sunprint. This group also running 8 laps. Sunprint looks really good. Nice and flat. Good turn there. Nice carve through the turn. You can see a couple of big hops. But nothing too crazy. As the older Extreme Hull comes in just behind them, coming across the finish line. This will start lap number 3, if I am counting correctly. Boatfloater.com, the Killdalls, always great at getting multiple sponsors. They've got Steal It on board. They've got PB Blaster on board. Boatfloater.com, very professional team. Great bunch here within the Mod V class, rather. LSB Hurricane of Awesomeness, Revex Oil, just saw their teammates down on the outside of the dogleg as they went by. Shocker, though, go back to a little bit wider of a shot. You can probably see, I think Shocker might be making up a little bit of ground on LSB Hurricane of Awesomeness, Revex Oil. They appear to be a little bit closer this time by than they were last. Britt and Kevin come into the corner. They run a really wide line through that first leg. Then they're going to tighten it up to this buoy here, the second pin. Straighten the boat up, pretty much run straight to the next buoy, and then arc their way out. 4-pin turns here in St. Petersburg, Florida. You're watching the 2022 P1 Offshore St. Petersburg Powerboat Grand Prix presented by Visit St. Pete Clearwater. Race number 2 underway. There goes Shocker. This boat was Punisher last year. And Chris Colson bought it from Charlie McCarthy, who was supposed to run the boat today, but we heard he has gotten some food poisoning and he is out. That kind of gives you an idea of the gap between LSB Hurricane of Awesomeness, Revex Oil, and Shocker. I want to see as they come through the dogleg, that's kind of where I'm seeing some of my action. Maybe they're going to make up a little bit of ground. Let's see as this race pans out. They're pretty much heading due east now across Tampa Bay. 6-mile course, so 3-mile straightaways, or just shy of 3-mile straightaways, but big, wide, sweeping turns. As Britt and Jay look like they've got that boat trimmed very, very well. Running flat, not much chine walk side to side. But I've heard multiple times that that's become a very easy boat to run for Britt. Handles very, very well. As they run east towards Apollo Beach here in Tampa Bay. Pan back out. Where's Shocker? And Shocker looks like they may lose a little bit of ground going that way. Hard to say. We'll see what it looks like next time by. This is back out to the dogleg now in Mod V, so they've completed their right-hand turn. Now they're going to run back in towards the dogleg, jog left, and then head down towards the bottom of the course. Pit Viper Twisted Tea, I can see, is under tow by Fast Response Towing. So unfortunate for Jim and Travis, they are headed back early. Of course, Travis Pastrana will jump in Husky Chocolate in Class 1 in our 4th race. It'll be our 3rd race today, our 4th race overall. There's definitely a little bit of a chop out there for these Pro Stock and Mod Vs, though. Throttlman having to do just a little bit of work. And again, I think probably running not a negative setup, but a very flat setup. Don't know if they're running ballast. They could just be using the tabs and the drive to keep the bow down, not wanting to kite it too high. So they've exited the dogleg. Now they're headed towards the westerly turn where the finish line is. Let's see how Steve handled this turn. Steve Miklos, Steve Furman. It looks like they take the bit of a wider line. So all of these single-engine V-bottoms are kind of doing the same thing. They're arcing this first pin-to-pin turn, and then they're going to straighten it up, pretty much run straight to the next pin after that, and then arc it on their way out. BoatFloater.com does the same exact thing, stays right in their whitewater, which means they're probably pretty much seeing the same speeds as Sunprint. Here comes LSB, Hurricane of Awesomeness, Revex Oil. They are turning through the dogleg. There is Shocker. Now, see, when you look at this, it appears to be that Shocker might be making up a little bit of a ground. And I think they are doing so. Maybe just a bit. Big hop there by LSB. I think this is the newest Phantom or one of the newer Phantoms out there. Of course, this is the newest Extreme out there, so a good Extreme Phantom battle in Pro Stock. Beautiful shot there of boat number 66, LSB Hurricane of Awesomeness, Revex Oil, painted in-house by Britt Lilly himself at LSB. Shout out to Amanda and Stella, who are out on land watching Dad and their husband race. Shocker will come in just to your screen right there. They went a little bit further wide, maybe going to try and tuck back to the inside, make up some ground, but they're also trying to stay out of that whitewater. You could actually lose a little bit of time in the whitewater behind one of these boats because of the aeration. And in a saltwater race, the aeration stays so much longer behind the boats. It lasts so much longer. In freshwater races, it pretty much just dissipates very quickly, but not in saltwater races. As now we look at Class 4, Cigarette Justice League and Boat Racing Experience 1 and 2 in Class 4. This is the only bracketed class out here. So, of course, they will have to go back and have their GPSs read to make sure there are no speed infractions in Class 4 racing. Boat Racing Experience, the Rendell Powerboats 1 design. Chris Rendell, the owner of Rendell Powerboats, is throttling that boat today. And again, I said they ran in Class 5 yesterday. They had a great race going in Class 5 until, unfortunately, they overheated and took them out of the event. So this is an interesting competition to talk about because you have a 38 cigarette flat deck who's pretty much a tank, right? It can go through anything you put up against it, against the 26-foot Rendell 1 design, which is a completely different boat. It's got the wings on the side of it. It's a step tall, single engine. And that can kind of show you some of the parity between bracket class racing. You can have a, 2,000 horsepower 38-foot cigarette going up against a 500 or 600 horsepower Rendell 1 design bat boat. But this boat looks really good. Probably the best I've seen it look in a while. Of course, these are tricky boats to run. They're very narrow, very tight inside the cockpit. You are right up against the throttleman and the driver, pretty much touching shoulders inside that boat. Back to Modv. Sunprint continues to lead BoatFloater.com. It looks like BoatFloater.com to me might be making up just a little bit of ground. Maybe just a bit. I'm wondering how much these conditions might be changing out towards this westerly turn, or easterly turn rather, the turn furthest away from our vantage point. Because to me it looks like Sunprint might be making up some ground. Oh no, we've got a boat down on the course. LSB Hurricane of Awesomeness, Revex Oil is down. I can't see where they are, but on the live stream we can see they are down. Looks like almost all the way out in that westerly turn. They are down. LSB Hurricane of Awesomeness right now off a plane, possibly in the middle of the course. Not sure what happened. BoatFloater.com now chasing down Sunprint. I think the Killdalls might be making up a little bit of ground somewhere on this course. Wondering if it's happening through the easterly turn. But they are staying right in the wake of Sunprint. So these boats pretty much running identical lines. Pit Viper Twisted T now comes across. So now Shocker is in the lead in Pro Stock. So the two LSB entries are out of the Pro Stock race. Twisted Tea Pit Viper out early. Not sure what happened there. They are just to my left getting towed back in. And LSB Hurricane of Awesomeness RevX Oil down on the outside of the course. Tough day for the LSB team. Of course, Travis Pastrana will come out later today in Class 1 with Steve Curtis and Husky Chocolate. So there is Sunprint. Shocker. They have a huge lead now over North Myrtle Beach RV and Resort. These guys should be able to just kind of put it on a little bit of cruise control now, run their race, save the equipment. No reason to do anything too drastic or too crazy. As Mark Fernandez, who is throttling, filling in for Charlie McCarthy. This is a new boat to Chris. Only gotten to race it a handful of times, definitely starting to get it figured out. And I did see, as I said, Charlie McCarthy was supposed to throttle with it, so since it was Charlie's boat prior to this, Charlie has a lot of experience trying to help him set it up, get it running, get it going faster. As Sunprint now runs out west. And we'll see with this shot if we can kind of get an eye on LSP Hurricane of Awesomeness RevX Oil. They were upright, everything was okay. The hatch wasn't even open last time I saw them. So let's see where those guys are. Sunprint continues to lead over boatfloater.com. This is race number 2 of the P1 Offshore St. Petersburg Powerboat Grand Prix presented by Visit St. Pete Clearwater. Beautiful day here in St. Petersburg, Florida. Right here on St. Petersburg Pier looking out across beautiful Tampa Bay. Some race officials and I were playing a little bit of a game earlier trying to figure out where we were. We figured out, well, that's Apollo Beach directly to our east. Sun City, Florida, down to our southeast. As now Sunprint looks like they are going to maybe put Smoking Tuna a lap down going through the dogleg. Looking for boatfloater.com. They were behind them. There's a boat just to the other side of them, but that should be Smoking Tuna. Let's see. Nope, I'm sorry. That's boatfloater.com. So boatfloater.com went way to the inside. Looks like they're going to split Smoking Tuna. Smoking Tuna has been slow since the start. Not sure what happened. So there is Sunprint, boatfloater.com. Now they should turn back inside of Smoking Tuna. Smoking Tuna should hopefully have a rear view camera and kind of see that boatfloater.com is coming down behind them. They don't want to get in the middle of this battle. And I thought last time by that Boat Floater was making up maybe a little bit of ground on Sunprint, but I don't think so this time. Maybe lost just a little bit. That's Smoking Tuna to the left, boatfloater.com. Of course, Smoking Tuna is running Pro Stock V, and Sunprint and Boat Floater running Mod V. That kind of gives you an idea of the gap between 1 and 2. Sunprint went out a little bit wider that time in the turn, but again, they're just going to square it up, run a straight line through to the next pin. Was talking to the CMR team, CMR Ray Marine team, Sean Torrente and Sean Connor, and they were talking about keeping the wheel straight, keeping the drive straight on this particular race course because these straightaways are so long and these turns are pretty long. They want to turn the boat as little as possible because, of course, anytime you turn the steering wheel, you're scrubbing speed, you're slowing the boat down hydrodynamically. So kind of starting to see the same thing with Boat Floater and Sunprint. And Boat Floater, again, just staying right in that line behind Sunprint. So I think these two boats are running right on their setup. I did think Boat Floater was a little bit faster at one point, but they have seemed to slow just a bit. LSB Hurricane of Awesomeness, RevX Oil out, Pit Viper Twisted Tea out. Not sure what happened to either one of those boats. I did see Pit Viper Twisted Tea coming towed back in already. So there is Shocker. They are your leader in Pro Stock V. And I think that, as I look up from the monitor, I think that might be LSB Hurricane of Awesomeness RevX Oil now up on a plane behind them, but hard to tell. See if we can zoom out. Yep, okay, so LSB Hurricane of Awesomeness RevX Oil is up and running again, but I think they may be a lap down. And they are running definitely what appears to be a lot slower than Shocker. Now, these boats are running the 525 Mercury Racing engine package, so they do have what's called Guardian mode on them. And from what I understand, there were a couple of teams in various classes with Guardian mode issues yesterday. So sometimes if the boat goes into Guardian mode, you can shut it down, turn off the battery switch, clear the code, and it'll get back up and running again. But Britt and Jay definitely very, very slow. So right now just trying to go out and get points, but it is good to see them up and running again. So one of the LSB boats back into the race as Shocker continues to lead in Pro Stock V. Get an update from Jay and Britt later as to what happened. Now, yesterday, when we came up here to start the broadcast for the first race, it was actually kind of just like this, a little bit of a chop wind kind of out of the east, and it actually laid down by the time we went to qualifying. So let's see if we can get the same thing to happen. Again, they are calling for the chance of storms later on today, as is a pretty common regular occurrence in South Florida. Cigarette Justice League, your leader in Class 4. Of course, this team has a new boat. They will be out in Super Cat in number 8 Justice League later today. Winding down the laps here of race number 2, race number 3. We'll be up very shortly after this one. We'll kind of see what time this one stops and then look to race control for maybe an updated start on the second one. 437 Cigarette Justice League kind of open up a little bit more of a lead over boat racing experience. But again, black bracket class racing, these guys need to watch their speed, make sure they don't go over their speed mark or they will get disqualified. That's a good shot of what the Bat boat does. Nothing abnormal there at all. That boat is very, very narrow, tends to chine walk, dip those wings in the side back and forth. Kind of act as stabilizers or a little bit of trim tabs, if you would. As here comes Sunprint, so they're getting ready to go lap the Class 4 boats. And it's where I thought BoatFloater.com was starting to make up some ground on Sunprint. I think now maybe I actually think they've lost some ground. We've got one lap remaining for this Mod V class. And this is a setup class. Talk about it all the time about weight and prop and fuel and ballast. And it's a very common thing for a boat to start off great on its setup, very fast, lots of acceleration out of the corners, good turning abilities, being able to carry the speed, momentum through the corners. But then as the race goes on, the boat gets lighter and lighter and lighter, and you really have to change your attitude, your angle, and your trim. And start slowing the boat down, or it will start slowing the boat down. It's going away from your setup. Maybe that's what's kind of getting to BoatFloater.com. Here is Smoke and Tuna. They are running currently, well, it depends on what's going on with LSB. They could be in second right now in Pro Stock V. It depends on if they were able to put Britt and Jay a lap down. But they should be starting their last lap as well. So wrapping up race number 2. Here for the 2022 P1 Offshore St. Petersburg Powerboat Grand Prix presented by Visit St. Pete Clearwater. This event produced by P1 Offshore. The official media partner of P1 Offshore is speedonthewater.com. Go to p1offshore.com for all the race information. See the schedule, keep up with your teams, buy some merchandise. On Facebook, look for P1 Offshore, and Instagram, look for P1 Offshore. For post coverage of the event, go to speedonthewater.com. All things boating, all things racing, poker running, manufacturing, speedonthewater.com. If you've never gotten to check out their In the Lead series, a series they've been doing over the past about year and a half. They just did one with the throttle man for MCON, Tyler Miller. Now, Randy Sissom, the In the Lead with Randy Sissom was my favorite, and everybody says the Tyler Miller one was their favorite, so I look forward to getting to watch the Tyler Miller In the Lead. Speedonthewater.com to check out those videos. North Myrtle Beach RV and Resort. This was our third entry in the pro stock class. And last time they came by, they were dumping ballast off. I'm sorry, Smoking Tuna was running Mod V, and North Myrtle Beach RV is running pro stock. They were dumping ballast off last time by. So again, it kind of comes into their setup situation. Maybe they just guessed wrong. There is a bit of a chop out here. I think it's actually laid down since the start of this race. The boats don't appear to be flying around just as much. So right now, Shocker is in the lead. It's going to be North Myrtle Beach RV and Resort in second. LSB Hurricane of Awesomeness, Revex Oil in third as they got up and running again. Pit Viper Twisted Tea out early and towed already back into the crane area. As that was a good shot of that Phantom. Here comes the Extreme. I know Britt's even got some orders for some new boats to build of this. This is his boat, the original hull number 1 out of LSB. Had a great amount of success, went completely undefeated in the back half of the 2021 season through Englewood and Key West. Struggling today here with some sort of mechanical issue. But out there to run and try and get points. Cigarette Justice League. They are coming across. They have opened up way a ways from boat racing experience. So now you've got to wonder about the speed brackets. They'll go back to the pits and make sure that they did not break out of their speed bracket. Not saying that they did. The boat racing experience team could have slowed and had some sort of an issue. But a classic flat deck cigarette, 38 feet long, number 6 drives. As here you see boatfloater.com. And we get the white flag lap. So this might be the last lap for everybody who may have been misinformed. Again, I apologize about not being able to count laps. Kind of hard to do with multiple boats out here. And you're keeping the racing action live. Sunprint continues to lead in Mod V. Boatfloater.com in second. Smoke and Tuna in third. Nothing has changed since this race has started. I thought Boatfloater.com was able to make up just a little bit of ground on Sunprint, but it doesn't appear to be that way now. So this is going to be Sunprint's races to lose. There is Smoke and Tuna. Now they are getting ready to go a lap down to Shocker, not in the same class, so it won't be that big of a deal. Smoke and Tuna going to stay to the inside of the dogleg. Smart move there. Shocker to the outside. Shocker's got such a commanding lead now in pro stock that they really don't need to worry about doing anything. They can actually probably lift quite a bit, just run their race around this course and finish in one piece, and they will take the checkered flag for the day. Smoke and Tuna. Of course, Smoke and Tuna, a bar down in Key West, Florida. One of my most favorite places to eat when I am down there for the races. Now, Smoke and Tuna is a fountain hull. And I think that may have been the Watch Your Back fountain, once owned by Doc Jansen. There's Shocker now to the outside of them. Beautiful turn by Shocker. Good race for the Shocker team, considering their throttleman, Charlie McCarthy, out with food poisoning. And they had to get a backup throttleman in the boat literally about 10 minutes before the race started is when we heard this information. Mark Fernandez filling in for Charlie McCarthy. As Shocker comes across the finish line, these boats take their white flag as well. So this will be the last lap for them. 8 laps, 48 miles in the books. Next race will be Super Cat in the first start, and in the second start, it'll be 450 factory stock. Brand new 450 factory stock team out here today. As they said in the drivers' meeting, this will be the first opportunity for the 450 factory stock teams to collect national championship points. As per the APBA rules, you have to have 3 boats in the class. Taylor Sism with TS Motorsports started out. Then you had Clovar come on board, and now you have GC Racing is the new 450 factory stock team, making it 3 boats in that class today. Great to see the growth in that class, really structured and built around Randy Sism And the GC team is actually on the Empty Air Concierge program. So talking to Milton, their crew chief, earlier today, and basically the team shows up, the boat's here, it's ready to go. They get in, they race it, they leave. The boat will go back to the haulover facility in South Florida, and it's housed there. And for the next race, it'll be taken to the next race by the MTI team. So it's a full racing concierge service, which is fantastic for somebody that doesn't want to make the full investment in the haulers and the crew and getting everything to and from the races. Now, there is, of course, an expense with that. But we'll see how it works out for that GC racing team as they get ready to compete for their first ever time here in St. Petersburg, Florida. So this should be the checkered flag for Sunprint. They have kind of caught up to Cigarette Justice League. That's the wake you see in front of them, a Class 4 boat. Now there it looks like, from my vantage point, BoatFloater.com maybe made up just a little bit of ground. Cigarette Justice League exit the turn. There is Sunprint. A lot of white water behind that twin-engine 38 flat deck Cigarette. Got to be kind of careful with these step-bottom boats. And that will be the checkered flag for Sunprint in Mod V. BoatFloater.com will come across the line in second. And Smokin' Tuna will come across the line in third. Not the best day for the Killdalls. They were running real good at the start. I thought they had some speed on Sunprint, but they were unable to do so. This is not the checkered flag for LSB Hurricane of Awesomeness Revex Oil or Boat Racing Experience. This is the white flag lap for those boats. All running 8 laps, but you're looking at slower boats, so it took a little bit longer. Shocker exits the easterly turn, now headed back towards the dogleg. Pretty much running unopposed in Pro Stock now. After LSV Hurricane of Awesomeness, Revex Oil went down with a mechanical issue. Pit Viper Twisted Tea out early with a mechanical issue. And North Myrtle Beach RV and Resort just not running as good as we know that boat can run. They'll have some work to go home and do before the next race. As this Phantom, got to see Will Smith was standing out here on the St. Petersburg Pier earlier today. There's Will Smith, the builder of these Phantom race boats. And if you get to see the Phantom race boats side by side, if you looked at like North Myrtle Beach RV Resort and Shocker, you get to see how much more the deck is cut down, how much more the cockpit is cut down. Will Smith has really done a lot of work over the years to get the aerodynamics of these boats to change. Shocker taking a nice wide line. Chris Colson, Mark Fernandez, going to take the checkered flag halfway through this turn right in front of the beautiful St. Petersburg Pier. As we wrap up our second race of the event, first race of the day. Next race will be Super Cat, factory stock. Race after that will then be Class 1, and the race after that will be Super Stock. Going to be some very exciting racing as the day goes on. Of course, Super Cat, the last time we saw Super Cats was in Michigan City, Indiana, and it was wickedly rough up there. Great L took the win. Billy Moore was perfect on his setup. Let's see if they can repeat here in St. Petersburg. Of course, going to have to watch out for MCON and WHM. Got Justice League, a new team coming out here in Super Cat. Then you have SV Offshore and Liquor Split. And Liquor Split was a very pleasant surprise yesterday in qualifying, as they will actually start third position today in Super Cat. There is North Myrtle Beach RV and Resort. This is the older generation Phantom I was talking about. You can see the taller windshield, the taller rear engine hatch of the boat. Just a kind of a taller boat overall, not quite as cut down as Shocker. But this is still a very competitive boat in this Pro Stock class. Again, this is just such a setup race, a setup group that, you know, if you just miss it by one, pitch of propeller, just a little bit of weight, unfortunately, this is the day you can have. Kirk Hanna, Mark Renda have done a great job with this boat very fast. Of course, Kirk Hanna owns North Myrtle Beach RV and Resort. Yep, you can see dumping ballast there too. So not sure why they would have had ballast on such a flatter track as this. And it's definitely starting to lay down just a little bit. That breeze is not quite as strong as they come across and take the checkered flag. So Cigarette Justice League, Class 4. These will be your unofficial winners here. Of course, we say unofficial until we go back and see the GPSs are read to make sure that there are no speed infractions that will be issued. Great run by the Shocker boys. LSB Hurricane of Awesomeness Revex Oil slowed with some sort of mechanical issue. Not sure what happened there. As there goes Cigarette Justice League, here comes Boat Racing Experience, Rendell Powerboats. They will come across and unofficially take second place. They have gone through the dogleg. Not quite sure what happened to Chris. They were running really right up there with Cigarette Justice League. As I said yesterday in Class 5, they had an overheat issue. So not sure if that was the same issue here or not, but they will come across the line and finish the race and hope for some sort of maybe penalty infraction with Cigarette Justice League and the speed bracket. Wrapping up the first race here on Sunday, 2022 P1 Offshore St. Petersburg Powerboat Grand Prix presented by Visit St. Pete Clearwater. Go to p1offshore.com for more information. Follow P1 on Facebook and P1 on Instagram. P1 Offshore. Got the chance to talk to Asif Rangudwala, the chairman of P1, just at the start of this race briefly, kind of giving us some insight in 2023 and 2024, the future of P1 and Class 1 and racing as they move towards the coming years. So there's the checkered flag for Boat Racing Experience. So we should have one boat left on the course, and that should be Smoke and Tuna. And there they are. They will come up through the dogleg, come through and complete their laps today here in St. Petersburg. So to recap very quickly, Pro Stock V, Pit Viper Twisted T out early with a mechanical issue. LSB Hurricane of Awesomeness, Revex Oil had the lead over Shocker, but then they slowed, went down with a mechanical issue, never recovered. Actually, they did recover, but never got the speed back and limped around the course, quite possibly in Guardian Motor with some sort of mechanical issue. That handed the lead over to Shocker, and they led from there and hooked the unofficial first place in Pro Stock. Mod V, BoatFloater.com, Sunprint, let's start to finish. BoatFloater.com in second. Thought they were making up just a little bit of ground, but not enough in the end. So it was BoatFloater.com in first, Sunprint in first, BoatFloater.com in second, and now Smoke and Tuna in third. Apologize about the confusion there. As Smoke and Tuna will come around this final turn. So we're going to take a quick break. We're going to talk to race control, see if we can get a schedule time update on the next race, and we'll throw that up on the screen as a graphic when we have a better idea of what's going on. We are a little bit behind schedule currently. You're watching the 2022 P1 Offshore St. Petersburg Powerboat Grand Prix presented by Visit St. Pete Clearwater. Beautiful day down here in St. Petersburg. If you're out here in St. Petersburg, Florida, come out to the St. Petersburg Pier. Check out the VIP area at the very end of the pier. Great place to watch a race, as you'll see all the live action right in front of you. There is the checkered flag for Smoke and Tuna. So that wraps up race number 2. Race number 3 coming up next. Supercat, 11 laps, 66 miles in the first start, and 450 factory stack, 9 laps for 54 miles as we wrap up the first race here for the 2022 P1 St. Petersburg Powerboat Grand Prix presented by VisitStPeteClearwater.com. We'll update you with some times on the next race. We'll be right back. A lot of focus with right around 2 o'clock.
It's mid-season in the world's most prestigious powerboat racing series, Class 1. Finally back after a long break as veteran legends lock horns with fresh new talent in the quest for glory. With 3 races down and 3 to go, the season goes into overdrive to see who will be the 2022 Class 1 World Powerboat Champion. The 2022 season kicked off with thunder on Cocoa Beach in Florida's beautiful Space Coast, which had famously rough seas, a spectacular show for fans that was followed by the Sarasota Powerboat Grandprix with a super fast circuit, full throttle racing in bumpy seas yet again. Then the series moved north to Michigan City, with the stormy waters of Lake Michigan providing a heart-thumping, action-packed weekend of racing. Let's start with round one on Cocoa Beach. Thunder on Cocoa Beach, a decades-long classic on Florida's beautiful Space Coast. Multiple classes were raced, including the Superstock and Supercats, in a powerboat celebration that went the entire weekend. There were 5 teams competing at Cocoa Beach, with both fresh and familiar faces on hand. The circuit for Thunder on Cocoa Beach ran along the shore, giving fans the opportunity to experience the thrill of seeing these boats up close along the entire circuit. As the first Class 1 race of the 2022 season was set to go, 345 Racing ex-insurance team were working right up to the final moments before the race, fixing their drive shaft. The pole position lineup was determined by a random draw, and JBS Racing drew the coveted top spot. Race time as the boats made their way from the wet pits and out into the circuit for the 8-lap race on this 7.5-mile circuit for a total racing distance of 60 miles. But that does not sound or look good for 345 Racing as X-Insurance breaks down and stops on its way out into the circuit. They are unable to start. Seconds to go before the start. Green flag, the race is on. The boats floor at 2,200 horsepower in a drag race to the Commitment Buoy. 222 Offshore Australia nailed the first start of the 2022 Class 1 season, getting the timing absolutely spot on, and they race off into the lead. No penalties going the way of driver Darren Nicholson and throttleman Giovanni Carpitella. Nigel Hook and Jay Johnson of Lucas Oil were pulling away in third as Jeff Stevenson and Michael Stancombe in the JBS boat trailed in fourth. The team to catch was Giovanni Carpitella and Darren Nicholson in the lead boat. And just look at what those waves and bumps feel like in the cockpit. Drivers really getting a beatdown lap after lap. Lucas Oil Satcom Direct E3 were in third and going strong, but just 1 lap later they ground to a halt and bowed out with an engine issue. JBS Racing moved up into third position. Curtis and Lilly appeared to be upping the speed on the straightaways as they built momentum and rhythm in the middle portion of the race. 222 Offshore Australia found the going rough, and as they entered the straightaway on the back stretch with the bigger waves, they took some big air and slammed down hard. They came to a complete standstill, floating on the waves. Disaster for 222 Offshore Australia, who were out of the race. JBS was still in the race and on course for a runner-up finish in their first ever Class 1 run. Husky Racing Husky Chocolate Steve Curtis and Britt Lilly were on their way for a record 9th Class 1 world title. Husky the winners with 20 points, JBS second with 15, and 222 Offshore Australia's Giovanni Carpitella and Darren Nicholson could take consolation in third place and 12 points on the board.
Really good down the water. We found out afterwards actually that 222 jumped the start, so they got a 30-second penalty, which would have been nice to know halfway through the race. Wow. Wouldn't have pushed so hard. Yeah, I don't know if we'd have got by them, like I said before, but the boat was all set up, didn't miss a beat, so we were super happy.
It's a day, we finished. But to come first you got to finish, so unfortunately, yeah.
This is a race, you know, sometimes it's for 10 euro pieces, sometimes it's for a big one, but it's a racing.
It's a dream come true. Never in my 55 years and 35 years of racing offshore that I thought I would be racing against the Class 1 gentlemen.
Round 2 kicked off with the 37th annual Sarasota Powerboat Grandprix on southwest Florida's Gulf Coast. Sarasota County provided the quintessential white sand beach getaway with golden sunsets and a very vibrant social and artistic scene. The weekend kicked off with a block party sponsored by CMR Construction and Roofing as the behemoths assembled downtown for the traditional boat parade, as fans got a chance to see the boats up close and also meet some of the drivers, including Travis Pastrana, who was back with Husky Racing after missing round 1 in Cocoa Beach. There were 4 teams competing in round 2 of the Class 1 Championship in Sarasota, with Lucas Oil Satcom Direct E3 unable to join. The big news in the lineups going into round 2 was the return of the legendary Travis Pastrana, a golden boy of extreme sports and multiple motocross champion. He joins throttleman Steve Curtis in Husky Racing with a win under their belt.
Well, it's great. I mean, we've got a lot of catching up to do, so practice is really important today in pole position, but I think we'll get back in the swing of things real fast.
I'm just really happy to be back, and Husky Chocolate's been absolutely dominating. They won the Indy 500 as well, so I'm going to try to step in and keep that going.
The course in Sarasota is a 9-pin oval circuit. Its long, sweeping, high-speed turns allow boats to run at almost full throttle.
It's a pretty simple course. It's got some long sweeping bends, so it's a very technical course. You know, pretty much down to the driver to keep it up and flowing. So if we lose, it's Travis's fault.
All right.
If we win, it's me.
And that's probably accurate. Yes, that sounds good.
Since 2019, these Class 1 boats have been powered by twin-turbocharged 9-litre 1,100 horsepower Mercury V8 engines, which are designed to add a level of reliability while also cutting costs. Here's Stuart Halley, General Manager of Mercury Racing, talking about these engines.
To make the playing field level, what we do is we mechanically seal our engines, and then we also manage the ECUs to make sure that they're in factory-side conditions and nothing's been modified. That way, the teams can focus on hydrodynamic setup, and they have the benefit of a reliable engine based on a production engine, so they can really focus on test time. A lot of the race-specific engines would have finite lives, so the engines we have today really aid the teams in again, test time and setting up. That way it highlights the skill sets of the driver, throttleman, and the teams.
After the lottery draw on Cocoa Beach in round 1, round 2 offered a true qualifier to determine the starting lineup and which boat would take the coveted pole position. X Insurance went out early, finally putting their sleek red boat through its paces. Pratt and Jennings hungry for some action, but disaster struck just half a lap into their flying lap.
It looks like there's a hole in the bottom of the boat. I don't know. We were following LPC. Miles lost steering, so we came off the throttles, and the side of the boat ripped the steering out, the lines, and it just kind of exploded, and the dashboard broke apart and everything. So
we might just forego pole.
The damage was too extensive to fix in time for the race, and so they were out again. Huge disappointment for Alex Pratt, as he was yet to get a single race lap in on the water. It was smooth sailing for Husky, however, as Curtis and Pastrana set the fastest lap time at 3 minutes 14 seconds. 222 Offshore Australia were 3 seconds off the pace at 3 minutes 17 seconds. JBS Racing ran into an electrical problem in qualifying, yet they got third fastest after Husky and 222 Offshore Australia. So Husky Racing took pole, Pastrana and Curtis with the best seats in the house.
So it's a couple of foot out there. It was enough that you couldn't, run it loose and hang it out, but you had to tuck it under, and it was a fine line between being tucked under and then trimmed out to get the speed. So, but it was all good. We're obviously really happy. The guys did a great job on the boat. So, yeah, everything's super.
Race day, with crowds gathering along Lido Beach and the VIP tent in anticipation of round 2. JBS Racing were putting their MTI boat in the water, but they encountered a problem.
We got delivered another issue this morning. Jeff, my driver's actually in the hospital, the owner, with kidney stone, so I've had to find a guy to sub in for me today. Kind of disheartening. I love being in the boat with Jeff, so our prayers are out to him.
Jeff Stevenson's place would be filled by Charlie McCarthy on driving duty. Teams awaiting the green flag rolling start as the boats lined up. The green flag goes up, the race was on. Great start from 222 offshore Australia as they nudged ahead of the pole sitters. But Husky find their pace and begin to pull ahead down that opening straightaway. Husky Chocolate moved into the lead ahead of 222 offshore Australia as Curtis found the balance and the speed they needed on the inside, but the waves were big and unpredictable. After taking a big hit, Husky lost power on one of their 1,100 horsepower Mercury engines. Sure enough, this put Darren Nicholson and Giovanni Carpitella in the lead. JBS Racing also passed Husky, Curtis and Pastrana dropping to third as they tried to get their engines fired back up. When Curtis and Pastrana finally managed to get the boat back up and running, they found themselves 35 seconds behind the race leaders, 222 offshore Australia. Out in the lead, look at those waves, the boats bobbing and hopping as teams struggled to keep their noses down and those props in the water. And there's Husky, Curtis upping the pace as they made up the lost time and caught up with the lead boats. Husky was back in striking distance of JBS 2 laps later. Husky Chocolate was on the inside, JBS staying outside, and a great display of sportsmanship from JBS. Stancombe and McCarthy gave the lane to Husky. 222 offshore Australia were next. Nicholson and Carpitella in their sights as Husky went on the warpath. By lap 6, the lead was cut even further. The two boats locked horns in a drag race, with Husky finding the clean water and the top speed on the outside that propelled them past the Aussie team. In third place, JBS Racing's bad luck in Sarasota continued as they suffered a mechanical issue and had to pull off the circuit. And so Husky Racing cruising in the lead, on track for yet another 20 points, making them clear favourites for the world title this year.
One of the coolest things ever. Steve always said he's like, oh, we can turn it up, we can turn it up. And we stalled at the beginning. So I looked over and said, now I'm going to see what fast is like. And man, was it fast. Pretty cool, pretty freaking cool.
It was weird, wasn't it, that water? You get along and you can hang it and you go, oh, this is going to go, boom.
Bang, yeah.
We went off the gate, we got a great start, hit the right on the pin. We went off, it was running like a freight train, we hit a really big wave, jumped up, but it all level and nice, came down, one engine shut down.
We have a couple of alarms and we wrong the setup. We don't understand it's rough like this outside, so we are too much light.
Charlie did an incredible job. I'm glad I picked him to come in the boat with me. I'll let him in there anytime.
The overall results after round 2. Husky Racing sit atop the world standings with 40 points, and on 27 points apiece are 222 offshore Australia and JBS Racing. Class 1 Series headed to Michigan City, Indiana, for the first freshwater race of the season on the Great Lake of Michigan. This venue is famous for its rough seas and high winds, as the battle in the north was on, with multiple classes racing for an action-packed weekend. To kick things off, a boat parade where teams showed off their machines and riders met and mingled with fans as Michigan City turned out to greet the Class 1 fleet. Races down and 4 to go, it was critical for teams to rack up points. There were 4 boats racing in the Great Lake Michigan Grand Prix, the only major change being the new boat and number for 345 Racing X Insurance. After 2 breakdowns in 2 outings with no laps raced, Miles Jennings and Alex Pratt could finally look forward to some action in their new number 11 X-Insurance Good Boy Vodka boat.
So we started the season with two unlucky races. Broke the boat both times, unfortunately. We actually purchased a new boat, put a team together in 30 days, record time. It's been an amazing boat. We're really looking forward to going around circles today.
Jeff Stevenson was back in the driver's seat for JBS Racing. The team owner fit and healthy and ready to race alongside Michael Stanko on throttle. The circuit on Lake Michigan was a short sausage course with very tight turns, fresh water and winds and waves expected. Teams filed out for the qualifying to see who would take the pole position race. Husky went out and, true to form, laid down a blistering lap of 2 minutes 03.67. 222 Offshore Australia off the pace with a time of 2 minutes 06.11. X-Insurance were still to find the proper weight distribution or setup on their new boat.
We've arrived at the first race without any real testing, so we're not sure about weights or props or how it's going to work and happen.
X-Insurance Good Boy Vodka had a decent run without any mishaps, but they weren't fast enough to catch Husky Chocolate with a time of 2 minutes 13.11. Bad luck for JBS Racing. They did manage to get a lap in, but then had to retire with electrical issues that they'd been dealing with in the previous round. So Husky Chocolate with the best seat in the house ahead of the 3rd race of the season. 222 Offshore Australia in P2, X-Insurance P3, and then JBS Racing 4th. Race day on Lake Michigan with conditions stormy and rough on the water. There was carnage in the wet pits as boats from previous races in other categories came back in, and the Class 1 teams scrambled to make last-minute setups ahead of the 3rd race of the season.
It's picking up, and we've decided to make a change. Might be the right decision, might be the wrong decision, but it's going pretty snotty out there, and the weather looks like it's staying in. So.
It got real windy. They were it's so rough. They're flying.
I saw the condition is increasing. I watched the super stock racing, and it's going up and up and up. Last decision to reduce the ratio for a more grip and more acceleration.
We're kind of set up for a short, lumpy course. He's feeling good, I'm feeling good. Boat's running the way she should, so we're going to give it hell.
A break in the weather allows teams to get the boats out and into the lineup on tempestuous waters. The green flag goes up, the race was on. Great start from Husky Chocolate as Steve Curtis and Travis Pastrana start in pole with the inside lane advantage to the Commitment Boy. It's a very rough, very bumpy ride ahead for all teams. The Aussie boat has the speed as they catch up to Husky, and the two go neck and neck on the drag race to that first turn. Darren Nicholson and Giovanni Carpitella going all out. What a run from 222 Offshore Australia as they nudge ahead in very rough waves. Incredible speed in this duel between two of the best throttlemen in powerboat racing, Curtis versus Carpitella. In 3rd place is X-Insurance. Jennings and Pratt finally on the water and in the race for the first time this year.
The east side of the course.
Here they are at the first turn. 222 Offshore Australia gets there first, but they are on the outside while Husky has the inside lane advantage as they come around. And they get through to the back straight, still neck and neck. 222 Offshore Australia is not easing up on the pace. Can Husky Chocolate keep up with the blue and grey? The water's even heavier on the back straight, but Carpitella is not easing off on the throttle, keeping up that exceptional pace as 222 Offshore Australia finds its rhythm and outpaces Husky. Going in 3rd, X-Insurance riding the bumpy waters, trying to keep that nose down and those props in the water. Oh, they nearly lose it. The nose goes up, but they make it back on the water. JBS Racing close behind X Insurance as Stancombe and Stevenson try to move up into the top 3. Meanwhile, Carpitella and Nicholson have opened their lead against Husky. But they know there is no time or room to ease off, with 10 more laps to go out there on very rough, unrelenting waters.
V-Class, they're the ones that are racing for the big
X Insurance holds on to third, but they're getting a real beating out there, and they may have miscalculated the boat's weighting. Maybe too light on the front end as that nose keeps popping up. Meanwhile, JBS Racing just skipping over those waves, getting a good rhythm going as Stancombe and Stevenson pick up the pace and start moving up on X Insurance. JBS Racing catches up with X Insurance on the outside as Jennings and Pratt struggle to keep that nose down and that boat flat. X Insurance is taking a lot of air on the edge of control, but Pratt and Jennings keep on keeping on. And look at JBS Racing on the outside, zipping past the struggling X Insurance as Stancombe and Stevenson find the clear outside waters to take third place going into the turn. And sure enough, there's damage on the X Insurance boat's rear starboard side. Out in the lead, Carpitella and Nicholson as 222 Offshore Australia solidify first place with some very smooth handling on what are very rough conditions, maintaining over 10 boat lengths on Curtis and Pastrana in the Husky Chocolate boat. Carpitella masterful in these conditions, very much a throttleman's race out there on Lake Michigan. But behind them, Curtis is known to feel the course out for the first few laps and then power past into the lead. Can 222 hold on for the remaining laps? The damage appears not to be holding Jennings and Pratt back as they find a rhythm, keep the nose down and get the pace to now move up and challenge JBS for third on the inside lane. And they do it! What a comeback from Pratt and Jennings. X Insurance grabs third place on the inside going into that turn. Kudos to Pratt in his first ever Class 1 race as throttleman. X Insurance almost goes over again, but they keep going in this never say die display. Meanwhile, the hard-charging 222 Offshore Australia reigns supreme. Coming up on the two back markers, about to lap JBS and X Insurance. The Aussie boat speeds past JBS, catches X Insurance. The two going around neck and neck. Will this slow 222's momentum, giving Husky an opportunity to close the gap? But it seems no bother to Nicholson and Carpitella as they glide past at full speed. Never skipping a beat, a flawless performance on the day from 222 Offshore Australia setup. JBS Racing to the end, but it was too much for the boat. Stancombe and Stevenson out of the race near the end. Carpitella and Nicholson's sublime performance paid off. They finished the race and stayed ahead of Husky to win their first race of the year. Husky runners-up using their 13-point world standings cushion to fight another day. And hats off to X Insurance Good Boy Vodka, who despite the huge hits, finished the race and got themselves on the podium. A much-needed win for 222 Offshore Australia, which keeps their 2022 world title hopes alive as they take 20 points.
Bad towing. Bad towing. Yeah, needed that.
At last. That's 3 in a row we've been in the lead. Finally got one across the line.
We are long. We need to be more short in the propeller for our power playing up the waves. Like this, we are on the waves. So, and I have to reverse the styling of throttling, completely reverse, because I don't have the power to broke the waves. You know, that's good. Good race.
First straightaway we took off. Oh, like, oh God, this is it. This is where it ends. That was great though. It was fun. Those guys, 222 had a good run. Right, guys.
That was good. Felt that we were faster going up the beach and they were faster on the other leg. We had a couple of Guardian modes come in and stuff like that. But you know, hey, they did a fantastic race. We were happy, you know, that we got to finish, got it home and stuff, and we're still leading the championship, and that's the main thing.
We needed a lot more weight up front. We had no trim left, so we just tried to do the best we could and finish. But we saw JBS pulling up, so we had to kind of get a little faster for a second there. But we were trimmed all the way in, dude, and it was still just not even close enough weight up front. We came around that last turn, and there was just a huge dip, and we came way off of it. And we had it no acceleration, but it just went, set it down, and we just kept going. But we didn't realize half the boat was
We knew at that point we couldn't catch the third. Obviously the handling of the boat wasn't good enough for that. But we wanted to make sure we stayed ahead of JBS across the race.
Yeah.
We weren't going to finish behind them.
Yeah.
So
we did finish behind them, right?
Absolutely. We weren't going to do that.
In the overall standings, Triple Two Offshore Australia cut their gap to 8 points behind Husky. And that concludes the first half of the season. Who will be the Class 1 World Powerboat Champion for 2022?
Class 1. This is a lot of focus with right around 2 o'clock. Welcome back to the 2022 P1 Offshore St. Petersburg Powerboat Grand Prix presented by Visit St. Pete Clearwater. I am Mike Uoski. Cole McGowan going to join me this time in the broadcast booth as we get ready to bring you race number 3 for the event, race number 2 for today. This is going to be Super Cat and 450 factory stock. Cole,
Mike,
I got a lot of compliments about you being up here yesterday.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow, okay.
The Mark Granite said you did a good job.
Well, that was very kind of our old teammate.
Yeah, the Mark Granite.
The Mark Granite.
The Mark Granite.
Don't be mistaken.
Cole joined me yesterday for qualifying. Cole has a bunch of insight. Anybody that knows me and Cole, he's actually corrected me quite a few times over the years, so I've always appreciated that.
Just, someone's got to keep you in line,
There
right?
we go. All right, race number 3, Super Cat factory stock. Super Cat running 11 laps for 66 miles. 450 factory stock going to run 9 laps for 54 miles as we get ready to go racing. Of course, NZ11 Pro Floors, Wayne Valder, Grant Bergerman, US1, MCOD, Myra Cole, Tyler Miller. Boat number 4, Liquor Split, John Paul Edmonds and Jim McIntyre. Boat number 5, WHM Motorsports, Jay Muller, Billy Moff. New boat to the series, number 8, Justice League, Corey Chantry and Richard Davis running that boat today. You've got boat number 54, Grade L, CJ Grant Racing, Chris Grant, Billy Moore, and then boat number 88, SV Offshore, Simon Prevost, Vinny Diorio. A lot of parity in this class because you actually have a different motor package in SV Offshore and Liquor Split as they are running the Mercury 860 engine package, and we'll get in a little bit more details about those engines later and some of the changes they had to make. Of course, the Super Cat class runs a naturally aspirated 750 horsepower carbureted engine. And the biggest difference is, obviously, besides the horsepower in the 860s, is the fuel injection, but there were some changes made to that. 450 factory stock. For the first time in history, we have 3 teams. And what that means is they will be able to score national points for the first time in 2 seasons of racing for Taylor Sissom and Johnny Tomlinson. They're going to be in boat number 7, TS Motorsports. Boat number 22, Clovar Motorsports, will be Randy Keys and Billy Allen. Billy Allen going to pull double duty. We'll see him come out in Super Stock in our last race of the day. And boat number 32, this is the brand new team, white hull with light blue graphics, CG Racing. Willie Cabeza and Gary Ballou. Of course, Gary Ballou will be pulling double duty as well, as he'll be out in Big East Construction later today. Cole, a bit of a different start format here as to where the Pro Stock and Mod V guys were all run down to the easterly side of the course and then came back up. They're actually going to mill the Super Cats and the 450 boats down here on this end of the course,
right.
Run them up, let them go all the way through the turn. They do not have to do the dog leg, but
Correct.
basically they're going to try and let themselves get figured out by the time they get out of the turn and run back down here towards the pier.
Yeah, the decision we were making, and also in consultation with the racers and classes, in these more populated high-speed classes, we want to give them as long of a run as we can down to the first buoy, whichever one it may be.
Yep.
So that northern straight provided us the longest distance to get them down safely.
When I remember we showed up here last year to race, and we were talking about the Super Stocks, and they were coming down the pier, and they were turning at St. Petersburg Pier, and you were like, man, that's a tight spot for a lot of boats to try and get in there together. So, obviously, one thing that they had to think about, but not doing the dog leg and not throwing that reverse turn in there allows these boats to kind of get separated out a little bit because it won't.
Helps avoid a bottleneck situation.
Right. Doesn't allow them to get all jostled around and tossed up over each other's wakes and make all kind of a mess. NZ1 Pro Floors is going to sit on the pole. MCon is going to be in second. Liquor Split sitting in third. WHM in fourth. SV Offshore in fifth. And Justice League going to be on the outside as they are a rookie team taking their first start. So we're getting up on plane for Supercats, 11 laps for 66 miles. Of course, Graydale, your winner from Michigan City, the rough water race. Billy Moore talked to me in the hotel this morning just before he came out and said, we feel really good in the rough water. We're still working on our calm water setup. He says, I've got some tricks up my sleeve. He hopes he can break those out today. As we know, MCon, Pro Floors, WHM, these flat water boats, they're going to be really hard to beat today.
And now you can see them starting to get up on plane, just awaiting the green flag.
So Pro Floor is going to be on the inside. Going to be really hard to tell what goes on beyond them from this type of course as they run away from us. But MCon was in second. We have a green flag. We're going racing in Supercat as they head out this 3-mile straightaway east towards Apollo Beach, Florida. And they will make a turn and then head back in. And they've got the helicopter in tow. So Pro Floors is going to have the inside line. They're going to control their corner. They only have to maintain their lane through this turn around these 4 pins. When they exit these 4 pins, then they kind of start going wherever they want and dicing it up behind them. NZ1 Pro Floors, I see MCon, and that looks like Liquor Split there.
WHM towards the outside.
Yep, so Pro Floors is going to have the inside lane. There is MCon. Whoa, look at that move by WHM on the outside. They took SV Offshore with them. That's Graydale.
They have Graydale sneaking up on the inside.
Yeah, that was a lot of acceleration at the outside of that corner by WHM. Carried a tremendous amount of speed. Smart move as they knew that's what they needed to do. Pro Floors in the lead. MCon in second. Right now it's all bunched up behind them. That's Graydale, SV Offshore, and WHM was somewhere in this group.
WHM moving up on the outside of MCon.
And here goes Graydale. They're going to try and go up the inside of SV Offshore. Graydale running the 750 motors. SV Offshore running the Mercury 860 motors. Good to see these going side by side, kind of get some comparison how they're going to do.
Absolutely.
Weird hop there by Graydale as they're starting to get in the wash of all these other boats. There's WHM, there's MCon, and there's Pro Floors. Rooster tail length lead for Pro Floors as Grant and Wayne get this MTI set to run down the straight over. Remember,
nice,
not
clean
doing
water.
the dog leg on this run, so it's going to be just a full-on wide open straightaway coming into this corner. WHM and Liquor Split, Cole, as you sat here with qualifying yesterday, looked really good through this corner. They were by far, I think, the fastest boat through the finish line corner. They just carried a tremendous amount of speed.
Yeah.
Nobody else looked that good. Let's see if that pays off and they run with that same setup. It's doing exactly what it did yesterday, though. It is laid down. It was much rougher for our first race. The wind has laid down. I actually talked to Lauren Peters just a couple of minutes ago who was out here watching because it's laying down a little bit, isn't it? And I said, yeah, just kind of like yesterday, it's going to start to flatten out.
Yeah. Yeah, John Paul Emmons, felt very comfortable on the wheel, seesawing it around right in front of the pier. It's good to see them get a feel for that boat.
All right, here comes Pro Floors. They are on the inside. MCon just to the outside of them. That's at Rooster Tail. Look at the speed of MCon on the outside, though. They're going to try and keep it there. Pro Floors runs right to the buoy. There's MCon, just a Rooster Tail length behind. The battle behind this group, though, is going to be WHM, Graydale, and SV Offshore. Look at all that white water there. And there is Liquor Split behind this group. So currently, it is Pro Floors, MCon, WHM, Graydale, and SV Offshore, your top 5 in Supercat. As Liquor Split comes up behind this group.
Oh, MCon sliding around.
Oh, MCon is around.
Out.
MCon has spun. They are upright. MCon has spun exiting this turn after the finish line. They are upright. Let's see if they can get it refired and get going. The rule is when you start to spin, you hold it wide open to try and keep reversion from going back in the tailpipes. If they can get it going, let's see if they can get back up on plane. They'll have to worry about the damage. Oh, Cole, that was a pretty violent spin. There was a lot of water coming off the back of the boat, which means it hit pretty hard.
I think Myrick caught it kind of going through. It started skipping on him a little bit and must have grabbed a handful of the wheel. And,
yep, and that's the tough thing about running in a group like that. You're running through all that aerated water, kind of seesawing, as you said, over those wakes. Boat could have probably just come loose a little bit, lost suction on the water as they were trying to accelerate and came around. Remember, the tricky part about these boats is they're also trimming as they come out of the corners.
As we have the 450 class now coming in with TS Motorsports on the inside line.
Yep, TS Motorsports and Clovar in second. All these are matching boats, 39 MTI with 450 Mercury Racing outboard engines. Of course, Taylor Sissom, the leader of this group, she's the one that started with her father, Randy Sissom. the principle of MTI Powerboats. Just to give everybody an update, MCON still sits dead on the course with support boats by them. There is NZ11. I'm so used to calling them NZ1. NZ11 Pro Floors. They are out to a huge lead now in SuperCat after their second-place boat spun in the turn. They are still down. MCON still down as Pro Floors now will have to do the dog leg. So they'll exit this easterly turn right there, and you'll see them jog back to the inside.
Yeah,
and
they've
now
got
run
that nice
the dog
clean
leg.
water now, don't they?
Now, they got to see the dog leg yesterday, so they were able to figure out, where they needed to go and kind of pick their reference points. Dog legs are not something that's frequently used a lot in offshore powerboat racing, but it's something that's been incorporated more over the years to kind of like level the playing field, so to speak.
We look at it as an opportunity to, introduce some strategy,
exactly.
introduce, a little bit of
a little bit more turning
interest,
So WHM now should be in second, Graydell in third, SV Offshore in fifth. There is Pro Floors. They have exited the dog leg as WHM and Graydell. Now look at Liquor Split, though. Liquor Split is now running up into this group. I think they have gotten around SV Offshore, and SV Offshore might be down somewhere on the course. WHM, Graydell. Nope, there's SV Offshore. I apologize. They are still up in the mix. Pro Floors is absolutely smoking them coming through this turn. Here is Graydell trying to chase down WHM. There is Liquor Split and SV Offshore. A look at Pro Floors coming through the turn.
Really just carving it out right in front of the pier here.
Well, we saw the Pro Stock guys do the same thing. They were running a really wide line through that first corner and then straight lining it through the middle and turning off of the exit. MCON still down. Not sure what's going on there. There's WHM, Graydell, and Liquor Split goes out way wide looking for clean water. What a great race for Liquor Split, though. There were quite a few modifications made to these Mercury engine packages over the past couple of weeks. The main thing being these were not dry sump motors. They were built for pleasure boats. They were not dry sump motors. So they were having a problem with oil shifting around in the oil pan and causing oil pressure issues. So the motors were pulled and converted to dry sump, which does make a little bit of difference in a horsepower. But again, this is a parity thing because of power to weight and the class and so on and so forth. Graydell currently in third, about a rooster tail length behind WHM. That's whose rooster tail you see just in front of them. Behind this group, it's SV Offshore. There's WHM. Graydell looks really fast, Cole, on this straightaway.
They sure do.
Look at the attitude differences now. SV Offshore's kind of getting up in this group. So this whole back half behind Pro Floors, this is turning into a pretty good battle here.
Well, and sometimes, as you know, as you start sort of fighting it out, between two boats, that just sort of can leave the hole there.
You start slowing each other down, as you battle.
So for Vinny right now, Vinny and Simon and SV Offshore, they're kind of taking advantage of this.
And Liquor Split's probably going to do the same thing in this group. So this is about a four-wide boat battle. As we know, Kelly Bruggerman, Grant's wife, is telling NZ Pro Floors what's going on. NZ11 Pro Floors, what's happening. Of course, this is one of the oldest boats in the fleet. This used to be Reliable Carriers, then it became Spirit of Qatar. And then Wayne Valder bought it and has had it as Pro Floor since, I think, about 2017?
That sounds about right.
2016, 2017. Boat's been through a lot of changes since then. As we go back to WHM and Graydell, kind of thought Graydell was a little bit closer, but they're still about a half a rooster tail length behind, but they have to hop outside the wake. That's going to cost them a little bit of speed, as it looked like Billy and Jay went right to the pin. Just to give everybody an update, MCON has been, looked like, hooked up to a towboat, so they are now under tow, headed back in. So Cole probably suffered some damage in the spin out there, which is always what you have to worry about between transom assemblies, drives. Something possibly could have gone wrong.
Yeah, it looked like they could have ingested a lot of water in the process there.
Yep. NZ11 Pro Floors enters the dogleg. Just to update everybody on the 450 class, TS Motorsports leads, Clover in second, and CG, their first time in the boat, running in third. Here is SuperCat, second, third, and fourth place right now. WHM in second, Graydell in third. And it should be Liquor Split in fourth, just to the right of your screen. Now, WHM is going to be on the outside of this dogleg. Graydell is going to be on the inside. If Graydell is close enough, and it's hard to tell from this vantage point, they'll be able to push him wide. Let's see if that can happen. What's Chris Grant going to do? He's going to try and dive to the inside. Look at that. Pushes him a little bit.
Yeah.
He's going to make a pass for a second. He does so. Here comes Liquor Split running on the same line right behind Graydell.
Chris Grant pulls Billy off.
Yeah, he did. 100%. And I'm really surprised Billy didn't anticipate maybe that coming a little bit. Now Liquor Split and WHM are now battling for third. Gradell moved into a very convincing second place. The two skater halls side by side coming in
As
to this
you got a
westerly
burst of
quarter.
speed there from Liquor Split.
Yep. What a great run for Liquor Split, though, after having to make those changes to those Mercury motors to run in the Supercat class. And they have walked away from WHM.
Well, it seems to be paying off. Taking the wider line here, of course.
Yep.
WHM still staying on the inside.
Liquor Split going out a little bit wider. WHM staying right in the wake of Gradell. Cole, I'm a little worried about WHM, though. They're losing too much ground too quickly to the second and third place boats, which makes you think maybe something might be gone wrong.
Yeah, it's happening quite quick. You know, normally you would put it to the setup.
Yep, exactly. And when you see a boat with a naturally aspirated engine package, when you see a boat pass another boat that quickly, they don't have that much acceleration.
And there's other Sterlings on the course, are there not?
Yes, there is other Sterlings on the course.
Some sort of.
Well, actually, the other boat with the Sterlings on the course was MCON, but they are out early. Gradell running HRE motors, Profloor's running Gossi motors, and Liquor Split running the Mercury 860 motors. Now, number 8 Justice League did not start. They got up on plane, but they did not start. I think they're down the middle of the course. Profloor's continues to lead in Supercat, and we see SV Offshore just out of our broadcast booth headed back towards St. Petersburg Pier. So they are out of the race. So MCON, SV Offshore, and Justice League all out of the Supercat race. As Profloor's has they're laying it down in Supercat. They are a quarter lap ahead of their competitors. Second place now Gradell, third place now being Liquor Split after slowing WHM got passed by both of those boats. There you see SV Offshore. They are down. Talked to Vinny and Simon. They said that they had Guardian mode issues yesterday with water pressure. Said there was a lot of debris in their sea strainer. Don't know if that may be caught up with them again today. There is seaweed. There's clumps of seaweed all over this place.
Seen that,
yeah, if you run through one of them, it could cause some issues. Profloor's continues to lead in Supercat to update everybody in 450 stock. TS Motorsports continues to lead. Clovar in second, CG in third. Nothing changed since last time by. Supercat running 11 laps for 66 miles. Factory stock running 9 laps for 54 miles. You're watching the P1 Offshore St. Petersburg Powerboat Grand Prix presented by Visit St. Pete Clearwater. And I love this boat. I told you this yesterday. I love this boat.
It's a great boat.
I'm an MTI guy to begin with. I like MTIs. I've run a couple of them over the years. I really like the boat. But I like what Grant has done to this. He's really turned this boat around. And when Wayne got away from running with Chris Hanley, who he's run with for years, he went with Grant to inspire that change. He wanted that change. He wanted the direction of the boat to change. They redid it, new graphics, a lot of re-rigging work, and they're always constantly changing the boat, making improvements to it. It lives at Grant Shop down in Bradenton, Florida.
Well, they've certainly found a great rhythm between each other in the cockpit as well.
110%. And they are very opposite people, as you know as well as I do.
Grant's
Wayne's the loud guy from New Zealand, if you would.
Grant's a very calming force, isn't he?
You
know, very cerebral and great teacher as well.
Yep, Gradell continues to run in second with Liquor Split in tow. Well, now, Cole, let's talk about points for just a second because Gradell is your points leader in Supercat. MCON was in second. MCON is out.
This is a big deal for
This is a huge deal for them. This will leaps and bounds their point lead because I'm not quite sure who is in third behind this group.
We'll have to recheck the standings there.
We'll pull it up on the Facebook page. There is Liquor Split.
Of
course, that was formerly known as Cleveland Construction and then Talking Trash. Before that, probably just out of the shot of your screen there, you got a shot of MCON under tow headed back in. Tough day for Tyler and Myrick as they really needed to come out here. They needed to put a good showing on in order to stay up in the points and keep up with Gradell. Right now, Gradell just in a commanding second place. And Gradell, Cole, they don't need to win this race. They can sit in second as long as they don't get passed by Liquor Split. I don't think that will mess up a whole lot of things within the points.
Yeah, CJ Grant, right, Gradell, between Billy and Chris in the cockpit and their crew on the land could be making some strategic decisions around, just hanging it back a little bit, preserving the equipment. They don't have to necessarily be in front of Profloor's to preserve.
Well, no, I apologize. It's actually CJ Grant and Profloor's is in second.
So they maybe have a bit more of an incentive to.
So they're going to actually have to trim it up and go after him. MCon was in third. SV Offshore was in fifth.
Well, they do seem to be coming onto their setup pretty well.
And CJ Graydale and Pro Floors were tied. So they're going to remain tied after this. Nope. Pro Floors will go into the lead by a minimal amount of points because there are more points awarded for first place rather than second. There is Pro Floors, that MTI hull.
Just sweeping around the turn on the backstretch there.
Kelly Bruggerman on the radio for Grant and Wayne, informing them of the lap times and telling them what's going on. And they're definitely, I can tell you, Cole, they're definitely going to watch their gap back to Graydale.
Absolutely.
You know, because they'll lift a little bit, kind of save the equipment. No reason to run as hard as you can. But if the gap starts to close and Graydale suddenly finds a burst of speed, then they're going to have to pick it back up. The only boat running Gassi engines out here, of course, we talked about yesterday, CR Racing, who just bought the old Performance Boat Center Skater, will run Gassi engines also.
John Causey, of course, first coming into offshore racing, I believe, through the Miss Geico program.
With the old 1650 program, yep.
Great team that he has.
Awesome team, and they're drag race guys. And they build motors for a lot of different stuff. I follow them on the Facebook and fascinated by the equipment that they can build. Oh, the Facebook, you're exactly right. I follow them on the Facebook. And there is Graydale. Now, Cole, by this vantage point, it looks like maybe Liquor Split might be making up a little bit of time on Graydale. Now, Graydale can't get past by Liquor Split. If this happens, then that's really going to disrupt the points battle in this Super Cat class. Graydale's going to need to stay in front of them.
Yeah, absolutely. See how, as we're approaching the halfway mark of this race in laps, see how the fuel burns off for Graydale and what they can do in catching up. But right now, Pro Floors have a very convincing lead.
To update everybody on the 450 factory stock class, TS Motorsports continues to lead. Clovar in second. CG now coming around in third.
You can see they're taking a very aggressive line through this turn here.
100%, yeah. They held a lot of speed, but look at the speed of Liquor Split just behind them. You said yesterday you don't think they lift. I definitely don't think Liquor Split's lifting there. They're trying as hard as they can. They're going to try and slingshot, I think, the exit of this corner. Smart move there. But within the next lap or two, Cole, they're going to find themselves up into some lap traffic. They're going to have to deal with CG first, but then they're going to get up with Clovar and TS Motorsports. Now, all these Canopy boats have spotters. They all know what's going on behind them, rear-view facing cameras, but they're still going to get that white water. They're still going to get that prop wash and the wake, which could maybe disrupt the boats a little bit. Not what you saw with MCon by any means.
Right. Well, and it was discussed at the driver's briefing. You know, it's always very standard, you know, for the two classes to remain separate on the racing line.
Slower boats to the inside, faster boats to the outside. But sometimes in a Canopy boat, you can't always make that happen because you can't fully see behind you as to what's going on.
Right now, though, great to see the new GC Motorsports MTI out there. Gary Ballou, Willie Cabeza, I believe out of the Miami area.
Beautiful boat. I really like the paint.
Yeah. Of course, that's now through the MTI Concierge Racing Service.
That's what Milton was telling me earlier. And I didn't know this, but Milton actually told me after the drivers' meeting that they picked the throttleman to run in that boat with him. So they picked Gary Ballou. I thought Gary Ballou was a choice of the owner. Milton said, nope. We tell you who's going to throttle the boat, which fascinated me. I think it's great. Gary Ballou's a great teacher. Nobody better to be in that boat than running cat outboards for as long as anybody can remember.
And they've got a few more orders, actually, back at the MTI factory in Wentzville for this class. So I know they've been interviewing other candidates as well for other throttlemen.
Have they interviewed you yet?
No, not yet. I didn't get that phone call.
You're waiting for that in the mail?
I kind of was waiting. It must have gotten lost.
There's some generation of MTIs for you. Of course, NZ11 Pro Floors now passing the newer 450 stock boats. NZ Pro Floors continues to lead in Supercat. TS Motorsports continues to lead in 450 factory stock. The battle behind Pro Floors is now going to be for second. Graydale cannot lose second place to Liquor Split. You saw them just at the top of your screen as Pro Floors comes through the dogleg. Pro Floors is still fast, Cole, but they're definitely on a little bit slower of a run now. I think just, again, conserving the equipment, watching the time back to Graydale. And if Graydale and Liquor Split start battling, this is exactly what Pro Floors wants because they'll start slowing each other down.
They have plenty of cushion right now.
Yeah, 100%. Remember, MCon went out early on the first lap, spinning, exiting the turn. They were caught up in a whole bunch of whitewash. Not sure if that's what caused the issue. Good shot there down the tunnel of that MTI. Chris Bruggerman, Wayne Valder. Wayne coming all the way from New Zealand. Going to have an Australian team coming out next with 222 Offshore, sponsored by the Australian Navy, in Class 1.
The battle in the factory 450R class
Yeah,
is
this
tightening
is starting
up
to heat
with,
up a little bit just in front of us
Clovar
here.
Motorsports creeping up on TS Motorsports, of course, Taylor's former boat.
Yep, that is correct. You're 100% right about that. There is Graydell. So now I'm looking at the gap behind Graydell and Liquor Split, and that gap has grown tremendously. Graydell now in a convincingly in second place. Nothing to really worry about with Liquor Split.
At this point for Graydell, I think, they should be on the same mission as Pro Floors, just preserving where they're at right now.
Preserve the equipment. They're gonna lose the point lead. At this point, they will lose the points lead in Supercat, but only by a few points. Whatever is going to separate first and second place.
The biggest help to them was the MCon.
That's what they needed to have happen.
It was going to be a three-way battle between Pro Floors, MCon, and Graydell from the get-go. Of course, Liquor Split as they continue to get settled in that boat. Very convincing now that they're moving up the field. Yeah,
that boat sounds a lot different as it came by me. It's got a little bit deeper of a tone as to where the Supercat motors, the Stirlings or the HREs or the Gasses, they have a higher whining pitch to them. The 860s had a much lower sound to them. And we talked to Stuart Haley yesterday after qualifying, and Stuart told us that they actually detuned the 860s down to about 800 horsepower because they kind of figured, look, at the end of the day, the Supercats are probably between 750 and 800 horsepower, so they were trying to evenly match the motors, if you would, between the boats. Pro Floors just doing what they need to do. Not quite a half a lap up yet on Graydell, but they are exiting the turn that Graydell is entering as they head back towards the dogleg. Of course, Wayne Valder, lots of fun stories to come out of him. He actually owns a helicopter company over in New Zealand. It's like Uber helicopter, if you would. He's building a 76-foot hydrofoil motor yacht, which actually they've got the second one ready to be built. They're going to change some stuff on it. The first one is built with shaft drives. The next one's going to be built with surface drives, which of course will allow the hydrofoils to lift even more. He's going to send the first one, the shaft drive boat, over here. I think it's going to be over here sometime in mid-February. He was trying to get it into the Miami Boat Show, but just won't make it in time, unfortunately. But then, of course, owns Pro Floors, which is a flooring construction company over in New Zealand.
Him and his wife, Kathy, and the whole clan that they bring.
They travel as a group together, don't they?
That's so much fun. Yeah, you can definitely tell they're taking a slightly more conservative approach now, feeling very comfortable. Just looks great carving around the turn here.
Well, I was talking to Grant and Wayne specifically about qualifying and how they were liking it. And Grant said it's pretty hard. In Michigan City, they went out to qualify, and as they were getting ready to start their qualifying lap, the engine hatches were starting to come up on the back of this boat, and Grant could see it out of the back of the camera, and he said, you know what, that ruined my qualifying. He said, my brain was shot after that, and they qualified obviously pretty poorly up there in Michigan City. So he goes, it's definitely a lot of mind game, the qualifying thing. You want to make sure you're 100% correct as you go out there and get ready to run your two fast laps. Graydell now coming up on the two 450 factory stock boats. TS Motorsports and Clovar.
Clovar taking a very wide line in this turn, so that's going to give Graydell something to think about. That's how they negotiate this.
You saw them just exit your screen. Now Graydell's going to be smart and try and just stay out of the wake of these boats. They don't want to lose any ground or lose any forward momentum. Not much has changed back to Liquor Split as far as the gap is concerned. You got to finish to win it, though, to win the race and to win the championship. So Billy and Chris are going to be thinking about that as they continue to go around this course, as they get ready to go around Clovar and TS Motorsports. Of course, I told you yesterday, you've often corrected me on some of the names that I've called boats wrong, and I'm now calling what I used to call MTI, the proper name TS Motorsports.
TS Motorsports. Although I don't think I had to correct you that time. I think
I've corrected that on my own. Okay. The internet.
Okay.
That helped me
the
with
internet.
That. Of course, TS Motorsports stands for Taylor Sism Motorsports, who's Randy Sism's daughter. She runs the event planning, marketing, some sales. Wears a lot of hats up there at MTI. If you actually watch the In the Lead video put out by Speed on the Water about Randy Sism, they talk about what Taylor's doing as she evolves with the company. Speed on the Water, the official media partner of P1 Offshore. Go to speedonthewater.com for more information. Go to P1 Offshore. Keep up with the schedule. Keep up up with your teams, buy some merchandise. Follow P1 Offshore on Facebook and on Instagram for all of your racing action. Of course, this race will be televised as one of the Class 1 races. Class 1 we'll see up later today. Keep an eye on the Facebook page because they usually post the schedule when it's going to come out on the Facebook page once final edit is done and air times are confirmed.
Absolutely. We've got national broadcasting, national distribution through CBS Sports Network and Bali Sports regional networks through 236 million plus households in the United States and broadcast and distributed in over 150 countries.
Yep, P1 Offshore definitely trying to make things move forward for offshore boat racing, bringing that television coverage into millions of homes around the world. Of course, can't beat live streaming like we do here, though. Live streaming you can always go back and watch tomorrow as you sit at your desk. Do that.
Absolutely.
Sometimes when I'm bored at work, I go back and watch some old boat races. So NZ11 Pro Floors, they are actually your 2019 APBA National Championships, and then because of COVID in 2020, they were not able to come back and run, and also that affected their 2021 schedule.
They made every effort in 21 to be here, but
of course New Zealand was one of the big lockdown countries, about letting people go in and out and leaving all COVID stuff aside. Unfortunately, they weren't able to come back and defend their national championship in 2020, so they're going to work extra hard at being able to go out and win one here.
Both of the MTI Factory 450R boats looking very good.
That's TS on the outside and Clovar on the inside. Now, if Clovar is within striking distance, let's see if they can do the same thing that Graydale did to Billy Moff. I think Johnny's going to tell Taylor to steer down into it. Yep, tighten it up a little bit. Don't go out too wide and leave the door open. Of course, Liquor Split now coming up into this lap traffic.
And it went to their plan, right? You just saw Clovar just had to cut it pretty tight there around that buoy.
And they're not that far behind, about a rooster tail length and a half. Of course, Johnny Tomlinson, one of, if not the most famous offshore powerboat racer, multi-time national and world champion. And I think it was the Randy Sism in the lead video. They keep talking about it. Johnny touched briefly on getting a call from Randy Sism, Taylor Sism's dad, to go race a boat with his daughter. He was like, that's a pretty big honor. You know what I mean? Like, you're trusting your daughter's life with me inside this boat. Because Taylor had never raced before last year. And there goes Clovar, boat number F22.
They're just going to replay the accident.
Got Billy Allen throttling, Randy Keys driving. We'll see Billy Allen come out later today in Allen Lawn Care Landscaping. Getting word that we're going to have replay of, I think, the MCON incident, which happened right after they crossed the start line on the very first lap. As actually the 450 boats go through this turn, that's exactly where the MCON incident happened. Looked like they spun out, possibly got up. Let's see what happened.
Having a bit of a graphics
a little bit of technical
there.
difficulties. Well, we've ended up at the end of the spin. Let's see if we can get some.
The team's just queuing it back up again.
Some
Until then, we'll go back to the live footage.
Yeah, factory 450 stock. There is TS on the left-hand side of your screen. Clovar just exited on the right. That TS Motorsport. Now, these are actually built as pleasure boats. They can be run as pleasure boats and race boats. They actually have a back seat in them. They do have air conditioning. Clive Burton just built one of these, running it out at Lake of the Ozarks, the green-colored boat. Beautiful looking boat, really cool looking.
That caught a lot of attention over the last few weeks.
Yeah, it did. And it was interesting. You hear some things about that boat that's actually like a painted. It's not a paint graphic on. It's like a cleared graphic on or something. It's really kind of different. Here's what happened. Kind of hard to tell there. I don't know if maybe Tyler and Myrick maybe missed the buoy and had to make a quick adjustment. Now, Graydale did have to go to the inside they did cut the inside of that buoy there, but that may have been for safety reasons. P1, of course, will look at that to make sure there will no infractions will be incurred there. As here is TS Motorsports. They are leading in 450 factory stock. NZ1 Pro Floors. Undisputed leader right now. Their race to run. They can just kind of come into these corners, run a middle line through it. No reason to really go out wide. And they'll come across and they'll run pretty much a straight line in front of the pier here and then exit out of this turn. NZ11 Pro Floors and MTI hull.
Just a few laps left to go.
Yeah. 11 laps for 66 miles on this 6-mile course. So this is race number 3, race number 2 today. Next up is going to be Class 1, 11 laps, 66 miles. Of course, this is the group that qualified first yesterday. And qualifying, just to give everybody an update, WHM is down on the inside of the course as I look up from my screen. Graydale currently in second place. These boats are now pretty much running by themselves, Cole. NZ1 Pro Floors is almost a half a lap ahead of Graydell, but Graydell just wants to stay in the points battle. Like I said, they're going to lose it. There's WHM. Both engine hatches up. Understand that Billy and Jay have some new crew members this weekend.
Oh, I did not know that.
Yep. I'm sorry, one engine hatch up and then the cockpit hatch up. Sorry, it was kind of deceiving there from my one angle. We do have one engine hatch up on WHM.
Well, of course, as the rules provide for, if you can fix it out there on your own, you
get
can
it going.
Get back in the race as long as you're not receiving outside help.
Yep, exactly. Graydell currently in second. They cross the finish line. So this boat used to be MCon last year. This is the boat that raced MCon in the interim of their 438 and their current boat. Before that, it was actually owned by Kenny Mungle. And then before that, it was, before MCon, it was AMH with Aaron Hope. Then it was Kenny Mungle.
And prior to that, it was J.R. Noble.
And that was the second steel boat to be built. Of course, J.R. Noble since passed, a guy that's dearly missed in the sport. Brought a lot of attention with steel in as far as television was concerned back in the day.
And his first boat, of course, is now Justice League, which actually I believe did pass through the hands of Kenny Mungle in transit.
You're right. I'm sorry. Yeah. The Graydell boat did not go to Kenny Mungle. Justice League was Kenny Mungle's boat. That's right. Justice League out early. Actually, I think they took the start, but we did not see them come around to complete their first lap.
Yeah, they had a driver change in that boat as well. The owner, Don Urfer, stepping out and leaving it to the hands of Richard Davis and Corey Chantry, both out of Sarasota, I believe.
And this was their actually first official race. They did not get to run in Sarasota. I believe that was because of a weather issue. So Pro Floors is now getting ready to go around CG Racing as we look at the brand new 390 MTI factory 450 class, Mercury 450 horsepower racing engines. Beautiful boat. Really like the graphics in the blue color. Of course, as Cole said, that's part of the MTI Concierge program. So what that means is, right, Willie can basically fly in, get in the boat, race it, and leave. He's not washing it. He's not flushing it. He's not even tilting it on the trailer. MTI and Milton and his crew are taking care of all of that. They'll take it back over to haul over, put it back inside the building. For the next race, they will come and do it again. That's a concierge service that MTI actually offers for a lot of its clients over there at haul over, and especially on some of their events that they do.
That's right. They do those massive owners fun runs down to the Keys, to the Bahamas. They did a more consolidated run down to the Bahamas, which is a success. They've really built a community around their brand and with their customers.
And that's really what Taylor's kind of evolved into doing, is being that client representative, so to speak.
It's a lot of work that she does coordinating all these assets and people.
Pro Floors, your leaders in Super Cat. They come across in front of St. Petersburg Pier. WHM out, Justice League out, MCon out, SV Offshore out. A lot of attrition here today in this Super Cat race. But this is what Pro Floors needed to do to gain the points lead, and Graydell is actually doing what they need to do with a little bit of luck of MCon going out. Graydell remaining in second place in this race and will hold on to second place within the points as long as everything finishes as it is, winding down the last few laps here in St. Petersburg, Florida. The P1 Offshore St. Petersburg Powerboat Grand Prix presented by Visit St. Pete Clearwater, wrapping up the third race, getting ready to go to our race number 4. That will be Class 1, 11 laps for 66 miles. Of course, we have Husky Chocolate. We have 222 Offshore Australian Navy. We've got JBS. We have DF Young. A good fleet here.
It's a very good fleet, and it's
Class
growing.
1. Yep.
And we've got 5 boats. It was going to be 6, but the next entry wasn't quite ready on the mechanical side. They're still getting the boat put together, but we do expect to have them at the next round. So Class 1, rapidly growing, of course. As we spoke about yesterday during qualifying, MCon building a brand new 438 skater with shaft drives and a rudder.
So
it's been a while since we've seen a skater with that.
The battle now, though, looks like it's in 450 factory stock. This has kind of been a yo-yo back and forth, but Clovar has made up a tremendous amount of ground, about a half a rooster tail length behind TS Motorsports.
He starts catching a rooster tail there across the windshield.
Yeah, but he's kind of getting pinched a little bit. He's going to have to jump back to the outside, cost him a little bit of speed. Now he could dive to the inside.
Looks like he's changed outside. Let's see what he does.
He's going to stick to the outside, try and hold that momentum around the corner. He could have ducked to the inside, but that would have had to scrub him off a little bit too much speed.
Taylor and Johnny are thinking about pushing him out a little bit. You've seen the wheel adjust a few times.
But they run really tight to that buoy, so no reason to really push him out that wide. and didn't lose a whole bunch of ground, maybe a little bit more than a rooster tail length behind first class. And this looks like the white flag lap for this 450 factory stock group. Of course, we can see the the finish line boat from our vantage point here off of St. Petersburg Pier. That looked like the white flag lap. So if Clovar is going to try and get something done on TS Motorsports, they're going to have to do it quickly, Cole, as time is running out. And as you said, this was Taylor's old boat. Randy Keys bought it over the winter. Clovar stands for the first name of each family member and crew that help him with this boat. That's what Clovar stands for. I can't tell you all the names, but that's what Clovar stands for, because I think R is for Randy at the end of it.
You haven't been taking notes on all of this over the weekend? You didn't get all their names?
No.
Oh, okay.
No, and I actually learned that on the internet.
Oh, on the Facebook or on the internet?
No, on the Speed on the Water, I think.
Oh, okay.
Or maybe on the Facebook. Are you making fun of me with the Facebook?
No.
Okay.
Maybe.
Just a little bit, and that's fine. TS Motorsports and, oh no, Cole, we have a boat slowing just at the shot of the screen there. Liquor Split was slowing just as I was watching TS Motorsports go by them. So Liquor Split was slowing on the outside of the course after that was a pretty great run. They were having to be on the podium in a very competitive class. Pro Flores continues to lead. And I think they got the white flag lap, or the white flag that time by, and they did. So they will finish their lap. And now look at the line they run, Cole. Now they're just out for a Sunday cruise. They've turned the air conditioning up, opened a bottle of water, and just going to go out there and finish the race and go back and load it on the trailer and get it ready for the next one. And as they run out, and we pan along with them, might be able to see Liquor Split somewhere in the background.
I certainly hope for their sake that they haven't dropped back too far. It's been a great run for that team.
Well, they did. They qualified great yesterday. They were running up there with this group, and you've got to run with them to learn. When I raced motocross, some of the ways you always learned is speed checking people, so to speak. If you can speed check somebody in front of you, yep, there is Liquor Split. Okay, they are there.
Cockpit
off to the left-hand side of the screen. Yep, left-hand side of your screen. They are out of the race. Here is Graydale. They are currently sitting in second place in Super Cat. No third-place boat at this point. 2 boats remain on the course as they get the white flag lap. So the third-place boat will for sure be Liquor Split. They ran the most amount of laps, the most amount of miles.
And heavy attrition day in the Super Cat class.
Yeah, a lot of attrition. A tough day for the Mercury 860 program. Oh, here's the battle, though, back to 450 stock. Cole, I think Clovar might be a little bit faster than TS Motorsports, and they're just maybe looking for that line. Maybe Johnny and Taylor running a little bit more of a defensive line.
See how they go on this one.
Yeah, because Taylor went in real tight there to that.
Yeah, they kept their speed up, too. Getting more comfortable in that.
They did. And these are 450s. These don't have a lot of acceleration either. I mean, these are running at the top of their RPM brackets. It's not like they can lift and really get a whole bunch of acceleration, try and make up a bunch of ground.
Really impressive, too, that these engines, these are consumer production engines.
They're stock engines. So are the 300s that we see on the back of the Superstock class
Absolutely.
now. So Clovar is going to have to jump back to the outside. This should be the checkered flag for 450 factory stock. Clovar going right down to the finish line, trying to make a move. Johnny and Taylor go out. Clovar goes back to the inside.
Sliding
I
around.
knew they were going to do it. Keep it. Oh, wow.
Wow.
What a save by Clovar. But Cole, I kind of figured they had to do that. They kept, I think, looking in there, and they just had to do it. But what a tremendous save by Randy and Billy Allen as TS Motorsports takes the first place in 450 factory stock, and Clovar. Cole, they might have to check their skibbies after that one.
Yeah, I think I need to check mine.
You just didn't quite kind of know what was going to happen there, but a heck of a save by Randy Keys and Billy Allen as they take second place in 450
that felt
factory
like an
stock.
eternity watching that
Yeah,
happen,
right. It was like slow motion, but it was right here in front of us. Like we just could have looked up and seen the whole thing.
Well, I'm glad they navigated that back around safely, and congratulations to TS Motorsports.
Taylor Chisholm, Johnny Tomlinson getting it done. And NZ11 Pro Floors, they will come across and take the checkered flag in Super Cat. They have led from start to finish as MCON was challenging with SV Offshore, and then there was that spin-out incident taking place in the first turn. A lot of attrition, as you mentioned here, with this group.
MTI principal Randy Sism will be very happy with the day.
Yeah, he will be.
Seeing Pro Floors win and his build and his daughter.
He's 2 for 3 today right now.
Absolutely.
So if JBS can pull off a win.
Or X Insurance Good Boy Vodka.
Yep, that's right. They're also running the MTI now in Class 1. A lot of attrition today. Of course, Justice League didn't make the start. WHM out about halfway through with mechanical issues. SV Offshore out with mechanical issues. And, of course, MCon spun on the first lap. So tough day in Super Cat. Graydell's going to come around. They're going to finish their race. Good second place for Billy and Chris. Remember, they're not 100% confident with their calm water setup. There's some really fast boats in this group with calm water. Unfortunately, got to finish to win it. Graydell, Billy, and Chris doing exactly what they need to do, staying consistent. They're the only repeat winners for the 2022 season. Coming in second place here, lose a little bit of ground to NZ 11 Pro Floors, but still within the championship hunt going in to the last race of the series.
They've definitely learned some lessons this weekend on that calm water setup. I mean, they've had a great run today.
100% as they come across the finish line in second place. And then just behind them, we will have GC Racing, the brand new 450 factory stock team. They will come across in third place. Cole, always a good day to finish your first race.
Absolutely.
110%. Go out there, save the equipment. Don't pull a Randy and Billy trying to stuff it in as we go back to a replay of this. This is the last lap going into the turn. I knew that Clovar was going to do this. I knew they were going to look to the inside, and right there they do it, and immediately saw the boat lost its suction on the water.
They started turning on the wake is what happened.
Yeah, and it started to spin. Yep, and they lost the suction. It actually high-sided, which is how it would normally have flipped over, but they were able to save it and bring it across the finish line in second place. There is Justice League.
Corey Chantry out of the cockpit as they idle back in.
TS Motorsports, that's a beautiful blue. There's something so eye-catching about the blue on the side of that boat. It just looks fantastic. And, of course, hats off to Taylor Sissom. You know, I say at the awards all the time, if there's any women in the crowd that wanted to get into boat racing, talk to Taylor Sissom. You know, she's out here. She's doing it. She's winning races. She's getting taught by the best and growing the sport for women, because I do firmly believe that women should be able to do and can do anything that men can do, and that proves it where they're out here going boat racing and winning in a male-dominated sport, so to speak.
Absolutely. I mean, you know, there's been a long history of women in powerboat racing all the way back to Betty Cook back in the day, and I know we've got a number of British followers here on our live stream today who will be all too familiar with her runs back in Cowes back in the day, and you know, she's still very heavily celebrated over there. We've had, you know, Jackie used to race as well on this side.
All right, wrapping up this race of the day, NZ11 Pro Floors takes the win. Graydell in second. Liquor Split finishes in third, even though they went out with a mechanical issue. And then the rest of the field behind them. MTI, TS Motorsports takes the win in 450 factory stock. Clovar in second, CG in third. Wrapping up the third race of the event, second race here on Sunday. Next up is going to be Class 1. They're going to run 11 laps for 66 miles. We'll see Travis Pastrana make his second race debut here in St. Petersburg. Cole McGowan, hopefully you'll come back for Class 1 and provide all the good information that you have. Thanks for joining the broadcast. Mike Iwaski, Cole McGowan. We'll be back right after this. A lot of focus with right around 2 o'clock.
It's mid-season in the world's most prestigious powerboat racing series, Class 1. Finally back after a long break as veteran legends lock horns with fresh new talent in the quest for glory. With 3 races down and 3 to go, the season goes into overdrive to see who will be the 2022 Class 1 World Powerboat Champion. The 2022 season kicked off with thunder on Cocoa Beach in Florida's beautiful Space Coast, which had famously rough seas, a spectacular show for fans that was followed by the Sarasota Powerboat Grandprix with a super fast circuit, full throttle racing in bumpy seas yet again. Then the series moved north to Michigan City, with the stormy waters of Lake Michigan providing a heart-thumping, action-packed weekend of racing. Let's start with round 1 on Cocoa Beach. Thunder on Cocoa Beach, a decades-long classic on Florida's beautiful Space Coast. Multiple classes were raced, including the Superstock and Supercats, in a powerboat celebration that went the entire weekend. There were 5 teams competing at Cocoa Beach, with both fresh and familiar faces on hand. The circuit for Thunder on Cocoa Beach ran along the shore, giving fans the opportunity to experience the thrill of seeing these boats up close along the entire circuit. As the first Class 1 race of the 2022 season was set to go, 345 Racing ex-insurance team were working right up to the final moments before the race, fixing their drive shaft. The pole position lineup was determined by a random draw, and JBS Racing drew the coveted top spot. Race time as the boats made their way from the wet pits and out into the circuit for the 8-lap race on this 7.5-mile circuit for a total racing distance of 60 miles. But that does not sound or look good for 345 Racing as X-Insurance breaks down and stops on its way out into the circuit. They are unable to start. Seconds to go before the start. Green flag, the race is on. The boats floor at 2,200 horsepower in a drag race to the commitment buoy. 222 Offshore Australia nailed the first start of the 2022 Class 1 season, getting the timing absolutely spot on, and they race off into the lead. No penalties going the way of driver Darren Nicholson and throttleman Giovanni Carpitella. Nigel Hook and Jay Johnson of Lucas Oil were pulling away in third as Jeff Stevenson and Michael Stancombe in the JBS boat trailed in fourth. The team to catch was Giovanni Carpitella and Darren Nicholson in the lead boat. And just look at what those waves and bumps feel like in the cockpit. Drivers really getting a beatdown lap after lap. Lucas Oil Satcom Direct E3 were in third and going strong, but just one lap later they ground to a halt and bowed out with an engine issue. JBS Racing moved up into third position. Curtis and Lilly appeared to be upping the speed on the straightaways as they built momentum and rhythm in the middle portion of the race. 222 Offshore Australia found the going rough, and as they entered the straightaway on the back stretch with the bigger waves, they took some big air and slammed down hard. They came to a complete standstill, floating on the waves. Disaster for 222 Offshore Australia, who were out of the race. JBS was still in the race and on course for a runner-up finish in their first ever Class 1 run. Husky Racing Husky Chocolate Steve Curtis and Britt Lilly were on their way for a record 9th Class 1 world title. Husky the winners with 20 points, JBS second with 15, and 222 Offshore Australia's Giovanni Carpitella and Darren Nicholson could take consolation in third place and 12 points on the board.
Really good down the water. We found out afterwards actually that 222 jumped the start, so they got a 30-second penalty, which was would have been nice to know halfway through the race. Wow. Wouldn't have pushed so hard. So, yeah, I don't know if we'd have got by them, like I said before, but the boat was all set up, didn't miss a beat, so we were super happy.
It's a day. We finished. But to come first you got to finish. So, unfortunately, yeah.
This is a race, you know. Sometimes it's for 10 euro pieces, sometimes it's for a big one, but it's a racing.
It's a dream come true. Never in my 55 years and 35 years of racing offshore that I thought I would be racing against the Class 1 gentlemen.
Round 2 kicked off with the 37th annual Sarasota Powerboat Grandprix on southwest Florida's Gulf Coast. Sarasota County provided the quintessential white sand beach getaway with golden sunsets and a very vibrant social and artistic scene. The weekend kicked off with a block party sponsored by CMR Construction and Roofing as the behemoths assembled downtown for the traditional boat parade, as fans got a chance to see the boats up close and also meet some of the drivers, including Travis Pastrana, who was back with Husky Racing after missing round 1 in Cocoa Beach. There were 4 teams competing in round 2 of the Class 1 Championship in Sarasota, with Lucas Oil Satcom Direct E3 unable to join. The big news in the lineups going into round 2 was the return of the legendary Travis Pastrana, a golden boy of extreme sports and multiple motocross champion. He joins throttleman Steve Curtis in Husky Racing with a win under their belt.
Well, it's great. I mean, we've got a lot of catching up to do, so practice is really important today in pole position, but I think we'll get back in the swing of things real fast.
I'm just really happy to be back, and Husky Chocolate's been absolutely dominating. They won the Indy 500 as well, so I'm going to try to step in and keep that going.
The course in Sarasota is a 9-pin oval circuit. Its long, sweeping, high-speed turns allow boats to run at almost full throttle.
It's a pretty simple course. It's got some long sweeping bends, so it's a very technical course. You know, pretty much down to the driver to keep it up and flowing. So if we lose, it's Travis's fault.
All right.
If we win, it's me.
And that's probably accurate. Yes, that sounds good.
Since 2019, these Class 1 boats have been powered by twin turbocharged 9-litre 1,100 horsepower Mercury V8 engines, which are designed to add a level of reliability while also cutting costs. Here's Stuart Halley, General Manager of Mercury Racing, talking about these engines.
To make the playing field level, what we do is we mechanically seal our engines, and then we also manage the ECUs to make sure that they're in factory site conditions and nothing's been modified. That way the teams can focus on hydrodynamic setup, and they have the benefit of a reliable engine based on a production engine, so they can really focus on test time. A lot of the race-specific engines would have finite lives, so the engines we have today really aid the teams in again, test time and setting up. That way it highlights the skill sets of the driver, throttleman, and the teams.
After the lottery draw on Cocoa Beach in round 1, round 2 offered a true qualifier to determine the starting lineup and which boat would take the coveted pole position. X Insurance went out early, finally putting their sleek red boat through its paces. Pratt and Jennings hungry for some action, but disaster struck just half a lap into their flying lap.
It looks like there's a hole in the bottom of the boat. I don't know. We were following LPC. Miles lost steering, so we came off the throttles, and the side of the boat ripped the steering out, the lines, and it just kind of exploded, and the dashboard broke apart and everything. So
we might just forego pole.
The damage was too extensive to fix in time for the race, and so they were out again. Huge disappointment for Alex Pratt, as he was yet to get a single race lap in on the water. It was smooth sailing for Husky, however, as Curtis and Pastrana set the fastest lap time at 3 minutes 14 seconds. 222 Offshore Australia were 3 seconds off the pace at 3 minutes 17 seconds. JBS Racing ran into an electrical problem in qualifying, yet they got third fastest after Husky and 222 Offshore Australia. So Husky Racing took pole, Pastrana and Curtis with the best seats in the house.
So it's a couple of foot out there. It was enough that you couldn't, run it loose and hang it out, but you had to tuck it under, and it was a fine line between being tucked under and then trimmed out to get the speed. So, but it was all good. We're obviously really happy. The guys did a great job on the boat. So, yeah, everything's super.
Race day, with crowds gathering along Lido Beach in the VIP tent in anticipation of round 2. JBS Racing were putting their MTI boat in the water, but they encountered a problem.
We got delivered another issue this morning. Jeff, my driver's actually in the hospital, the owner, with kidney stones, so I've had to find a guy to sub in for me today. Kind of disheartening. I love being in the boat with Jeff, so our prayers are out to him.
Jeff Stevenson's place would be filled by Charlie McCarthy on driving duty. Teams awaiting the green flag rolling start as the boats lined up. The green flag goes up, the race was on. Great start from 222 Offshore Australia as they nudged ahead of the pole sitters. But Husky find their pace and begin to pull ahead down that opening straightaway. Husky Chocolate moved into the lead ahead of 222 Offshore Australia as Curtis found the balance and the speed they needed on the inside, but the waves were big and unpredictable. After taking a big hit, Husky lost power on one of their 1,100 horsepower Mercury engines. Sure enough, this put Darren Nicholson and Giovanni Carpitella in the lead. JBS Racing also passed Husky, Curtis and Pastrana dropping to third as they tried to get their engines fired back up. When Curtis and Pastrana finally managed to get the boat back up and running, they found themselves 35 seconds behind the race leaders, 222 offshore Australia. Out in the lead, look at those waves, the boats bobbing and hopping as teams struggled to keep their noses down and those props in the water. And there's Husky, Curtis upping the pace as they made up the lost time and caught up with the lead boats. Husky was back in striking distance of JBS 2 laps later. Husky Chocolate was on the inside, JBS staying outside, and a great display of sportsmanship from JBS. Stancombe and McCarthy gave the lane to Husky. 222 offshore Australia were next. Nicholson and Carpitella in their sights as Husky went on the warpath. By lap 6, the lead was cut even further. The two boats locked horns in a drag race, with Husky finding the clean water and the top speed on the outside that propelled them past the Aussie team. In third place, JBS Racing's bad luck in Sarasota continued as they suffered a mechanical issue and had to pull off the circuit. And so Husky Racing cruising in the lead, on track for yet another 20 points, making them clear favourites for the world title this year.
One of the coolest things ever. Steve always said he's like, oh, we can turn it up, we can turn it up. And we stalled at the beginning. So I looked over and said, now I'm going to see what fast is like. And man, was it fast.
Pretty cool, pretty freaking cool. It was weird, wasn't it, that water? You get along and you can hang it and you go, oh, this is like a boom. Bang, yeah. We went off the gate, we got a great start, hit the right on the pin. We went off, it was running like a freight train, we hit a really big wave, jumped up, but it all level and nice, came down, one engine shut down.
We have a couple of alarms and we wrong the setup. We don't understand it's rough like this outside, so we are too much light.
Charlie did an incredible job. I'm glad I picked him to come in the boat with me. I'll let him in there anytime.
The overall results after round 2. Husky Racing sit atop the world standings with 40 points, and on 27 points apiece are 222 Offshore Australia and JBS Racing. Class 1 Series headed to Michigan City, Indiana, for the first freshwater race of the season on the Great Lake of Michigan. This venue is famous for its rough seas and high winds, as the battle in the north was on, with multiple classes racing for an action-packed weekend. To kick things off, a boat parade where teams showed off their machines and riders met and mingled with fans as Michigan City turned out to greet the Class 1 fleet. Races down and 4 to go, it was critical for teams to rack up points. There were 4 boats racing in the Great Lake Michigan Grand Prix, the only major change being the new boat and number for 345 Racing X Insurance. After 2 breakdowns in 2 outings with no laps raced, Miles Jennings and Alex Pratt could finally look forward to some action in their new number 11 X Insurance Good Boy Vodka boat.
So we started the season with two unlucky races. Broke the boat both times, unfortunately. We actually purchased a new boat, put a team together in 30 days, record time. It's been an amazing boat. We're really looking forward to going around circles today.
Jeff Stevenson was back in the driver's seat for JBS Racing. The team owner fit and healthy and ready to race alongside Michael Stanko on throttle. The circuit on Lake Michigan was a short sausage course with very tight turns, fresh water, and winds and waves expected. Teams filed out for the qualifying to see who would take the pole position race. Husky went out and, true to form, laid down a blistering lap of 2 minutes 03.67. 222 Offshore Australia off the pace with a time of 2 minutes 06.11. X Insurance were still to find the proper weight distribution or setup on their new boat.
We've arrived at the first race without any real testing, so we're not sure about weights or props or how it's going to work and happen.
X Insurance Good Boy Vodka had a decent run without any mishaps, but they weren't fast enough to catch Husky Chocolate with a time of 2 minutes 13.11. Bad luck for JBS Racing. They did manage to get a lap in, but then had to retire with electrical issues that they'd been dealing with in the previous round. So Husky Chocolate with the best seat in the house ahead of the third race of the season. 222 Offshore Australia in P2, X Insurance P3, and then JBS Racing fourth. Race day on Lake Michigan with conditions stormy and rough on the water. There was carnage in the wet pits as boats from previous races in other categories came back in, and the Class 1 teams scrambled to make last-minute setups ahead of the third race of the season.
It's picking up, and we've decided to make a change. Might be the right decision, might be the wrong decision, but it's going pretty snotty out there, and the weather looks like it's staying in. So
it got real windy. They were it's so rough. They're flying.
I saw the condition is increasing. I watched the super stock racing, and it's going up and up and up. Last decision to reduce the ratio for a more grip and more acceleration.
We're kind of set up for a short, lumpy course. He's feeling good, I'm feeling good. Boat's running the way she should, so we're going to give it hell.
A break in the weather allows teams to get the boats out and into the lineup on tempestuous waters. The green flag goes up, the race was on. Great start from Husky Chocolate as Steve Curtis and Travis Pastrana start in pole with the inside lane advantage to the Commitment Boy. It's a very rough, very bumpy ride ahead for all teams. The Aussie boat has the speed as they catch up to Husky, and the two go neck and neck on the drag race to that first turn. Darren Nicholson and Giovanni Carpitella going all out. What a run from 222 Offshore Australia as they nudge ahead in very rough waves. Incredible speed in this duel between two of the best throttlemen in powerboat racing, Curtis versus Carpitella. In third place is X Insurance. Jennings and Pratt finally on the water and in the race for the first time this year.
The east side of the course.
Here they are at the first turn. 222 Offshore Australia gets there first, but they are on the outside while Husky has the inside lane advantage as they come around. And they get through to the back straight, still neck and neck. 222 Offshore Australia is not easing up on the pace. Can Husky Chocolate keep up with the blue and grey? The water's even heavier on the back straight, but Carpitella is not easing off on the throttle, keeping up that exceptional pace as 222 Offshore Australia finds its rhythm and outpaces Husky. Going in third, X Insurance riding the bumpy waters, trying to keep that nose down and those props in the water. Oh, they nearly lose it. The nose goes up, but they make it back on the water. JBS Racing close behind X Insurance as Stancombe and Stevenson try to move up into the top three. Meanwhile, Carpitella and Nicholson have opened their lead against Husky, but they know there is no time or room to ease off with 10 more laps to go out there on very rough, unrelenting waters.
V-Class, they're the ones that are racing for the big
X Insurance holds on to third, but they're getting a real beating out there, and they may have miscalculated the boat's weighting. Maybe too light on the front end as that nose keeps popping up. Meanwhile, JBS Racing just skipping over those waves, getting a good rhythm going as Stancombe and Stevenson pick up the pace and start moving up on X Insurance. JBS Racing catches up with X Insurance on the outside as Jennings and Pratt struggle to keep that nose down and that boat flat. X Insurance is taking a lot of air on the edge of control, but Pratt and Jennings keep on keeping on. And look at JBS Racing on the outside, zipping past the struggling X Insurance as Stancombe and Stevenson find the clear outside waters to take third place going into the turn. And sure enough, there's damage on the X-Insurance boat's rear starboard side. Out in the lead, Carpitella and Nicholson as 222 Offshore Australia solidify first place with some very smooth handling on what are very rough conditions, maintaining over 10 boat lengths on Curtis and Pastrana in the Husky Chocolate boat. Carpitella masterful in these conditions, very much a Throttleman's race out there on Lake Michigan. But behind them, Curtis is known to feel the course out for the first few laps and then power past into the lead. Can 222 hold on for the remaining laps? The damage appears not to be holding Jennings and Pratt back as they find a rhythm, keep the nose down and get the pace to now move up and challenge JBS for third on the inside lane. And they do it! What a comeback from Pratt and Jennings. X-Insurance grabs third place on the inside going into that turn. Kudos to Pratt in his first ever Class 1 race as Throttleman. X-Insurance almost goes over again, but they keep going in this never say die display. Meanwhile, the hard-charging 222 Offshore Australia reigns supreme. Coming up on the two back markers, about to lap JBS and X-Insurance. The Aussie boat speeds past JBS, catches X-Insurance. The two going around neck and neck. Will this slow 222's momentum, giving Husky an opportunity to close the gap? But it seems no bother to Nicholson and Carpitella as they glide past at full speed. Never skipping a beat, a flawless performance on the day from 222 Offshore Australia and a perfect setup. JBS Racing kept up the pressure on X-Insurance right to the end, but it was too much for the boat. Stancombe and Stevenson out of the race near the end. Carpitella and Nicholson's sublime performance paid off. They finished the race and stayed ahead of Husky to win their first race of the year. Husky runners-up using their 13-point world standings cushion to fight another day. And hats off to X-Insurance Good Boy Vodka, who despite the huge hits, finished the race and got themselves on the podium. A much-needed win for 222 Offshore Australia, which keeps their 2022 world title hopes alive as they take 20 points.
Bad time. Bad time. Yeah, needed that.
At last. That's 3 in a row we've been in the lead. Finally got one across the line.
We feel we are long. We need to be more short in the propeller for our power plane up the waves. Like this, we are on the waves. So, and I have to reverse the styling of throttling, completely reverse, because I don't have the power to broke the waves. You know, that's good. Good race.
First straightaway we took off. Oh, like, oh God, this is it. This is where it ends. That's great stuff. It was fun. Those guys, 222 had a good run. Right, guys. That was good.
Felt that we were faster going up the beach and they were faster on the other leg. But we had a couple of Guardian modes come in and stuff like that. But it, you know, hey, they did a fantastic race. We were happy, you know, that we got to finish, got it home and stuff, and we're still leading the championship, and that's the main thing. We needed a lot more weight up front. We had no trim left, so we were just trying to do the best we could to finish. But we saw JBS pulling up, so we had to kind of get a little faster for a second there. But we were trimmed all the way in, dude, and it was still just, I mean, just not even close enough weight up front. We came around that last turn, and there was just a huge dip, and we came way off of it, and we had it no acceleration, but it just went, set it down after we just kept going. But we didn't realize half the boat was
We knew at that point we couldn't catch the third. You know, obviously the handling of the boat wasn't good enough for that. But we wanted to make sure we stayed ahead of JBS, of course, in the race. Yeah. We weren't going to finish behind them.
Yeah.
So
we did finish behind them, right?
Absolutely. We weren't going to do that.
In the overall standings, 222 Offshore Australia cut their gap to 8 points behind Husky. And that concludes the first half of the season. Who will be the Class 1 World Powerboat Champion for 2022?
Class 1. This is a lot of focus with right around 2 o'clock. Welcome back to the 2022 P1 Offshore St. Petersburg Powerboat Grandprix, presented by Visit St. Pete Clearwater, a P1 Offshore produced event. Go to p1offshore.com for more information. Follow P1 Offshore on Facebook or on Instagram. Keep up with your teams. Buy some merchandise. See what's going on in the world of offshore powerboat racing. Mike Iwaski again, joined by Cole McGowan. Cole, this is Class 1. These are the big boys of offshore powerboat racing now. 40-foot hulls powered by 1,100 Mercury Racing comp engines.
The premier class of offshore powerboat racing.
And it's got some premier talent in there with Steve Curtis and Travis Pastrana, Michael Stancombe, Jeff Stevenson, Darren Nichols, Giovanni Carpatella, and 222. We'll go through roll call in just a few minutes. So this is a little bit different, Cole, than what we've done all day today. We're going to do a full parade lap, one time all the way around behind the Active Thunder pace boat, rather, and they'll see the dog leg. They'll bring them down for a mill just to our left, much like they did with Supercat. They will let them run all the way up the course, but they're going to do the dog leg on the very first lap, as to where some of our other races have skipped the dog leg on the first lap. Not this group. They will be doing it their first time around, 11 laps for 66 miles. Let's do roll call for this group. Of course, 21, Husky Racing, Husky Chocolate. Got Travis Pastrana making his second race of the day debut with Steve Curtis on the throttles. 222 Offshore, sponsored by the Australian Navy, Darren Nicholson and Giovanni Carpatella. JBS Racing, Jeff Stevenson, Michael Stancombe. X Insurance, Good Boy Vodka, Miles Jennings, Alex Pratt, and D.F. Young. First-time race out here for D.F. Young, Mark Granite and Rich Wyatt. Actually said Wes Wyatt yesterday. Forgot that was his dad. As I was saying, I thought that might be his dad, but I was confused. He made sure to correct me this morning. So, Rich, we're sorry about that. That is Class 1. Of course, Husky Chocolate and 222 Australian Navy are running the Mercury 1100 comp racing engine. So is X Insurance Good Boy Vodka.
The official power of Class 1.
Yep, the official power of Class 1. JBS is running the naturally aspirated V16 X16 engines.
And they, as we watch them around their parade lap, get them familiar with the course, taking the dog leg, and then as soon as they cross the finish line, get them lined up in a nice line.
Yep.
And take the green flag.
And D.F. Young, their 50-foot Mystic. Now, Husky Chocolate and 222 Offshore Australian Navy are Victory hulls. JBS is an MTI. X Insurance Good Boy Vodka, another MTI. 222. Okay, 222. See, we made that, but we tried to correct that yesterday. It happens, and we apologize. Australian Navy 222 Offshore. Now you get a look down the tunnel of Husky Chocolate. Of course, Travis Pastrana raced in Michigan City, Indiana, got his feet wet with true offshore powerboat racing.
Oh, yeah, he loved every second.
Finally got to beat around a little bit inside of that boat. Of course, 222 taking the win in Michigan City after Husky Chocolate had some rare and uncommon mechanical issues, as Gary Stray usually gets that boat right on the money. For racing. Very, very good setup, of course, with Steve Curtis. The communication between those two, you and I both got to experience, is magical almost. The way they can talk and communicate, it's just amazing. It really, truly is.
I just love their little sidebar chats.
Yep.
You know, Steve will hop out of the boat and they, Gary Stray, the technical director, will go huddle in the corner and discuss all of their, their options, what the next move is, how they feel. It's their own language between those two. They've known each other since their teens and early 20s, so it's really incredible.
110%. And that drives a lot of the success behind that team. Of course, this team was Miss Geico, and of course switched over to Husky Chocolate as their new title sponsor. There is X Insurance, Good Boy Vodka, Alex Pratt, Miles Jennings. This is formerly their Performance Boat Center Jimmy John's Supercat entry that was built a couple of years ago. The boat was just a little bit too big for the Supercat class. It became a pleasure boat for a little while and now is back racing with the Merc Racing Comp 1100 engines. Pretty cool boat there. Alex Pratt, of course, owns a 50-foot Mystic with turbine power in it.
He's had quite a few, and just took delivery of a new MTI center console as well.
Oh, he did?
Last week.
Very nice. As you get a look at the Active Thunder pace boat.
Start officials on board.
Yep, they're going to take them down to this area where we milled before, get them in their groups.
Just a few seconds away then from the start as soon as they round this buoy here.
Husky Chocolate had the pole. JBS actually got second on the pole yesterday. 222 Australian Navy in third. DF Young and X Insurance rounding out qualifying and the start positions. Now they are all lined up. Cole, I don't think they're going to stop them. I think they're in line. Looks like the pace boat is continuing to go.
Oh, yeah, they're going to keep them going.
Yep. So
they're
no
going to line them up with a temporary buoy that they've set up to mark the start position.
So they'll exit this turn, get everybody straight, and then they will drop the green flag, and we will be racing Class 1 style here in St. Petersburg, Florida for the P1 Offshore St. Petersburg Powerboat Grand Prix presented by Visit St. Pete Clearwater. Waiting for the green flag, holding, waiting. Great shot of that pace boat there.
And there we have it. We've got a green flag for the start of Class 1.
So they got past that buoy, which is the buoy they all had to be lined up by, and we are racing as we look at the rooster tail come up on Husky Chocolate. Twin turbo motors, not known for bottom end power, more top end power. Steve Curtis says he actually doesn't run with tacks, he actually runs with boost gauges now, so he knows where the engines are in their power curve.
How to load them going in and out of the turns.
And it's almost like throttling a turbine engine, he said, compared to throttling a normal engine, because the turbo lag is similar to what you would see in a turbine when you let up the gas. It's not instant power when you get back on. It's got to spool back up, so to speak.
When he, of course, spent so many years with the Lamborghini V12 power of a prior era of Class 1 with that instant power right at his fingertips.
So Husky Chocolate on the inside, it was JBS in the second spot, 222 Australian Navy in the third spot, and then DF Young.
They're going in side by side.
Insurance, yeah, look at that. That's 222 and JBS on the inside. Husky just in the front of this group. That's whose rooster tail you see just to the right-hand side of the screen. Now JBS seems to pull a little bit away from 222 Australian Navy as they kind of fall behind the rooster tail of Husky. They will do the dog leg the first time by and come down and complete their first of 11 laps, 66 miles on this 6-mile course. Flattened out a lot, much like we said it did yesterday in qualifying. They're almost running in mirror water of what they ran in yesterday qualifying, so their setup probably went back to what they had as it was a little bit bumpier earlier. The wind has laid it down.
It has, even since the Supercat race.
So Travis hugs it into that buoy. There is JBS. They go out a little bit wider.
Pushing the rest of the fleet out as well.
Yeah, a little bit, but that's kind of a risky move because you've really opened a big door up there for somebody to try and tuck underneath you. And
just as you said.
222 is going to try and do that. They're going to look to the inside. Now, what JBS has the advantage with is they're going to have the inside of the dog leg, so they'll be able to kind of push 222 back out. Good run for the JBS boat. Number 16, Michael Stancombe, Jeff Stevenson on board, of course, both very seasoned racers in that MTI hull. There is
JBS
X
have to
Insurance,
take
good
that
boy
very
vodka.
tight.
Yep. Husky left them plenty of room in there. No reason to really scrub off a whole bunch of speed. They are about a rooster tail length behind Husky Chocolate coming out of that turn. And these three boats have really separated. One, Husky Chocolate, two, JBS. Third place is 222 Australian Navy as they come around into the bottom end of this course, the western side of this course. 4 pins, they'll come in, they'll run a little bit wide. Travis goes way out wide there. He's going to square it up, line up to the next buoy, and try and run straight line through. JBS just stays to the outside of his wake, not wanting to get in the whitewash or the rooster tail.
Very nice turn.
Yep, JBS cuts a little bit back inside there. And there is 222 Australian Navy. And here comes X Insurance, Good Boy Vodka just behind them and DF Young. X Insurance went out way wide there too. Kind of allowed DF Young to close up the gap. I do like that X Insurance MTI. It is a slick-looking boat,
yeah,
long,
it is.
very sleek.
Great livery on that.
Of course, Good Boy Vodka is Alex Pratt's company, where they say every sip benefits a pup. As they all exit the turn, nothing has changed. Husky continues to lead JBS in second. This is X Insurance and DF Young. They're currently battling for fourth. X Insurance way on the outside, DF Young on the inside. Now, DF Young running Herb Stotler engines with a supercharger still on them, detuned to 1,100 horsepower. Some concerns this morning post the drivers' meeting about that boat, but obviously they've let it in. They're going to let it run today. And Cole, the idea behind all that is really just letting these guys come in, get their feet wet with what they've got, and then see if they want to commit to running the class next year, putting the Mercury 1100 Racing comp engines in it.
Absolutely, yeah. We want to welcome as many boats as we can into the class. It's growing very quickly. So for those that don't immediately have the Mercury Racing 1100 competition engines in the boat, giving them a chance, like you said, get their feet wet and a chance to commit for the future.
Yep, Stuart Haley and his Mercury team are all here, of course, helping out and teching the boats with their tremendous knowledge. of the Mercury Racing team. There is JBS. They currently sit in second. A lot of very early on separation. You can see how far behind Husky he is, just barely getting some whitewater off of Husky. The boat would be just to the right of the screen. JBS currently in second. And 222 Australia Navy really not really close behind JBS either. Here is Husky Chocolate. They are exiting this turn, coming back down into the dogleg. Travis Pastrana, Steve Curtis. Travis Pastrana, of course, ran Pit Viper Twisted T earlier today. And they went out with a mechanical issue. So Travis looking to get a little bit of redemption here, as is Husky Chocolate when they lost from Michigan City. And if you go back to as far as Sarasota, it was actually 222 that had a tremendous lead. After Husky had a mechanical issue at the start, they were able to get it worked out. They actually hunted down and passed 222 Australian Navy to take the win. And that was an impressive run by Travis and Steve in Sarasota, 110%.
It really was. And that was truly Travis's first chance getting to be in the boat full tilt and in a true race against 222. And, I was in race control in Sarasota, and as I heard 222 going by, they sounded a little short on their setup that time. A few crackles as they went by on the limiters. But
well, we talked about this with them yesterday. Remember, they're coming from Australia, right? So, they don't get a lot of time over here. They don't get a lot of time to test during the week. Husky Chocolate can really test any day that they want. I mean, they can go out and run the boat. Patrick Cleveland can get in the boat with Steve Curtis. They can go out and test a different setup or make a change.
Absolutely.
And then inform Travis of that and be able to just come in and race. X Insurance, Good Boy Vodka, and DF Young currently doing battle for fourth. This is JBS currently in second, kind of running a little bit of a race by themselves.
DF Young seem to be picking up their pace a little bit, catching up with X Insurance, Good Boy
They're
Vodka.
They're running a shorter line. Now, the advantage to there with the turbocharged motors is they may have a little bit more acceleration, a little more snap. And they do. They made the pass on X Insurance, Good Boy Vodka on the inside.
X Insurance at speed with the outside there as they go.
Yep, now let's see what Miles and Alex do. They're probably going to hold it almost wide open, try and carry some speed. And I can hear DF Young lift right there. I heard DF Young lift just a little bit, but they had to square that corner up. But again, they're expecting the acceleration. X Insurance just to the outside of them. And they are deck to deck, maybe even almost tied for fourth place. But looks like X Insurance may be pulling a little bit ahead of them now. Husky continues to lead. JBS in second, 222 Australian Navy in third. Not much has changed in the way of the top three boats, Cole.
Still holding pretty still right now.
Yeah, for sure. You got to wonder about Australian Navy 222 because they seem to be kind of riding that roller coaster up and down. They seem to be really fast, really successful. Then they kind of run into some issues, and then they'll kind of pick it up and go fast again. But this is good for JBS because JBS currently sits in third place in points in Class 1. So this will mix the points up just a little bit. As right now it's Husky's race to loot, and we know Husky's talking to Gary on land. Obviously, Gary's watching all the telemetry of the boat, making sure the boat's doing exactly what they want it to do.
He's got a full-time, it's actually a phone call that they're on inside the boat. They have a signal system where they're drawing from all the cell towers, and Gary Stray's just listening in on a phone call, and he'll mute himself, and then he can listen the entire time to Travis and Steve speaking back and forth and unmute as needed.
Cole McGowan is a technical marvel of offshore power racing.
Gary Stray is the technical. I don't know. I'm just relaying the facts.
Oh, you're just relaying what you learned. I get it. I understand. That's a good shot there of Husky Chocolate and JBS. Husky Chocolate in first, JBS in second. Travis was trying to get some good experience, a good flat water race after having a rough water race. It's funny, I was talking to him yesterday just briefly. He said it's pretty nervous about coming out here and getting to race a boat, but he is seriously one of the most competitive people. When it was Miss Geico, we were at a two-day race somewhere, and Britt was driving one day, who's the backup driver for Husky, and Travis was driving the next day, and Gary Stray told me that Travis just wanted to beat Britt's lap times. They had nobody else to race at that particular race.
Morehead City.
Morehead City. Travis just wanted to know how much faster he was going than Britt, and I think Gary and Steve had to tell him to stop and be like, okay, no, we're not going to play this game. Just you go out and run your race. But that's how competitive a guy is. Of course, you've known him for motocross and supercross and rally cars.
And Britt Lilly was there to greet him at the dock when he got back to let him know that he was still faster.
And they are childhood friends, just so everybody knows. They are childhood friends, which is how Travis got into the sport. Nice turn there by JBS. Squared it up. Came into that corner with a lot of speed. Always like the blue and yellow paint on this MTI hull. Of course, we talked about earlier, JBS is building a new 438 skater to come out and run in Class 1 in the 2023 season. There is 222 Australian Navy, Darren Nicholson, Giovanni Carpitella, DF Young, and X Insurance. Cole, you got to wonder if something might be wrong with X Insurance. They followed way off the pace of DF Young, as to where just one lap ago, they were kind of side by side with them.
Absolutely. Well, Miles and Alex, as we spoke about yesterday, still getting a feel for each other. Yep. First time they've really been able to, or second time, I suppose, after Michigan City, really been able to get in the boat together and push hard. So, give them
and that's
some
going to
time.
be a setup thing with that boat. That boat's changed, set up a little bit. I think after the Supercat class, it was privately bought. I think it had some bigger power put in it at some point and was run at Lake of the Ozarks, and now it's being set back up. And I talk about that because in the Supercat class, right, you have MCON and you have CR Racing. They actually just bought the old Performance Boat Center boat. They ran it at Lake of the Ozarks shootout with the big blower motors it had in it. It'll take 8 weeks to convert that boat over from what it is to run the shootout over to running a Supercat race. So it's a lot more than just, swapping some engines. There's a lot of setup stuff that has to go on. So they're trying to get that figured out with the X Insurance Good Boy Vodka boat, I'm sure, as well. And there's no data to go off of, right? It's the only model of that MTI boat built to run in Class 1. Husky Chocolate obviously has a lot of experience being Geico. Steve Curtis has a lot of experience with Spirit of Norway, Qatar, when he raced for them, so he understands this hull. He knows this hull very, very well, and obviously can make it work with the tutelage of Gary Stay. Travis Pastrana, Steve Curtis continue to lead in Class 1. JBS now in a race all by themselves in second, and there they are, and there is nobody really close behind them at all. So a lot of separation in the early laps here in Class 1. But a good run for JBS. Want to kind of see them get up there and run with this group. They currently sit third place in points.
They obviously endured a very rough race in Cocoa Beach at the beginning of the year. Sarasota, Florida, they dropped out early in the race with mechanical issues. So
they had ECU issues at the shootout just a couple of weeks ago. The boat actually spent the week down here in Sarasota. Jeff Stevenson now lives down in the Keys in Florida, but the boat stayed in Sarasota at Innovation with Michael Stancombe. They were able to get their ECU issues figured out and be able to get that boat looking really, really good. There is Husky Chocolate, boat number 21.
It's really amazing. Look at those tunnel shots, seeing that single rudder there in the middle, and that has all the control there.
Yep. Well, and I remember working for Gary Strand of the Geico team, how they would talk about raising the rudder and lowering the rudder for drag and for speed.
That's another thing. There's different lengths of rudder, different rakes of rudder.
Exactly.
There's a lot of setup changes that can be made. Rough race, you go for the longer one.
Yep. Now this is a number 6 boat. JBS is a number 6 boat. X Insurance is an M8 boat.
And by number 6, you're referring to the drives on the back.
DF Young, 222 Australian Navy, and Husky are all surface drive rudder boats. That's a good shot there. You get to see that rudder one more time. So, Cole, I'm kind of wondering, 222 Australian Navy didn't have the best qualifying lap yesterday. They might be losing a little bit of ground to DF Young.
I do believe they perhaps lost another second on this lap.
X Insurance Good Boy Vodka really not changing much. So, again, a lot of separation in this group. Been kind of an up and down year for Darren and Giovanni in 222, but as we mentioned, they come from Australia. They work on their own boats. 222 is actually a marine repair business over in Australia. So they come over and they have to work on their boats once they get here. They spend about a week getting it ready. They come and they race. They go back for about a week and they tear everything apart or put everything away, and then they fly back to Australia. And it takes, 18 hours to get here from Australia or something like that?
It's a long trip.
Yeah, it's a long flight. That is probably one of the biggest things that's prevented me from taking a vacation to Australia.
Well, unfortunately, too, with just some of the travel delays, as the world picks back up again, it's taken them, even a few days to get here, just with cancellations and things they've been running into.
What happens in the States? I mean, you and I fly all over for doing this stuff, and I've taken a few flights this year where, you can't. That's why I'm flying early in the morning. That's why I tell everybody to fly early in the morning, because you got a good chance of the flights not getting as messed up as you do later in the day with the storms or the weather coming through and the shortages of people. And
I fly private, so I don't have that issue.
Oh, why? Why you had to tell me that you fly private? I don't want to know any more details. Let's go back to boat racing, please. Husky Chocolate continues to lead. Really?
No.
Oh, okay.
Sometimes.
Doesn't surprise me. I mean, you have your pilot's license?
Not yet. I'm working on my rotary wing. That's helicopters. I'm a helicopter guy.
Helicopters would be very, because of the foot and the
It's a lot like boat racing. There's a lot of inputs into it.
Yeah, but it's your feet to do the tail rotor and then the throttle and the stick.
Absolutely.
But helicopters are cool because you can just sit there and hover and look at whatever you want to look at.
Exactly.
Like
boat racing.
Exactly. 222 Australian Navy currently sits in third place in Class 1. Husky continues to lead. They have opened up a straightaway length lead on JBS. JBS just going through your screen there. There is DF Young on the right, 222 Australian Navy on the left. X Insurance behind this group, as Darren and Giovanni look for whatever they can to try and make up some speed. I think they're actually maybe losing. I think that whole back three is losing some ground to JBS and Husky.
Yeah, I would agree.
Because it's about a straightaway length there from the dog leg down into this westerly turn.
Husky showing absolutely no signs of slowing down, though. Still solidly in first place.
And they will go out and, Gary Stray will tell them, okay, set it at this and go run your race. We'll make sure nothing happens behind you. They are very efficient when it comes to that and being able to save the equipment. But again, this was a really already well-established team because it was Miss Geico. I mean, nothing changed except for the livery, the color, and the name on the boat. The trucks are still the same, the motors are still the same, the building is even still the same. This was a program that Scott Colton had been working on for some time leading up to. They knew the Geico contract was obviously going to expire. Was cut a little bit short because of an accident. Nothing to do with the race team. But they were able to get the Husky Chocolate guys on board. And from what I understand, the Husky team is here in St. Petersburg enjoying a beautiful West Coast Florida weekend.
Absolutely. The Husky team have got, over 100 guests from around the world through the various companies that are involved in their network there. And, all from Texas, Sweden, Finland, there's folks all over joining the Husky team here this weekend. They have a huge showing, and so I'm sure they're all on shore right now celebrating.
Well, that's good for them. Always want to keep them inspired as we continue to race here in Class 1. Speaking of Husky, there they are, your leader. Have led since the start, 11 laps for 66 miles. We're probably coming up on the halfway point or just past the halfway point of this particular race. You're watching the P1 Offshore St. Petersburg Powerboat Grand Prix presented by Visit St. Pete Clearwater. Go to p1offshore.com for more information. Follow P1 on Facebook, P1 Offshore on Facebook, and P1 Offshore on the IG, also known as Instagram.
Wow, look at you.
Now, can you give us more information about Husky Chocolate? Like, I have a very high-level idea of what they are, but can you elaborate a little bit on that?
Sure, yeah. They offer some fantastic chocolate and protein-based drinks.
Okay. I thought it was a powder, too, though, right, that you added to?
Yeah, they've got a powder. They've got a few different versions. They've got the whole machine that you can set up somewhere.
I had no idea they had a machine.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, no, it's a growing brand. It started as initially hot chocolate at a ski resort, and they continued expanding.
That's where the powder come from, because I knew that previously it was a hot chocolate.
And then it became bottled chocolate milk, and then they've added a protein version. So, growing company, great people. They really love the sport. So, we're very excited to have them involved now.
There is 222 Australian Navy. They currently sit in third in Class 1. JBS running all alone in second. As I am impressed to see JBS running as good as they are. Like you said earlier, they have kind of struggled all season long. This is a brand new engine package to the sport of powerboat racing in general that they're trying to get figured out. And they're naturally aspirated, so their power curve is even different than what 222 Australian Navy or Husky have because of the twin turbos. Twin turbos making all their power more on the upper levels of the engine.
Right. So the acceleration off the start line could have been a huge help with the naturally aspirated engines. But of course, temporary arrangement as this is a one-year contract essentially with the 16 power before they make the switch to the Mercury Racing competition.
And of course, the official motor of Class 1 racing, an official engine manufacturer. So what's Husky clothing then? Because if you look
Husky
at the
wear.
truck, Husky wear. I'm sorry, Husky wear.
So it's sort of technical. Sustainability is at the core of the business and the brand, but it's a technical ski line, and they're working on.
Yeah, it's like cold line clothing, right?
Yeah, they're working on a marine line as well. So
there are other places around the world, Cole, that you've never been that are kind of cold.
There are, yeah. I
forgot. You said you finally saw snow when you went to Wisconsin, and Stuart beamed you with a snowball.
He did. It was an experience, but I'll just stick to the sunshine.
If he does
here
it again, I'll give him money. He beamed you with a snowball again, because I would die at the opportunity to beam you with a snowball. I mean, never get the chance, but I would try it.
I'll now know not to join you on a northern trip.
There you go. So you're not going on the Doc Jansen snowmobiling trip with me?
You were invited?
I think anybody. Is it an invite?
I don't know.
I thought you could go. I don't know. I mean, Doc Jansen's a good friend. Known him for years. He's obviously been around for a while. Husky Chalka continues to lead. They are winding down the laps in Class 1. They are pretty much running uncontested in first place. And you'll see JBS come into your screen in just a second as Husky heads towards the dogleg. Travis Pastrana, Steve Curtis. Travis finally starting to get into the boat racing groove, start to enjoy it.
He's remarked time and time again after he gets out of the boat how much he loves it and how unique this is compared to anything else that he's done. It's really difficult to describe the acceleration that you feel in these engines, in a powerboat. It's just unlike anything else.
I compare powerboat racing, probably the closest thing he does is rally racing, right? Because rally racing, first off, they don't know what the course is. They're read their course notes by their co-driver, so they don't have any idea what the course is, which means it's always going to constantly be changing for them. Nothing is ever going to be exactly the same, and that's what happens in offshore powerboat racing. Look at Michigan City, for example, started off as a calm day and then, turned into, 6 or 7 footers with big holes in between them. And no one wave is in the same place at every time.
Right.
So he has to be good at adapting to the conditions that he's running in. And I think, between rally, which he's very successful in rally, it might be a good transition over to offshore power racing. Plus, there's 2 people in the boat like there is in the rally car. Obviously, Travis has control of the full motor package and drivetrain in the rally car as to where Steve can throttle it, which is an adjustment,
Sure.
When people always ask me what that's like, I tell them to drive home with their wives on the gas and the husbands on the throttle and tell me if you're still married when you get there. People always laugh at that joke, but it's a good joke. JBS now comes around in second. Here is 222 Australian Navy. They have kind of gapped out third. It's where I thought DF Young was catching up to them a bit. They have kind of pulled away. Maybe even, they might be closing that gap. They're definitely closing the gap now on JBS. Cole, it was that whole dogleg straightaway down into this turn.
I think JBS sounds a little different this time around.
Yep, just a bit. But 222 is definitely catching them. Now maybe 222 went a little bit heavier on their setup. Now the boat's starting to lighten in, come to them a bit, get some more speed.
And can you just explain to everybody when we say coming onto the setup and,
Nope, wait a minute. I say that about 222, but directly in front of us, they are pumping the throttles quite a bit. Big rooster tail come up. Here goes DF Young.
They may be suffering a Guardian mode issue at the moment.
I'm thinking so. Now, we talked about Guardian mode first off in the Pro Stock B category that runs the 525 Mercuries. Guardian mode is a protection system that Mercury has on these engines to where if there's an oil pressure issue, water temperature issue, water pressure issue, there's a bunch of different sensors on the motors where if it senses it, it'll retard the motor's timing back or basically make the motor like half power so it doesn't eat itself, so to speak. And that could definitely be what's happening with 222 Australian Navy as they have slowed tremendously. DF Young has gotten around them. So that now puts DF Young up in third, and let's see if they can go give chase. And that's a shame. I thought 222 was catching JBS. It definitely looked like the gap had shrunk down there quite a bit.
There, as you can see, the rooster tail.
Yep, moving slowly now on the course. They'll want to stay out there and run. Tough day for Darren and Giovanni.
And so one of the remedies for Guardian mode as well is you have to bring the throttles down to 0
Yep.
and then back up again to reset them.
Yep. Sometimes it takes shutting the batteries off, turning the batteries back on to clear whatever codes upset it.
Which is also something that Husky experienced in Sarasota.
Yep.
Previous to ultimately
it was
catching
right at
222.
the start. It was right at the start.
They sort of took an awkward flight and a landing, and that's when they said they encountered the issue. Pulled the throttles back, and they actually had to turn them off completely. Back on again, and away they went.
So when we talk about setup, you asked about setup coming to you in the boat or going away from you. So these boats have to meet a minimum weight requirement of 13,000?
11,750.
11,750 pounds. So you have to weigh that when you come out of the water. So you want to put the minimal amount of fuel in, the minimal amount of ballast or lead weight or whatever you're putting inside the boat. You want to select your proper ratio. But as you run the boat, as fuel burns off, it's going to get lighter. So you want the boat to pretty much be balanced the whole way, but sometimes you go, you go one pitch prop too high, well then you're going to lose speed as you get lighter, or the boat's going to get too flighty, and you've got to run a more conservative setup. Sometimes it's going to be too slow. It all just varies. Teams that get it perfect, and it is possible to do, know what that boat's going to need as it gets lightened up. Sometimes teams will add ballast to the boat as it burns off fuel. They'll want to put water in their ballast tank to kind of counteract the loss of fuel so the setup stays the same.
And they can even do that as they're going along with the water pickup, scooping it right up and pumping it in.
You saw North Myrtle Beach RV and Resort earlier today pumping ballast out of the side of their boat. That's what I'm referring to. It's usually an electric bilge pump type setup where they'll fill it up with they'll either use raw water straight from the ocean or Tampa Bay here, or they're going to use exhaust water where they divert the water to cool the exhaust off of one side of the motor up to the ballast tank, fill the ballast tank, and then pump it back out. It just varies on what they want to use and what they're used to. Now, a lot of cat boats don't run ballast tanks because they really don't have the room for them, unless they're going to put them in the sponsons. But then if like one dumps before the other one, then it's going to upset the center of gravity of the boat and how the boat's going to handle side to side. Something you have to be very wary of.
As DF Young crosses the start-finish line again, as we well past the halfway point.
They are now up into third place as 222 Australia Navy is out with some sort of mechanical issue. Here is X Insurance, currently running fourth place. X Insurance Good Boy Vodka, the MTI hull. Second race for this team on this boat. And a friend of mine, Gene Gruber, is actually the technician, is the crew chief now.
Is he? I haven't seen Gene yet.
Yeah, he was with Clovar, I think it was in Cocoa Beach, I want to say. And, that was kind of like a one-race deal. He's like, I don't know if I want to come back. Obviously, he owns his own rigging business now out of Lake of the Ozarks. He's actually putting Slug Hefner's Dirty Duck boat together. And he wasn't just quite sure if he wanted to keep on racing. I was walking around the pits. I haven't had a chance to talk to him. I just kind of glanced up and saw him working the boat. I guess he came out here with Alex Pratt. Of course, he used to work for MTI.
Yep.
He actually built Bob Bull's, one of Bob Bull's last boats. He went from MTI down to Geico. Then he was with Bob Bull, Randy Sissom, and that group for a little while before opening up his own thing. So good to see him back. Very talented rigger, very smart guy, has a lot to offer. So I think he'll have a lot to offer that team as far as an MTI is concerned in his experience with that group.
Also, I believe an understudy of Gary Stray, wasn't he?
I think he was. He was under the tutelage of Gary Stray. Yes, that is correct. Husky Chalky continues to lead, speaking of Gary Stray. Led since the start of this race.
The boat just looks so well balanced.
Yep, it just looks perfect as they come across the finish line, winding down the laps here in beautiful St. Petersburg, Florida. The P1 Offshore St. Petersburg Powerboat Grand Prix presented by Visit St. Pete Clearwater. Here is JBS. They are currently running in second in front of DF Young. 222 Australia Navy is out. They had some sort of mechanical issue last time they came by us here from our broadcast booth at the end of St. Petersburg Pier. What a beautiful place to watch a race, too, as well, Cole. Got the great VIP area down in front of us. You've got some restaurants out here. You've got gift shops, ice cream shops, just all kinds of great things out here.
We were talking about it yesterday. St. Petersburg, downtown St. Pete, right here along the waterfront on the pier. This has got to be one of the best venues for powerboat racing.
Yep.
20 minutes from an international airport, 2 international airports. Yep. Right here in the heart of downtown, shops, restaurants, hotels.
I never knew that beach up there was that nice, where the aquacross guys were launching from. Got a beautiful small beach up there, which obviously is great for the aquacross guys. That's what they need to be able to race. That was super exciting racing to watch this morning, as well as I've gotten to see some of that before. Interesting move there by JBS. That's the second time they've kind of done that, gone in there, found that turn, and then had to correct the opposite direction. Of course, every time you turn that wheel, you're scrubbing off speed. I don't think they're losing ground as much as I thought they were to this boat, DF Young. Beautiful 50-foot Mystic.
Interesting as we go, seeing the longest boat in the fleet here from the shortest boat.
Rich Wyatt and Mark Granite running that boat. Here comes X Insurance Good Boy Vodka. Of course, X Insurance new on the scene this year, but really have tried to jump on and take a big bite out of the insurance market. See, they have a ski boat up in the pits with a motorhome towing it around with X Insurance. They're sponsoring a variety of different things around the industry now.
Yeah, very, very niche boutique firm as far as what the activities they're engaged in and what they're insuring.
And what activities are they engaged in?
All sorts of insurance needs for any assets or activities that you've got
all
going on.
All kinds of assets, not just marine assets, but everything.
All aircraft, everything, yeah.
Very cool to hear. Learn something new every day as we watch X Insurance Good Boy Vodka exit the screen. Here his Husky Chocolate, boat number 21. Now, they did sponsor a boat some years ago down in Texas. That was like a 50-foot MTI or something.
54. It was a massive
that was
boat.
a big
it was a
boat.
one-off. Yeah.
Yep.
And that boat's still in the team's possession.
Oh, it is. Okay. They actually owned that boat.
They do own that boat.
Okay. Did not know that. Well, then you said they own the Superman turbine-powered Outer Limits.
Yep.
Sitting over in the wet pits.
Personal pleasure boat of the owner of Husky.
That's a very cool boat. The paint on that boat is...
Absolutely. I don't think I've seen a paint job like that anywhere
Well,
else.
there's the Batman boat that used to run with OPA. That very similar to that, where the detail is just incredible. My son loves the Batman boat. He might like the Superman boat if he got to see it.
It'd be interesting to see them together then.
It would be, yeah. Finally see who's stronger, Superman or Batman. I think in that case it might be Superman. Here comes Husky Chocolate one more time around. They are a full-length straightaway ahead of JBS. JBS is just exiting the turn towards the dogleg, and Husky is now going through the turn, exiting to head east. And JBS currently running in second. Doesn't look like they've lost a whole bunch of ground to DF Young. That was actually X-Insurance Good Boy Vodka you saw just behind them with their rooster tail. Jeff and Michael will head back into the dog leg. Of course, Michael Stancombe from Pepper's Racing Days ran Supercat Light, most known for running Supercat Light in OSS with his father, George Stancombe. And, of course, JBS. Jeff Stevenson actually ran a 50-foot turbine-powered Mystic back in, I want to say that was 2007. Maybe 2008, when Geico was running a turbine-powered boat. Jeff had built the Mystic. He had the full gamut of stuff. He had the 650. He had the beautifully painted truck, the boat, the trailer, and everything. Raced for a couple of years, but short-lived. He, ended up having just some problems with the hull and program really not going the way that he wanted to. So he ended up getting out of it, and now has gotten back into it with this JBS MTI entry in Class 1 as they come through that turn one more time. And they've suffered their mechanical issues the past couple of weeks. Shootout really disappointing for this team as they really just didn't go as fast as they know the boat could go. They fought some ECU issues, some electrical gremlins. They were able to get those figured out this week in Sarasota and are out here competing in Class 1. Here goes DF Young, currently sitting in third. First time we've seen this boat all season. First time we've seen Rich Wyatt and Mark Granite run together in that beautiful silver 50-foot Mystic. That's one of the older Mystics too. That was around the JBS.
That was a 2009. Yeah, that's another 2009 era.
So it was newer than the Dave Scott boat because the Dave Scott boat was like a 2007. Of course, the old Geico Mystic was the old Callahan boat, which is really the OG Mystic catamaran that started all of it back in the day. Of course, now Mystic just introduced their 52-foot center console, which I hear is quite a beast.
It's an amazing boat.
11
bolsters.
Yeah,
it's huge
600 horsepower. Mercury outboard engines on. Of course, that's Mercury's new engine package for as these center consoles get bigger. The team at Mercury, being the smartest people on the planet, I think they are, next to Cole McGowan, decided they need to come up with an engine package that would push these larger center consoles, and they did just that. Most uniquely known for the gear case turning, not the whole motor, just the gear case turning. And even watching videos of it, you're like, well, that's just weird looking, right? The motors stay straight, but apparently they are superior now in the center console world. And always interesting, Mercury always comes out with something new every couple of years, so I'm sure Mercury's got something up their sleeve. Maybe we'll get something new right around the Miami Boat Show is when they'll introduce their whatever new projects they are working on. Here comes Husky Chocolate. This will be their white flag lap this time by. One more lap to go for Travis Pastrana and Steve Curtis in Husky Chocolate. Dominating run today. Really, nobody had anything for them since the start of this race. JBS currently sits in second place, and just behind JBS, you'll see DF Young. And now you look at that picture, Cole, and you think maybe DF Young made up a little bit of ground because there's DF Young's rooster tail right to the outside of them.
Yeah.
Now,
Suddenly
I don't want to see what
power.
Clovar did happen to DF Young. That's not quite worth it in a 50-foot Mystic.
No.
It's not going to end nearly as well as it did for Clovar, but of course that's a rudder boat, so it's much harder to get a rudder boat to spin, because that basically acts like a wing in the water that will prevent it from coming around. I'm not saying it can't happen because it can definitely happen. It's just a little bit harder to do.
My guess is they'll play it fairly conservative. I'm sure they want a decent result, but first time out, let's just bring it home.
And this whole group here has just seemed to tighten up a little bit. JBS, DF Young, and X Insurance. JBS didn't, you kind of noticed a bit of a change in the sound in JBS last time by, and I heard something a little bit different as well. but it might, see, I just heard it again, but it was actually the blade of the helicopter I heard thumping.
Could well be.
But DF Young has made up a lot of ground, and they're right to the inside.
And X-Insurance Good Boy Vodka is bringing up the rear.
Oh, whoa, this is going to be tight. This is going to be tight here.
He just came off the power through the
Holy
rooster
cow,
tail.
he really lifted there a lot. JBS had nowhere to go. They had to cut back across the outside. That is detrimental to engines in saltwater because you just don't want to spray the salt down. It used to happen with the turbines, but the heat from the engines will actually crystallize the salt almost automatically. JBS having some sort of an issue, though, as they are
that
slowing.
rooster tail's climbing.
Yeah, coming up. Tough day to run the whole race in second place after you fought these mechanical issues, and then now are plagued with something else. There goes X-Insurance Good Boy Vodka. They are currently now in third place. DF Young in second. So what a show for Rich and Mark Granite coming back out for their first time in that 50-foot Mystic, and it looks like they're able to secure a podium spot.
Well, and you hope, he feels inspired and gets the bug back and wants to, install those Mercury Racing 1100s and continue for next year.
Good showing with the 1100 Mercury Comp Racing engines as Husky Chocolate proves their reliability this time by. This will be their checkered flag. They're going to exit the dogleg, and I can look at that boat now and say, okay, they're cruising, right? They've lifted and kind of settled things down a little bit inside the boat. They know that the race is theirs, and this will be it this time by. This is going to wrap up race number 4 of 5 here in St. Petersburg. Last race of the day coming up, and I expect that to be one of the most exciting. Cole, I'm going to give you up for your support. I'm going to bring in Scott Porte of Superstock Racing fame and one of the officials here with P1 also with the Superstock class, and he'll give us some insight on some of these boats, some definite parodies with these boats because some guys running the 300 Mercuries, some guys running the old 2-stroke Mercury 300s, so you'll hear some different sounds as those boats come out next. Here comes Husky Chocolate, boat number 21, Travis Pastrana, Steve Curtis. They're going to buzz the pier and come by one more time to take the checkered flag. Husky Chocolate in Class 1.
Fantastic for that team.
Yep, awesome showing there. JBS, and I see JBS just to my view over to the left. They are still running the big rooster tail. Right now it's DF Young in X-Insurance. DF Young in second, X-Insurance Good Boy Vodka going to come around in third place, and they will exit the dogleg for their final time as Husky pulls off to the inside of the course. Good showing for DF Young. Like you said, hopefully it inspires Rich Wyatt, Mark Granite to do what they make the changes they need to this boat in order to be able to come out and run in 2023 in Class 1 racing. It was good to talk to Azif this morning as well. He kind of gave some insight into 23 and 24, the changes that are coming and the improvements that are coming. Very exciting guy to talk to. He's got a lot of personality going on.
Oh, yeah, a lot of personality, a lot of energy, and he's like that every day.
Yep. I heard he's already back at the airport ready to go and go somewhere else. DF Young comes across the finish. They're going to take the checker flag, second place. Here comes X-Insurance Good Boy Vodka. They're going to be right behind them in third.
And what a comeback for them. Good for them.
Yep.
Obviously, they stood the boat up in Michigan City, had all sorts of damage, and here they are on the podium.
And this is their first flat water race in the boat. Remember, Michigan City was a rough water race. So, that it's just like we talked about with some other teams getting to learn the flat water setup and what they need to do in order to be able to get that boat to run right.
Miles,
I'm sorry?
Miles Jennings, of course, just coming off his win in Cal's Torquay Cows last weekend and finishing with a podium here in St. Pete.
You're world famous, known for running in that race as well.
I don't know about world famous, maybe.
And what boat did you run it in? I forget.
I ran in the Pippa boat last year, which is a Fabio Buzzi rib. And I'm supposed to be back this year in a Cougar rib that actually Steve Curtis raced in a few years ago.
Was the Fabio Buzzi boat a diesel?
It was, twin C-Tech 750 diesels.
Which in the years of his building boats, that's what he was kind of known for, was doing the ribs or the kind of the odd style boats with the diesel power in them. So obviously a lot of history there with him and those boats. So here is JBS, and I can tell you they are 110% on one motor. That's why you see one big rooster tail. They're going to try and do this just so they can keep points. Remember, they are currently sitting in third place for points. Now, this is going to obviously hurt them with DF Young and X-Insurance Good Boy Vodka getting around them, but they will come across and try and finish to get points for the 2022 season. This is the P1 Offshore St. Petersburg Powerboat Grand Prix presented by Visit St. Pete Clearwater. Go to p1offshore.com for more information. Follow P1 on Facebook and on Instagram. Keep up with your favorite teams, the schedule, and buy merchandise. There is Mr. Travis Pastrana, TP himself, out of the cockpit. pointing back to Steve Curtis. So it gives you the number 1 wearing his super cool Pit Viper sunglasses. They will go over to collect their checkered flag. And Cole, I would imagine this will be probably a pretty good flyby, like a Pro Floors flyby.
I think so.
Knowing Steve and Travis.
Well, they just buzzed the pier once as they crossed the finish line. I would imagine they're going to come by again saluting with the checkered flag.
DF Young, your second place entry just behind them, coming in second, Class 1. As you can see, Travis communicating. Travis's daughters are in town this weekend, also his wife, Lindsay. Saw them last night over at the LSB pits. Got into town a little bit later yesterday evening, so good to see his daughters. I think the oldest one, I don't remember her name, but just celebrated a 9th birthday.
Well, happy birthday to her.
Yep, happy birthday. As Travis is getting ready to get his checkered flag. Let's see if he's a good catcher. Not bad. There you go. Good
Still
job,
riding
Travis.
the adrenaline.
Of course, Travis Pastrana known for all kinds of antics over the years. The double backflip. Jumping his dirt bike into San Francisco Bay during the X Games one year. I think he was only like 16 or 17. He actually lives about 20 minutes away from me back in Maryland. Grew up with Britt Lilly, childhood friends with Britt Lilly, which is how he got into boat racing with Britt, and then got into the bigger boat. And, of course, this boat with Britt and Steve Curtis. Excuse me. Did the Hoonigan video in Annapolis, Maryland, where it had Hoonigan on the side of it, and Travis jumped his rally car over top of what's called Ego Alley, over top of that boat while they were running it.
And from there, straight to Morehead City it was for the race.
Yeah,
that
it was.
year.
That was the exact same weekend. Brett told me, I think they were up to, I think he said they got up to like 65 or 70 miles an hour as they were pulling out of Ego Alley. That's a very short runway.
Very narrow.
Yeah. So I've always wanted to know how they were able to get that speed in such a short distance. Here is JBS, boat number 16. They will come across in 4th place in Class 1 on 1 engine. Thought they'd gotten their mechanical issues worked out, but something has happened, so they will send this boat back into the pits, get it back up on the trailer, and have their work cut out for them for the next race of the season. Well, there he is, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Travis Pastrana, Mr. Steve Curtis, Sir Steve Curtis, taking the win in Class 1. We'll stay live for just a couple of more minutes, see what kind of flyby they do along the pier here. Probably be a pretty good shot of a rooster tail. Travis riding fully on top of the canopy, closed and everything. He's going full send mode there, not even straddling the leg with the hatch open in front of him.
Well, he's a brave guy. He's done it all. So.
He's looking for stuff to hold on to. He's like, what am I going to hold on to?
Trust Steve there.
Well, Steve's a fairly trustworthy guy.
Yeah, he sure is. I've run boats at speed with him, and
Yep.
Obviously a legend himself.
There is a great run. There he is, Travis Pastrana, Steve Curtis, your winners in Husky Chocolate, boat number 21, Class 1 in St. Petersburg. What a great race for that team as they will head back and pull it out and put it up on the trailer. We're going to wrap up race number 4 and get ready for race number 5. That will be super stock, 9 laps, 54 miles, 10 boats, deck-to-deck racing, no qualifying, so no pole positioning. Had to reverse their results reverse their starting positions based upon the last race. Very excited about that race. Mike Iwaski, Cole McGowan, P1offshore.com for more information. We'll be back right after this.
Welcome to Sarasota, where the 2022 P1 Offshore and Aquacross Championship saw a double bill of powerboat racing and 2 days of world-class marine motorsport action at the 37th Annual Sarasota Powerboat Grandprix on Southwest Florida's Gulf Coast, where over 90 competitors locked horns off Lido Beach in the Class 1, Supercat, Superstock and other classes, in addition to the excitement of Aquacross racing. Sarasota County provides the quintessential white sand beach getaway with golden sunsets and a very vibrant social and artistic scene. There are exceptional dining options and an exciting nightlife that makes this an idyllic place to visit year-round. The weekend kicked off with a block party sponsored by CMR Construction and Roofing as the teams assembled downtown for the traditional boat parade, and fans got a chance to see the juggernauts up close and also meet some of the drivers. CMR Construction and Roofing is the sponsor of last year's Superstock Championship winning team, comprised of Sean Tarente and Sean Connor.
Last year was our first year. We came out of the gate pretty strong. Won 5 out of 7 races and the APBA championship. So obviously when renewal came up, we were happy to renew with Sean, happy to renew with P1, and we're now in a multi-year deal with P1. Brand new boat, so when we raced in Cocoa Beach, had a few problems and caused some problems for Lake of the Ozarks, but I think we got everything dialed in. We're ready to roll now.
Now let's see what happened in the Superstock category. There were 10 teams in the highly competitive Superstock category in Sarasota, with some new teams and sponsors. Father and son outfits Steel Offshore Racing and Jackhammer Boat were leading the points going into Sarasota. The green steel boat with driver Dominic Steele and throttleman Julian Maldonado won the last round in the Lake of the Ozarks. They had also been in P2 for the first few laps of Thunder on Cocoa Beach in round 1 and are gearing up to be a threat this year. Also off to a great start was Julian Maldonado's father, Ricky Maldonado, with throttleman Reese Langheim in their Jackhammer boat. They won in Cocoa Beach and were beaten only by Ricky's son in Lake of the Ozarks in round 2.
Everything good. We're able to maintain a lot of speed all the way around the track. The corners are really wide. So we are very happy with what we got. We were able to get to the top RPM, maintain it all the way around. Very consistently. We did quite a few laps, tried 2 different setups, and this last setup is the setup. I think it's going to be really hard to beat tomorrow.
Defending 2021 champions Sean Connor and Sean Tarente of CMR were off to a rocky start in the first 2 rounds. Could they put their troubles behind them and get back to winning ways in Sarasota?
We don't have any room for error left, let's put it that way, right? We gotta win a bunch of races, and that needs to start here. So, the good thing is we don't have really much to lose. We can just go for wins. The bad thing is we got some points to make up.
Always a force to be reckoned with is LPC with driver Anthony Smith and throttleman Lauren Peters. They were 3rd on points with a runner-up finish in round 1.
Yeah, we got a good shot tomorrow. We're going to be pole position 1. Since we got knocked out last race, that put us in first pole position, which should give us an advantage going to the first corner. If everybody holds their lane, give us a good opportunity to finish in a good position.
The S43 boat is back under new sponsorship in their sleek Celsius boat with driver Christopher Hopgood and throttleman Ryan Beckley.
First time racing a cat was with Ryan last year, and we fell in love with it, and we decided to buy this boat, which is 2015 Doug Wright, and got into ourselves into a sponsorship partnership with Celsius, which is the 3rd largest energy drink company in the U.S.
We definitely want to go forward, and it's going to be bumpy here, bumpy and hot, which slows everybody down. Motors don't like running in the heat, so everybody will be on a pretty level field, and we're going to start right in the middle of the pack, so should get through the first turn all right, and then move forward from there.
The course in Sarasota is a 9-pin oval circuit that is 6 miles long and runs along Lido Beach.
This course has got some big high-speed sweepers, so Throttleman really has the throttles down all the way. Gives me just enough to get the boat around the buoys, and yeah, it's a driver's course. You want to make the turn, but you don't want to scrub too much speed.
They have the long stretch on the outside. There's always some holes on you when you turn on that north corner because we have the sand shoals coming out by the inlet there. So that's where you just, we build our speed coming into the inside after we pass that, but you never know. You just get one of those flyers and make sure your weight's right, and we got to fly it right. So it's most important.
Love this course. We've raced this here for 35 years. Sarasota is like the best venue there is because the town comes out and we feel like we're giving something back to the community.
Round 3 of the 2022 Superstock Championship in Sarasota. 10 boats ready to hit the water off Lido Beach.
We got 7th edition this time. We got professional plumbing onto our inside, jackhammer to our outside. Billy Moore and myself are going to come out here and give it all we can to go for number 1. We got a good setup. We got dialed in yesterday. I know we have a chance here today. We're going to go for it.
Following a rule change just the day before, teams had to carefully adjust their boat weights for optimum balance and speed on the water, and also to meet minimum class requirements to avoid being DQ'd.
Well, we did the math, and we went in a light. If we raced the way we did right now, we'd come out a little light. So what we're doing is I'm putting 50 pounds on each side, so we remain legal on the way out of the crane. That's why they weigh us going in, because we knew we had to go in at, like, let's call it 49.50, because when we burn the fuel off, we know that we're going to come out at a certain, and if we come out light, then we get DQ'd, and we don't want to do that. So, and we had to tell the officials that we're putting weight in the boat, because they write down how much the boat weighs going in, so they can do their math at their end to see if anybody's being a little fugazi out here. Not that boat racers would ever do that.
A lot of pressure today. I'm putting a lot of pressure on myself because we come here to win, and that's what we show up for. That's what we're aiming for, and anything less than that isn't really acceptable.
It's a little bit bumpier than we expected, so we're going to move some weight around and get ready for a rough water battle. Hopefully not as rough as Cocoa Beach. I'm feeling confident. I'm a little upset with the rule change, but I understand, that we got to go with what the class wants, and we'll work around it, make it work.
As the fleet of 10 Superstock boats motor out onto the circuit, the crowds line Lido Beach in anticipation of the race. The rolling start under a yellow flag in rougher than expected conditions as boats line up ready for the green flag. And there it is, the race begins. Big East shoots out of the line. Great start for the Canadian team. Also an excellent start for CMR's Torrente and Connor. This is a very competitive and closely matched fleet of boats in the Superstock. All boats within just boat lengths of each other on that starting straightaway to the commitment buoy. The field is tightly packed, the waves are big, the conditions very rough as the boats bob and weave through to the first turn, struggling to keep the boats level. Big East leads the pack on their way to the first turn, but in the melee they lose control and barrel roll. They come to a stop, floating upside down. The rescue boats and helicopters speed over, the red flag goes up, and the race is stopped. Cole Liebel and Gary Ballack are thankfully unhurt, but their race is over.
Great start. We're right there with everybody else, probably a boat or two in front of everybody, or, it was like a horse race like this, and hit a wave, and the boat went in the nose, and it just kind of bow steered. As you can see, if you look at the motors, that'll tell you where the engines were when it went over. So they were straight, okay? So we just hit a wave, it bow steered, and took it off to the right, and the wallet went through the blender.
Went over, didn't feel too hard. Canopy's nice and safe in this boat, so everything's good. Got out nicely, Gary waited for me, got me out, so we're all good. So it would be my first time rolling over. Hopefully not doing it too many more times.
With the debris cleared off the circuit, the boats get back in line ready for the restart. And the green flag is up. The remaining 9 boats lock horns yet again on the opening drag race. The field is packed tight yet again with LPC carrying good speed on the inside. But it's Jackhammer that begins to pull ahead of the pack, followed closely on the outside by CMR, then Atlas and LPC. It's Jackhammer first to the commitment buoy, and then it's LPC behind them with the inside lane advantage in P2. In a replay of round 1, Jackhammer and LPC duel for the lead, renewing their rivalry from Cocoa Beach with the lead changed hands several times throughout the race. But disaster struck, this time for Steele. Their number 3 boat flipping on that rough starting straightaway and now belly up and bobbing in the waves. But Dominic Steele and Julian Maldonado were unhurt. And just down the field, the CMR boat was floating right side up but in pieces, its nose end detached and floating. Connor and Torrente were also unharmed. That was another red flag and the race was cancelled due to too much debris on the course.
We were trying to get on the inside on the turn. We knew they were going to close the door, so I tried to push in and get there first. And we stood it up, walked it on its side, and over it went.
A lot of hours ahead in the workshop for those teams. Shame for everyone.
Yeah, sometimes you're the windshield, sometimes you're the bug. Today we were the bug. So boat came apart, it happens. We had a really good setup. We were out front with Jack Hammer on the start. Had 2 really great starts because of the first crash. But it is what it is. We'll go back to the drawing board, build a new boat, and see what we got. Honestly, it was just a normal flyer. Took a little bit of a flyer, tripped the tail. Nothing out of the ordinary. It should have just touched and kept going, and it just disintegrated. So, sorry, it just disintegrated. There we go. All right, good.
That was a lot of drama in a race without a single completed lap. And that's all she wrote for the Superstocks. Tough break for them in Sarasota. In addition to the Supercats, Superstocks and Class 1 races, there were 2 other races with 7 different classes competing, and here are their results. In the bracket Class 400, the winning boat was Predator Stallman Motorsports with driver Dean Stallman and Nate Hunt on throttle. Bracket Class 500 went to Team Woody Racing with JJ Turk driving and throttleman Michael Stanko. Bracket Class 600 saw Powerhouse Racing win, with Nelson Sawyer in the driver's seat and Damon Marotta Jr. on throttle. Bracket Class 700 was won by Offshore Omi's Prebel, with driver Ben Osypian and throttleman Joe Morawski. In the 450R Factory Stock Class, Clover Motorsports took the win, with driver Randy Keys and throttleman Billy Allen. Stock V champions were LSB Hurricane of Awesomeness with driver Britt Lilly and Jay Muller on the throttle. And finally, to the delight of local fans, the Mod V class winner, Sarasota-based boat floater, with father and son team driver Stephen and Steve Kildall on throttle.
Yeah, it was a great day here. We're the hometown race team here in Sarasota, Florida. First place in Modified B. Doesn't get much better than that. Great competition all day. It was a little bumpy out there, but we had a good setup for it and just led wire to wire and got the checkered flag, so it was a great day.
The championship was still wide open as 7 teams raced in the Supercat category. These giant catamarans are powered by twin 750 horsepower inboard engines and have fully enclosed canopies. Points leaders going into Sarasota was MCON's Tyler Miller and Myrick Coyle.
Stop number 3, Sarasota 2022. And, finishing up with race 1 and race 2, we finished 2nd place in Sarasota. We finished 1st overall lake race about a month ago. And continuing on here to Sarasota, rough water, Cocoa Beach, leading into what we thought might be a calm water race here in Sarasota. But as always, it's a little bumpy out there in testing today. Had some good numbers. We're really excited and looking forward to race day tomorrow.
SV Offshore's Simon Prevost and Vinny Diorio were ready to build on their runner-up finish in the Ozarks in round 2, which boosted them up to 2nd on the points board.
We went to Lake of the Ozark and we ended up finished 2nd there and come out of there with a lot of momentum and a lot of enthusiasm with our team because we're getting our boat to really run good.
3rd place on the points board was Pro Floors Racing's Wayne Falder and Grant Brueggemann after their round 1 3rd place finish in Cocoa Beach, then a 5th place finish in Lake of the Ozarks in round 2. WHM Motorsports was also a powerhouse, led by owner-driver Billy Moff, who overcame his health issues to return to the cockpit with throttleman Jay Muller.
I had 10 inches of my colon cut out, so I had to wear a colostomy bag. 10 inches of my colon cut out because Billy Morph didn't listen and got a colonoscopy when Billy Morph should have got a colonoscopy. Because I'm Billy Morph, I'm invincible. Guess what? I ain't invincible. But boy, did I learn a lesson.
There were also 2 new teams. Number 8 Justice League as driver Don Urfer and Richard Davis on throttle. And Liquor Split is driven by John Paul Amons and has Jim McIntyre on throttle. Round 3 of the Supercats, 7 boats revved and ready for the Sarasota Powerboat Grandprix as teams completed last-minute adjustments and finalized setups.
Finally back, happy to get the boat in the water, hometown Sarasota. Gonna bring the boat out and send it, debut it, and see what it's made of and see where we stand with the guys.
New Zealanders of Pro Floors Racing, Wayne Valder and Grant Brueggemann were looking to turn their season around.
Yeah, today we're in pole position, which is a big benefit for us to get that inside lane closest to the start boat. As long as we have a good run down to the first buoy there, we should come around in first place, and then from there we can change lanes and race from there. So we're hoping for a good clean start and get out front quick.
And you know, a win today for us would be fantastic. Put us back on, back at the top with the points again, which is where we really want to be.
Radel were looking to get points on the board. And SV Offshore keep their great run going after their podium in the Lake of the Ozarks in round 2. Crowds once again lined the shores of Lido Beach to watch the race unfold. 7-boat fleet headed out onto the course and lined up in preparation for the running start.
We're starting to move. Everyone get in your appropriate lanes. Everyone get in your appropriate lanes.
Encon keeping an eye on their pace in anticipation of the green flag. The boats are in position, the green flag is up, the race is on. Great and well-timed acceleration from WHM Motorsports as Billy Moff and Jay Muller go all out at the start. And from the SV Offshore onboard camera, we watch WHM peel away to the starboard. Fantastic start from Moff and Muller, the yellow boat way out in the lead on the straightaway to the commitment buoy. A more gradual acceleration from NZ11 Pro Floors Racing, who appear to have chosen top speed over acceleration in their prop setup as they leave SV Offshore behind. But the star of the start of this race in Sarasota is no doubt WHM, but can they keep it up as they are given chase by NZ11 in second? Meanwhile, on the outside is Mcon, who are head-to-head with WHM, opting for a very different path to the commitment buoy. Let's see how it pans out. What a move from Mcon as they find the speed in the cleaner water outside to jump ahead and beat the other 6 boats to the commitment buoy as WHM drop to second and then find themselves getting overhauled by Pro Floors Racing as WHM drop to third. As the boats come round the first turn, it's Mcon in the lead, followed by Pro Floors Racing in the NZ11 boat in second, and then Graydell moving up to third as WHM continue to drop to fourth. Brilliant start from Mcon, who've already built a lead on the rest of the pack. NZ11 settled into second behind Mcon. WHM fights for third position with Graydell as they try to turn around their fortunes after a brilliant start. But Graydell has the superior top speed as they lock third. Boats spread out all over the wide straightaway, some opting for outside cleaner water, some preferring to keep it tight on the inside. While WHM keep up their pursuit of third, they find SV Offshore moving up on them on the inside. SV Offshore's Simon Prevost and Vinny Diorio looking to continue their podium finishing streak after round 2. Meanwhile, out in the lead, it was Mcon opening their gap over the rest of the field and looking like they were in complete control. One more lap down and the top 3 boats look to be opening their gap over the rest of the field as Mcon, Pro Floors Racing and Graydell comprise the lead trio. In the 450R stock class, which is run simultaneously with Supercats, it's Clover Motorsports' Randy Keys and Billy Allen leading over MTI's father and daughter pair of Randy and Taylor Schism. In their first race of the season is Liquor Split's John Paul Amons and Jim McIntyre, who find themselves in 6th behind SV Offshore Racing. By the end of lap 4, MCon still leads, but NZ11 Pro Floors has been gradually reducing the gap and crawling their way closer with their excellent top speed and consistency. NZ11 Pro Floors wildly off the race line on the outside, but they find clean water to augment their top speed in their pursuit of MCon. The Kiwis of Pro Floors Racing gaining incredible speed on the outside as they bring their plan into action, cutting back across the course and then proceeding to leave MCon in their wake in one fell swoop. Brilliant move from Valder and Brueggemann with the NZ11 Pro Floors Racing boat, the new leaders. Pro Floors Racing played their hand well, biding their time, building speed and momentum, thinking out the entire race, and their strategy has paid off very well indeed as they then proceed to lap the number 8 boat, Justice League. Bad luck for Liquor Split, Amons and McIntyre out with mechanical issues. Still going strong in 3rd position is Graydell as Chris Grant and Billy Moore keep pace with the lead pack. SV Offshore was in 5th position, not what they were looking for, but it gets worse for Prevost and Diorio as they break down and find themselves out of the race, reducing the field to 5 boats. Out in the lead, looking out of reach of the rest of the field, is NZ11 Pro Floors as they lap the 450R stock boat MTI. Pro Floors might even lap WHM, which is in their sights. The white flag goes up, indicating the last lap of the race. MCon still in 2nd position, giving chase to Pro Floors, but a runner-up finish will not be too shabby. Graydell are on point for a 3rd place finish, but with just half a lap left in the race, disaster strikes. Grant and Moore find themselves struggling as they lose power. They slow down, seemingly running on one engine. WHM pounces and takes 3rd, moving up a position for the first time since the opening lap. The winners of the Sarasota Grand Prix, Pro Floors Racing, with a well-deserved victory for Wayne Valder and Grant Brueggemann as they take the checkered flag. Good runner-up finish for MCon's Myrick Coyle and Tyler Miller, and 3rd place goes to WHM Motorsports. Bad luck for Graydell, but at least they managed to hold on for 4th, then Justice League, SV Offshore and Liquor Split.
Once we did a couple laps, figured out where I could let this thing eat a little bit and get the tunnel flap going, we just went to the lead, and then we had our own course to run.
Yeah.
So open water.
Once you get that clean water, you're away. So it was a battle to get there. Those guys played a pretty hard game for us to catch them. But once we worked out what we wanted, we took them on the outside, and that was us. We were away.
No stopping us now. Yeah, you know, the boat was set up very well. We ran in first for 4, 5, 6 laps. I don't recall exactly when Pro Floors from New Zealand got around us, but hats off to them. You know, it's a battle of attrition with these boats, and lap 6 or 7, we started feeling a little bit of a vibration in the boat, and it started coming on worse and worse and worse throughout the last 3 laps of the race. So, you know, hey, 2nd place finish, podium finish, that's all we can ask for. Keep charging towards them points, and, you know, here we go, on to the next one, but congratulations, hats off to Pro Floors. Yeah.
Listen, I was happy to see where they bought.
Yeah, right.
Not like, man, that sucks. I went like, yeah, that's good.
Yeah, right.
Thank you, not bad. Number three, that's okay, man. We're in the money, Gotta be in the money, that's what's gotta be, in the money.
In the overall results after the Cocoa Beach and Sarasota races, Graydell and NZ11 Pro Floors are tied for 1st at 190 points. Just 1 point ahead of MCon in 3rd, and SV Offshore is 4th with 128 points. And that completes the 37th Sarasota Powerboat Grand Prix. See you at the next round in St. Petersburg, Florida.
Welcome back to the 2022 P1 Offshore St. Petersburg Powerboat Grand Prix, presented by Visit St. Pete Clearwater. Mike Iwaski going to be joined by Scott Porte in the broadcast booth as we get ready to bring you, Scott, your quote-unquote favorite class, Super Stock, coming up for the last and final race of the day. 9 laps, 54 miles, and some straight-up fierce competition.
Yes, sir. It is going to be a cat fight out there today.
No qualifying yesterday, as was planned, quickly and on somewhat short notice trying to get in qualifying, but due to scheduling constraints and time constraints yesterday, they were unable to get that in. So they are going to reverse the finishing order from Michigan City, Indiana, which will put Performance Boat Center on the pole. We'll do pulse positions in just a second, start positions in just a second, but let's run through the class group here. What will happen is same thing as we did with Supercat, no parade lap. They will run a very short start on the easterly leg of this course up towards Apollo Beach, and they will let them go, and they will have to sort themselves out as they run back west towards St. Petersburg Pier. Boat number S43 Celsius, Christopher Hopgood, Ryan Beckley. S54 Atlas Racing is a scratch, not here this weekend. You have S1 CMR, Sean Connor, Sean Torrente. S89 Big East Construction, Cole Leibel, Gary Ballou. S17 Allen Lawn Care Landscaping, Cody McDowell, Billy Allen. S39 AJ Bongino and Peter Bongino. S21 Performance Boat Center Fast, Diesel Fuel Systems, Myra Coyle, Rusty Williams. S42 Jackhammer, Reese Lanham and Ricky Maldonado. S3 Steel Offshore Steel Industries, Dominic Steels and Julia Maldonado. And S33 Play Trades, Brian Marquette and Randy Swears, rounding out the 9-boat fleet class, 9-boat fleet here in Superstock, St. Petersburg, Florida. Scott, run through the pole starting positions for us.
We've got Performance Boat Center on the pole. Allen Lawn Care is next in line. LPC, Play Trades. 5th is Big East Construction. 6th is Team Celsius with Ryan Beckley. 7 is S39. 8 is CMR. And 9 is S42 Jackhammer.
And as we did roll call, I apologize, but I did not see LPC S27 in my roll call. Lauren Peters running that boat here in St. Petersburg. Sorry about that, LPC, but they are out there. Of course, if anybody watched the Michigan City race, Scott, you know that LPC suffered some pretty horrendous damage there in Michigan City.
They did. They yanked the portside transom right out of their boat that holds the engine on, and the bracket and the motor and everything got submerged. And these guys reached real deep and got this thing working and back together, so they're here for this race, so they haven't skipped a beat.
Well, that's awesome to see. Actually, Lauren was walking around the pier here just a little bit a while ago, and I said, can you keep the boat together for this one? He has done a significant amount of work over the years to that boat, for various reasons. And no fault of his own. It's just a racing thing. It's just racing incidents, and that's going to happen. But he always gets up and comes back and keeps on trying, doesn't he?
Yes, he does. And I tease him about having 9 lives, and I said, buddy, you're getting close, so take it easy. And I don't expect him to slow down, but he's definitely one of the adventurous personalities out there, and he's a joy to watch, and he's a gentleman, and we enjoy having him as part of the class.
And he's committed. I mean, he's committed to racing it. He wants to go out there and do the best he can. Now, the biggest thing about this Superstock class is I think we were waiting for our helicopters to get refueled. The biggest thing about the Superstock class, Scott, is the difference in power. A big change this year is going to the 300 horsepower Mercury 4-stroke engine away from a 300 horsepower Mercury 2-stroke engine. All but, I believe it's 2 teams have made that switch. Allen Lawn Care Landscaping sticking with the 2-stroke motor, as well as Celsius. What, in your opinions, are the advantages? And S39 also sticking with 2 strokes. What are the advantages to staying with the 2-stroke or going with the 4-stroke, in your opinion?
Well, the 4-strokes are a pretty big change, and we've had a lot of shaking out in new boats with new engines. The engines are taller, they're heavier by 111 pounds apiece. And so they changed the center of gravity. They changed the way the boat responds. Whole different propeller selection. So it's an expensive upgrade, and eventually the class will get changed over. But they have some serious torque. That 4-stroke torque just pulls good, and Mercury has done a good job of working on the computers of these things to get these engines to run on par with the 2-strokes. until the until the season, until everybody's outfitted with
Right.
the new 300Rs.
Well, it's because the power curve is so much more different between the two-stroke and the four-stroke. Just where it makes power, how it accelerates. Whether it's a top-end or bottom-end motor, that's why they would have to do that. When I was talking to Lauren earlier today about what happened to LPC in Michigan City, one of the reasons he contributes to that motor coming off the back of the boat is the fact that they don't have the shorter midsection right now. That's still being built. So these motors are higher, and they weigh more up at the top, so the center of gravity of the motor is higher, and he thinks that contributed somewhat to that motor falling off the back of that boat not being as short. But they're building midsections for the class, right?
Well, they're actually building a 15-inch motor for the class.
Oh, okay.
And
with a power header, because of 300s, you had to adapt to the midsection, correct?
Well, we did. We have on the 300 XSs, the old motors. That's right. We had aftermarket short midsections, and like you said, yes, they're taller, and they're 5 inches taller with 2 extra cylinders, and every bit of that weight is above the deck. So when you look at how those boats are outfitted with those larger 300Xs 300Rs, you see that there's just all of this mass perched up above the deck, and even the transom brackets that hold them on they go out and up before they connect with the motor.
He said he even got Sean Trento to make them a taller bracket to accommodate that longer motor, because they have to keep the prop height the same. They're not going to bury the prop any further down because that's going to affect the handling of the boat too much. So everything had to move up with the shorter midsection.
That's right. And prop height, gear case height is one of the most critical adjustments you can make on these boats, and it's within hundredths of an inch.
Yep.
Every hundredth of an inch makes a noticeable difference.
As we get up on plane here, that Active Thunder pace boat, blue pace boat, gets up on plane. Performance Boat Center, Allen Lawn Care Landscaping, and LPC. You said LPC on the start list, but unfortunately they weren't in my entry list, and we apologize about that. But they are going to be third place in the poll. This is a very exciting race. These boys are known to go after it. Allen Lawn Care Landscaping, Scott, starting side by side. They were the boats a couple years ago that flipped over in Key West in unison. An accident we've never seen happen in offshore powerboat racing ever, but it disrupted the air so much to one of them that it pissed the air off to so much to the other one, and they both flipped over almost side by side in unison in Key West just a couple of years ago.
Yeah, and actually there's been a computerized simulation of that done. And
sorry to mean to cut you off, but we're going green flag racing here. Green flag is up. Pace boat peels off to the inside. Performance Boat Center is going to have the pole. Looks like Allen Lawn Care Landscaping fell way behind on the start. A lot of acceleration there at a LPC and Performance Boat Center Fast Diesel Fuel Systems. Hard to tell who's to the outside of them. Allen Lawn Care Landscaping, one of the boats running the two-stroke motors, might have had an effect on that start. Performance Boat Center going to control the inside. LPC on the outside. Look like 1 and 2, and then there's a whole big group all cut in behind Rooster Tails there. That's Allen Lawn Care Landscaping, but I can't make out who else it is until they make the turn. Now they're going to do the dog leg on this lap, or they're not?
No, they're not.
Okay.
And this is kind of a hybrid pace boat lap plus start lap. And the reason we've started way over there is so these guys have the chance to be pretty scattered out by the time they come into this bottleneck in front of the pier.
Going into this turn, that is Play Trades there. Hard to tell who else is around them. Performance Boat Center continues to lead. LPC now looks like they're in third. Is that Big East Construction on the other side of Performance Boat Center? Let's see as the boat pulls up. Really still very hard to tell it is. Could be Celsius. They're a white boat. Nope, there it is. That's CMR, Ray Marine. S1, Sean Tarente, Sean Connor, now in the lead, passing Performance Boat Center, Fast Diesel Fuel Systems on the outside. Where did those guys even come from? They were way outside of the start, came way back in. There's Celsius. There's Allen Lawn Care Landscaping. Side by side, hard to tell who was on the other side of them. Back to the leaders, Ray Marine, CMR Roofing, Performance Boat Center, Fast Diesel Fuel Systems. They're going to come out of this turn and now run straight down to the west end of this course. Trying to see who that is just to the outside of Ray Marine CMR, and that could be I can't read that.
They're going straight to buoy number 8.
Buoy number 8, okay. That might be Jackhammer now up in the mix. And there's a big group. Scott, look at this big group behind them. Ray Marine and CMR has kind of got their own race going. Big hop there by somebody. Hard to tell who that was.
I would venture a guess that that's Jackhammer.
With the big hop.
Yep.
So here comes Performance Boat Center Fast Diesel Fuel Systems. And again, it's really hard to identify who everybody is. That's definitely Jackhammer right there on the outside. There is LPC. Look at how fast LPC and Performance Boat Center are compared to Jackhammer. Jackhammer, one of the 2 victory hulls in this group. CMR continues to lead. They're going to get ready to come into this turn. As Scott said, buoy number 8. It's a shame. The last race of the day, I finally got to learn one of the buoy numbers. There is CMR. Nice turn there by Sean Connor, Sean Torrente. Performance Boat Center, Fast Diesel Fuel Systems just to the inside. Rusty and Myrick trying to stuff it in there. Barely enough room left by the Shawns for Performance Boat Center. Had to scrub off quite a bit of speed. There is LPC. There is Jackhammer. Finally starting to get an idea of how these boats are separated out.
And this marks the beginning of the race, passing the start-finish line right here.
And then there's the whole big group behind them, Allen Lawn Care Landscaping. There is Big East Construction. There is S39, all crossing the start line. Now, that did not complete a lap. That started lap number 1. CMR Ray Marine continues to lead. Performance Boat Center in second. Oh, LPC's got some sort of a mechanical issue. Slowed. Big rooster tail there. Jackhammer now gets by for third. There goes Play Trades up there. They're now in fourth as LPC tries to get going again. They're just to the left of our screen. And it looks like they're up and running again. Not really sure what happened. Had to chop the throttles and accelerate back on it quickly. Kind of lost touch with that front group. And there is Celsius now running up with them as well. So one of the 2-stroke boats now getting up in the 4-stroke mix in Super Stock. CMR continues to lead. Performance Boat Center in second. Jackhammer now in third as they head back towards Apollo Beach to make that right-hand turn. Of course, CMR Sean Torrente just a couple of weeks ago set the world electric speedboat record out at Lake of the Ozarks in a Hellcat entry. Went 103 or 104 miles an hour. I don't remember the exact number, but a pretty cool feat there, thinking that was done all by 2 electric outboard engines.
Yeah, I got a chance to congratulate him and ask a couple questions about that boat, and I said, man, stepping right into it and making 100 miles an hour is pretty impressive. I said, was it quiet? And he says, no, it sounds like a 4-stroke back there.
Does it really? Well, that's pretty impressive to hear. I asked him about the batteries. I said, how many batteries is this? 2. They're like 700 watts. I mean, they're big batteries. But he said to do that run, it only burned 12% of the batteries. I said, that's actually pretty efficient, considering you did it 3/4 of a mile at 100 miles an hour, where you're all acceleration, nothing but pull on those batteries. There is Play Trades. Let's see who's to the outside of them. It should be LPC because of the mechanical gremlin that hit LPC on the straightaway leaving the turn. And that is LPC. They're trying to make a move on the outside of Play Trades. 2 Doug Wright hulls battling with the Mercury 300R outboards. Now, as they exit the turn, they will start down into the dogleg and cut back the other way. There is CMR, Ray Marine, your leader. Performance Boat Center, Fast Diesel Fuel Systems in second, Jackhammer in third. CMR's got a pretty commanding lead, can really run the line they want to. Now, this is a backup boat to this team, Scott, after they suffered a catastrophic failure in Sarasota. I actually saw some pictures the other day of that I hadn't got to see before. That boat really took a lot of damage to the bow there.
Yes, it did. And the boat they're in is actually the CNR racing boat.
Okay.
That's been purchased by Keith and Kevin Bridges. I'm sorry, Stephen and Keith Bridges over in Bermuda.
Okay.
So you'll see them racing it in Key West, possibly even sooner.
LPC ducks to the inside of Play Trades. They're able to make that move, and that should give them 4th place now. A good comeback there for LPC as they had whatever mechanical gremlin hit them as they went out of this turn headed east. So this will complete lap number 1 of 9 across the finish line for CMR. Got a pretty substantial lead now over Performance Boat Center. Fast Diesel Fuel Systems. Of course, at a lot of those guys, Rusty and Myra coming off of a very busy week at the shootout as well. Right now, the battle is for 4th between Play Trades and LPC. Play Trades going to be on the inside, LPC on the outside. That's Celsius now in the middle of this group. And Celsius kind of sticking right there in the wake of Play Trades, not trying to find their own clean water. Play Trades gets about a rooster tail length ahead of LPC. So to me, that's that dogleg kind of playing into effect there, Scott, of one boat being on the inside at one point and then switching back and forth as they come around that turn.
That's right. It's the only left turn in the race course, and it's designed to just slow them down a little bit coming in here towards the pier.
Well, it kind of equals things out a little bit too, right? Because if you're making all right-hand turns, now you go back left, you're going to give a boat another advantage on the inside line.
That's right. That's
Celsius
right.
now trying to make a move on the outside of LPC, and I think they have done so. That should move Celsius up to 5th place. LPC now back to 6th. It was a great start by LPC, but not sure what happened to them on that straightaway. Celsius run by Ryan Beckley and Chris Hopgood. One of the only 2-stroke boats still out there. Of course, Ryan Beckley known for his super stock days. Also owns Kinetic Animation, based down in Bradenton, Florida. There's a lot of graphics on these boats. As we take a look at Performance Boat Center Fast Diesel Fuel Systems and Jackhammer, Reese Lanham and Ricky Maldonado in that victory-powered hull. One of 2 victories out here, Scott. Big East Construction, the other victory. And when we say victory, we mean it. They were actually built by the Victory race team overseas and then shipped over here and rigged. And very competitive boats in the class.
Yes, they are, and they're hand built and they are works of art. They're very well built boats.
And the Jackhammer guys have definitely got the boat figured out. Gary Ballou is continuing to work. The Big East boat this weekend is the Victory, right?
Yes, it is.
Okay, that's what I thought. I just wanted to make sure because they were running a Doug Wright at first, I think, while they were waiting for his Victory to be done. Celsius and LPC still battling. Now LPC looks like they made a move on the outside. Back up into 5th. Play Trade should be in front of this group. Now are we starting to see some of the differences between 2-stroke and 4-stroke power? But see, Celsius able to tuck right back to the inside, get back to deck. Now they're going to come to the exit of the turn, back down into the dogleg. Celsius going to have the inside of this turn. Let's see if they push them a little bit wide. There goes Performance Boat Center Fast Diesel Fuel Systems. Jackhammer should see Play Trades. There they are. That rounds out your top 4. There is LPC Celsius. There's a nice move to the inside by Celsius to get around LPC. It looks like Jackhammer may be making a little bit of ground up on Performance Boat Center. Maybe that Victory hull getting a little bit faster as this race wears on.
Yeah, that's a Victory. They just have the distinct windshields. The flat windows are
and the angle, more of an angled, more of a squared edge angle design, which of course is done for water deflection. That's the idea behind it.
Well, and it's a simple repair if you need to replace windows because you just cut polycarbonate out of flat material.
And they're individual piece windows, right? It's not all one piece.
he just about spun around.
Yep. Just out of your screen, a little bit of a mistake there by this boat, S1 CMR. Kind of went in the corner. Don't know if he forgot where the buoy was. Turned a little bit extra hard. Almost spun out. Kind of what we saw in the 450 stock race. Here is Performance Boat Center Fast Diesel Fuel Systems. They currently sit in 2nd. A Wright Performance hull. Of course, Performance Boat Center announcing that they're going to start building their own line of catamarans and center consoles to be debuted shortly. There is Play Trades. They currently sit in 4th. And a lot of racing, Scott, still going on behind them with Celsius, LPC, and now Big East Construction's trying to kind of get up into the mix. You got to wonder something might be wrong with LPC. They seem to be losing a good amount of ground pretty quickly. Celsius goes into the turn. S43, Ryan Beckley, Chris Hopgood having a good run out here today. As they exit the turn to head east, this is the start of lap number 2 of 9. Allen Lawn Care Landscaping coming by. And here comes S39. As now, Big East Construction now looks like they're trying to make a move on the inside of LPC. So, Scott, I wonder if whatever bit LPC in that first lap may continue to haunt them as they seem to be losing ground to the entire fleet. Big East Construction now gets around them.
Yeah. I need to make a correction on Big East Construction. I think they are a Doug Wright.
They are. Okay, well, that's what they were running at the beginning of the season.
Yeah, they were running. They were running the Doug Wright, and I think they were running the Victory with the 300 XSs on it, and they were having a Doug Wright built, and I think they put the 300s on the Victory for a race, and that's when they had trouble over in Sarasota and went over. So I think they've got their combination the way they want it now, with the new 300Rs on the Doug Wright.
Now, according to the website, they are running a Doug Wright hull. I think Gary Ballou, who runs that boat, does have a victory, and they might have been running that boat at the beginning of the season.
That's right. Yeah, I just had it backwards.
Yep. So Big East Construction was able to get around LPC. And now, now looking back further in the fleet, Celsius is still continuing to run. There's LPC. What happened to Big East Construction? We thought they had gotten around LPC from our vantage point last time by. So let's see if we can get a view of LPC Construction now. Celsius goes to leave the turn. There's Big East Construction. Just to the back of this group. And now LPC finds a burst of speed as they get around Celsius as they go into the turn. Celsius going to be on the inside, LPC on the outside. Oh, look at that move there, though. They went out way wide and cut across the front of LPC. Now, they're going to have the inside line going into the dogleg, but I think this could be a 3-wide dogleg turn here with Celsius having the advantage because they're going to be on the inside of this turn, but then having the disadvantage because you're going to be on the outside coming into turn number 8 after being inside the dogleg. Big East on the left, LPC in the middle, Celsius on the right. 3 wide as they chase down play trades. Boat coming across your screen now. There they go. Up, look at that move by Big East. Big East tries to go back to the inside, tries to carry some speed, wants to pass 2 boats at one time. Can he make it work? Up, it doesn't look like that. Really impressed by that Celsius boat, Scott. That's an older Doug Wright, again with a 2-stroke power. They're running right with these 4 strokes and hanging right with them.
Yeah, that's Ryan Beckley in there, and he just motors along.
Yep. Of course, Ryan Beckley, the class representative for Superstock, used to run a skater-powered hull until he jumped on with Chris and actually sold his boat. Now look at that speed from Big East Construction. As they found a burst of speed on that straightaway, got back around LPC. This is a very dynamic race we have going on here. And just off to my view, it looks like Allen Lawn Care Landscaping slowing, pulling to the inside of the course. There goes Big East Construction. There goes LPC. Of course, if you can hear the difference between the 4 strokes and the 2 strokes. The 2 strokes obviously have the high whining sound. And the 4 strokes really kind of don't hear anything. There is Allen Lawn Care Landscaping. They are down, pulling to the middle of the course on the dogleg side. Tough day for Cody McDowell and Billy Allen. Billy Allen ran earlier in Clovar. Of course, he had that hairy moment trying to make a last-minute pass to get around TS Motorsports. There is play trades. Brian Marquette, Randy Swears, currently running in 4th place in Super Stock. And he had the big group behind him, Celsius, LPC, and Big East Construction. But by that shot, it looks like they've all kind of separated now and found their own place on this race course. Your leader, CMR, S1, Sean Torrente, Sean Connor. As you mentioned, Scott, this is actually a loaner boat, so to speak, after their boat got pretty beaten up in Sarasota.
Yeah, unrepairable.
Yeah. And as I said earlier, it looked like that actually the top deck got rolled up almost because of the wreck, and it really wasn't a stuff. According to Sean, it just hit kind of weird. The hull separated, and of course, water it's just such a destructible force. When it gets anything, it's just going to find its way out and tear up whatever it can. And that's kind of the end result, unfortunately, what happened to this boat.
Well, and that's, it says something about the construction. As the APBA, it's been mandated that these new boats have these crush zones around the cockpit. And that was one of the first new boats to come out that actually got the crush area finished.
Okay.
And so that really held the cockpit together for those guys.
Yeah, because that was a dangerous, anytime the water's coming back at you at that straight force, of course they put diverters inside of it, trying things to direct the water force away from it. That's why we said the angled windshield on that Victory, the angles like the MTI help divert the water away and make it less of a square impact of water.
Yeah, that's right. And they're able to use much thicker material for their windshields because about the thickest you're able to bend is 3/4 of an inch, and that's what the skaters have in them.
Yep.
And it is expensive. The windshields are over $10,000.
That's ridiculous. CMR Roofing continues to lead in Super Stock. Boat number S1, Sean Torrente, Sean Connor. course, last time by they made that little bit of a mistake. This should start lap number 4 of 9. So we're getting now to the halfway point. A lot of separation between the top 3. Performance Boat Center now just coming into your screen. They are running in second as they come through the turn. Rusty Williams on the throttles. Myrick Coyle driving. Of course, a couple of years ago, this team actually switched roles. When this team debuted in Superstock, Myrick was actually throttling and Rusty was driving. And they got together and they said they both work at Performance Boat Center together. They came together and Myrick said, well, I think I'm a better driver, so they switched. And it seems to be working out for him. Here comes Jackhammer, number S42. Reese Lanham, Ricky Maldonado. You know what boat I don't see out here, Scott, is Steel.
Yeah, they had a little issue with being legal with their tunnel width, and so they decided to scratch the race.
Okay.
And we were the officials were going to let them run not get points, and they weren't interested in that. And so it's a shame. They're a good group of guys, and we hope they're not giving up on us.
Well, there goes Jackhammer. There goes Play Trades. They're currently in fourth. There is S89, Big East Construction. They are currently running in, I believe it is 6th or 7th in Pro Stock. Alan Longcare Landscaping out early with a mechanical issue. And Scott, I haven't seen LPC come by lately, and as I kind of looked up to see what was going on, LPC now looks like they are in last place behind S39.
It looks that way.
They look fast, but not really sure what happened. Of course, we mentioned this was the boat that had the mechanical catastrophic failure in Michigan City where it ripped the back, one of the motors clean off the boat. As Scott said, it was pretty much just hanging there by the wiring harness or the tie bar?
Tie bar.
Tie bar is what saved it. It's amazing when you see one of these motors fall off the tie bar or the engine harness saving it. Like, that's what it's actually holding on by.
That's right. And if you were going to choose a lucky place to lose your motor, it's Michigan City or one of the freshwater races. Because they get destroyed when they go in the salt. It's almost impossible to save the electronics.
That's what causes the wiring to turn green. If you ever take a wire off of a saltwater boat and it's green, that's corrosion that has gotten inside the wiring.
Yeah.
And any wiring that has a charge through it, a positive charge through it, will get that green color instantly if it gets saltwater on it. There's virtually nothing you can do about it.
Yeah, it starts the galvanic breakdown, and it just happens very quickly and just destroys electronics.
Well, and the saltwater's hard on the rest of the parts of the motor too, because it's just so much more corrosive than freshwater. You know, when you flip a boat over in salt water, you're actually using fresh water to rinse it off. So you kind of take out that step if there's some sort of an issue.
That's right. And when the motors ingest the salt water, getting them running doesn't get the salt out. You need to flush them out with fresh water first because gasoline doesn't dissolve salt.
Right.
And so what will happen is if you get the motor running, 6 months later, your motor locks up.
Right. Because you
didn't get the salt.
Because you didn't flush everything out. Here is CMR Roofing, S1. They continue to lead in Superstock, and it looks like they are pulling away just a little bit from Performance Boat Center. Passing the halfway point of this race. This should start lap number 5. Beautiful Doug Wright. Much better turn there. Sean Connor on the wheel. Of course, Sean Torrente, an international champion of boat racing as he won the F1 series overseas for Team Abu Dhabi. Sean Torrente kind of seems to have his hands in a little bit of everything from time to time as far as boat racing is concerned. 4?
No.
Oh.
Just starting the 5th lap, I think.
Oh.
I've been trying to keep track of it.
Yeah. See, it's not as easy as people think it is.
Try it and do it in a race boat.
All right, so we should be starting lap number 5, halfway point of this 9-lap, 54-mile event. Okay.
Is this the beginning of 6 then?
As there goes Performance Boat Center. Here is Jackhammer, the victory hull. Reese Lanham and Ricky Maldonado spent a lot of time getting this boat figured out. Of course, Ricky owns Manatee Marine, based right out of here of Florida. That's where this boat lives, and he does all the tuning on it. Really turned this program around for Reese. Reese is such a fun guy. A lot of fun to hang out with, fun to be around. Here comes Celsius. They are currently giving chase to Play Trades, but have to deal with Big East Construction. And that is a victory. I can confirm that by looking at the canopy.
That's right.
As they come by, giving chase to Celsius, like the livery on that boat, like the green and the black. Of course, Cole is Lauren Leibel's nephew, correct, Scott? Cole is Lauren Leibel's nephew?
I'm not certain.
I'm not certain either. I'm pretty sure there's a relation there, but not 100% sure of what it is. Of course, he's got Gary Ballou in the boat. Gary Ballou, also an international world champion. He raced XCAT for many years overseas. That's the international super stock class, if you would. They run the ROS, Mercury Racing ROS motors, which were specifically designed for super stock racing, or for class one, or I'm sorry, XCAT racing overseas. As you look at CMR Roofing, your leader in super stock, all by themselves. Their race to lose at this point. Probably going to start speed checking here in a couple of minutes. Scott, no reason to really run the equipment hard. And just out of our view, LPC continues to struggle with issues. Not sure what's going on with them. Here is CMR, your leader in super stock. Performance Boat Center Fast Diesel Fuel Systems in second. Jackhammer in third. A lot of separation between these boats. It would pretty much take somebody breaking down at this point for anything really to change as far as leaders are concerned. Here is LPC. They continue to fight whatever mechanical gremlin bit them early on in the race. And, Scott, they look to start going real fast and make up some ground and run it really good, and then, boom, something happens.
Yeah, and those
Maybe
guys,
a guardian mode or something. They got to cut it back and reset and keep on going.
I am clueless, but those guys are relentless on the race course.
They just don't want to give up.
Yeah.
And that's how you have to be, because you never know what's going to happen in front of you. Allen Lawn Care Landscaping is heading back into the pits, boat number S17. There they are as CMR comes around. So did you get confirmation? Is this starting lap number 7?
I think it's lap number 6.
Starting lap number 6. Okay. It's starting lap number 6 out of 9.
Lap 6 or starting lap 6?
9 laps, 54 miles. It also gets hard to count laps later in the day, I think, because maybe I lose some of the intelligence that I have.
I think later in your life it gets harder to count.
Oh, this is true. Well, later in life it's getting a lot harder to do a lot of things. Sean Connor, Sean Torrente making it look easy out here in that Doug Wright Hull leading super stock. Here is Play Trades currently running in 4th place. Randy Swears, Brian Marquette in that boat. There is Celsius behind them as they run down. It should be Big East Construction just behind this group. Yep, there's Big East Construction right there. So they are giving chase to Celsius right now. And that will be for 5th place position. Celsius currently in 5th with Big East Construction being in 6th. Celsius and older Doug Wright Hull running the Mercury 300 XS motors, which were discontinued by Mercury. Parts became very hard to get for them. As Scott said, it was a custom designed midsection for the class. Scott and his parts became more sparse for these motors. That's really what pushed the 300R program, correct?
Well, when Mercury stopped selling them as complete motors, that's the beginning of the end for a motor in a class. And, we carried the 2.5s for probably 10 years after their production, and quite a few years after you could buy complete power heads.
Yeah, the 280s, they held on for a long time.
Yeah, and the 300 XSs replaced them, and they're great motors.
So Celsius now having to contend with Big East Construction. I think Big East might be a little bit faster than Celsius, making up a little bit of ground as both of these boats are chasing Play Trades down, headed back east. CMR Roofing, Sean Torrente, Sean Connor continue to say they're dominating this race. They lead by almost a full-length turn as they'll get ready to exit and head back towards the dogleg. You're watching the 2022 P1 Offshore St. Petersburg Powerboat Grand Prix presented by Visit St. Pete Clearwater. Go to p1offshore.com. Follow P1 Offshore on Facebook or on Instagram. Keep up with racing schedules, results, buy some swag, get an overall idea what's going on with offshore powerboat racing. Of course, the official media partner for P1 Offshore is Speed on the Water, speedonthewater.com. All things boating and racing related for all your latest information. Have to give a shout out to all of our military services, Marine, Navy, Air Force, and Army, keeping us safe over here, allowing us to do this week in and week out, protecting our freedom as a country. United States Coast Guard wouldn't happen if it wasn't for the Coast Guard. They actually grant the permit for this event to be able to happen. They're instrumental in being able to shut down the waterway and doing all the procedures allowed to gain control of this body of water right here on Tampa Bay. And then, of course, the local municipalities, the St. Petersburg Fire Department, St. Petersburg Police Department, huge assets. They've actually been up here with us. We're actually in race. Part of us, we're in race control, the broadcast booth, and we've been hanging out with those guys all day. So thank you for their service and support of the event. So there is Celsius and Big East Construction. Big East Construction about a rooster tail length behind Celsius right now, trying to make up a little bit of ground. They'll have the inside lane going into this turn, but let's see how tight Celsius takes it if they leave them enough room to get to the inside. Big East is looking in there. Celsius left the door open a little bit. Now they're going to have to really turn hard. Celsius is going to have the inside line coming back down into the dogleg, so they will get to control this corner and probably push Big East out a little bit, get them to scrub off some speed. As CMR comes back by, continues to lead. Celsius and Big East doing battle into the dogleg. Celsius going to be on the inside. Should see play trades here just a second. There they are.
Well, we're at 25 minutes, almost 26 minutes into the race, and this race should last right about 30 minutes. So we may have started our last lap already, lap number 9.
So it looks like now play trades is up into 4th. We've had some boats go out with attrition. LPC obviously having their issues. Allen Lawn Care Landscaping out with mechanical issues as well. Big East has now gotten around Celsius. They dove back to the inside after getting out of that dogleg, but they've given the advantage back now to Celsius. Celsius is going to control the inside lane of this corner, and I would probably anticipate some defensive driving here. Probably going to push Big East a little bit wide. Yep, and they do just that. There is the turn now, and not as wide as I thought they would go. They kind of stayed in the line of play trades directly in front of them, but you can see they were able to get about a rooster tail length ahead of Big East Construction. And it's good to see Big East Construction improving. You know, they've had their struggles kind of all season long, trying to get the boat figured out. Gary Ballou is a true veteran of the sport. He ran earlier today with GC Racing in 450 factory stock.
Yeah, and I have to thank Gary Ballou for being the one that persuaded me to get into offshore racing, and I started out with him, and he's the one that taught me how to throttle a boat.
That's a good person to learn from.
Yes, sir.
I would put learning up there from Gary Ballou with JT or Steve Curtis or any of the true great throttlemen. Jay Muller up in that group of great throttlemen as well, national multi-world champions, along with Ryan Beckley, who's throttling the Celsius boat. And they are currently being hunted down by Big East Construction as we wind down the laps here for the St. Petersburg Powerboat Grand Prix presented by Visit St. Pete Clearwater. Last race of the day. We will do our awards at 6:30 p.m. right here on beautiful St. Petersburg Pier. What a great venue to have a race. Fans got treated some very exciting racing throughout the day. Of course, 2 notable incidences, MCON spinning in their race and then Clovar almost spinning out and flipping over at the end of the 450 stock race, trying to make a move on the inside of TS Motorsports. So, Scott, I've learned right in front of us is a start-finish boat, that big Flybridge cruiser out there, and I've learned that when the person on the boat walks to the front, that probably means it's going to be the white flag while the person's walked to the front. So let's see if I'm accurate in my assessment.
That's right. And so the correction for the correction, and you caught it, Gary is actually in a victory.
Okay. CMR coming around. Looks like they're going to get the white flag lap this time by. One more lap to go for this team. They have led start to finish. Not really much of a challenge from Performance Boat Center Fast Diesel Fuel Systems. But, Scott, so I say this in other racing classes here in offshore, but as I look at this, yep, CMR is going to get the white flag this time by. So this will be the last lap of the Super Stock race, the start of the last lap, rather. So, Scott, when you see the distance between, say, CMR and what we see with Performance Boat Center Fast Diesel Fuel Systems, that means these boats, they're set up pretty much equally, right? Because there's really no loss or gain of time or speed between the two boats, correct?
Well, that's true, and there are a lot of other things that come into play. It's how you have the boat trimmed, how you throttle, and these guys, you'll see them as if one has got an advantage over the other. Of course, that lead gets bigger and bigger as the race goes on. But it's almost sometimes when you're next to each other on lap one, you can't even tell if you're getting by them or not.
Right.
So it's very, very little when you're next to each other, but it adds up over the laps and the minutes.
Well, and Performance Boat Center hasn't really lost any ground to anybody, or to at least to CMR.
Yep.
Jackhammer is going to come across now in third. They're going to start their final lap. Now, I do think maybe the gap between Jackhammer and Play Trades might be shrinking a little bit. And, of course, behind this group, Big East has finally gotten around Celsius. So now Big East is going to try and set its sights on the other green boat of Play Trades. Jackhammer in third, Play Trades in fourth. Big East now in fifth, Celsius in sixth. As we are on the last lap of Superstock here in beautiful St. Petersburg, Florida. It's been a great day of racing here. We've had a great time. Awesome venue. Weather did the exact same thing. The only thing we missed today, Scott, was the thunderstorms. We didn't get those, or at least we haven't gotten them yet. But I'm looking around; it doesn't really look that bad. Maybe off to our north just a little bit, but I think we'll get this race in without any sort of an issue. As we wait for CMR to come around to finish the race, this should be LPC just coming into our view. There is CMR completing the easterly turn one more time down into the dogleg, and that will wrap it up for Sean Connor and Sean Torrente. I said Sean Connor earlier, and my wife sent me a text that said my son, whose name is Connor. It's like, is he talking about me? No, he's talking about Sean Connor. There's a difference. Shout out to my wife and kid. Sure they're at home watching. Shout out to everybody listening online. Thank you for tuning in on Facebook. We couldn't do it without your support. Thanks to Case Productions for doing a fantastic job producing the live stream here from St. Petersburg. Thanks to the entire P1 offshore staff. Rich Loris from APBA. He's been here all weekend. Scott Porte, you've been here helping out as well. Couldn't do it without P1, all the staff, everybody out in the boats, the starters, the support crew, land-based crew. Just a huge production to put on a boat race like this. Kind of interesting how you finally get to see the inside workings of a racing organization and promoting an event.
Yeah, and I used to think it was difficult getting prepared for a race, but the amount of brain cells and hours that get burned up organizing this and then fixing things as they break on race day and test day, these guys are reaching deep, and it's a very can-do group.
Yeah.
And they're bleary-eyed at the end of the day.
And what you saw like in Sarasota or what you saw in Michigan City, they're always willing to help each other.
Yes.
They're always helping people pickle motors or get something figured out, or helping people fix the problem. They want everybody to be at their race. When the flag drops, it's different. They want to win, but until they get to that flag, they're going to help everybody they can get out on the course.
Well, that's right. And there's not one of the racers that's interested in winning because somebody couldn't get their boat in the water.
Right.
And there's been times when I've handed somebody a part of a motor and they've gone out and beat me in that next race with it. And so those are some of my best memories.
Here comes CMR. This is the checkered flag for Superstock. CMR, your winner in St. Petersburg, Florida. Sean will duck to the inside and go get their checkered flag from the finish boat. Here comes Performance Boat Center Fast Diesel Fuel Systems. Rusty Williams, Myra Coyle coming across in second place. Better day for Myra Coyle as he was in MCON, who spun out earlier in the day during the Super Cat race. Second place for that team. Jackhammer is going to come around in third. Good run for Reese and Ricky as they continue to be successful in this victory haul. They'll come through the turn one more time.
Ricky, he's a little ball of fire. He's from Puerto Rico,
yeah.
and Reese is just as calm as he can be, and they're like bread and butter. And
Reese is crazy, though. There's no doubt in my mind that Reese is not crazy.
Yeah, but he's got a Cheshire grin on his face all the time.
Oh,
he's
sure.
that kind of crazy.
Well, he always likes to tell me what kind of underwear he's wearing in the driver's meeting. Today I will publicly say I know it's Penguins because, well, that's what he told me. So congratulations, Jackhammer on third. There comes Play Trades for fourth. Great run for Randy and Brian in that Doug Wright entry. And here comes Big East after battling with Celsius. Big East is going to come across the line in fifth. Celsius will come across the line in sixth. And we have S39 and LPC remaining to finish. LPC just entered the dog leg. Tough day for Lauren Peters and crew as they seem to suffer some sort of mechanical issue almost right away from the start. And then they were just kind of on a roller coaster ride up and down all race. They had their issues, and then they kind of seemed to pick it up, and then they would slow down. Definitely struggling to have some work to do to get figured out before the next race. There are your winners in Super Stock. That's Sean Connor with the hat on to the left of your screen. Sean Torrente was up there. Looks like he climbed back down to the boat. There is Sean Torrente as they idle on over to collect their checkered flag. Congratulations to CMR Ray Marine for your win here today in Super Stock. We are getting ready to wrap up the 2022 P1 Offshore St. Petersburg Powerboat Grand Prix presented by Visit St. Pete Clearwater. Thanks to P1 Offshore. Go to P1Offshore.com. Keep up with the racing teams, the schedule, buy some swag, and see when we come to a town near you. Follow us on Facebook and follow us on Instagram. Look up P1 Offshore. There comes LPC. As you get a big fist bump from Sean Connor, a well-deserved win after some of the issues he's faced this season being a new boat owner in Super Stock. Of course, CMR Roofing, a huge sponsor, becoming a huge sponsor of offshore powerboat racing, coming out and supporting the teams and supporting this team predominantly. Boat number S1 as they will get their checkered flag just by, there it is right there. She's saying, come on around. They're saying, come on around to this side, Sean. They'll probably throw it to them just like they did to Travis Tron. I'd like to thank Scott Porte. Thanks for joining us, Scott. Not as exciting as a race we had thought or had hoped to call. But none the race, always good to announce with you, call a race with you.
Yep. Those are my buddies out there, and I get goosebumps watching them as much as I get goosebumps running with them.
Yep, we look forward to getting to see you again as we wrap up the 2022 season. One last checkered flag wave for S39 as they come across the finish line. This will wrap up the Super Stock race and also wrap up the St. Petersburg Powerboat Grand Prix presented by Visit St. Pete Clearwater. It's been an exciting day of racing, beautiful weather. We're going to do our awards at 6:30 right here on St. Petersburg Pier. Please come out and join us if you can do so. P1 Offshore St. Petersburg Powerboat Grand Prix presented by Visit St. Pete Clearwater. It's in the books, ladies and gentlemen. We're done with this race for 2022. I am Mike Uwaski. I was joined by Scott Porte and Cole McGowan. Thanks to Case Productions for doing an awesome job on our live stream. We look forward to hearing from you. Stay safe, take care of each other. We'll look forward to seeing you again.
Welcome to Sarasota, where the 2022 P1 Offshore and Aqua Cross Championship saw a double bill of powerboat racing and 2 days of world-class marine motorsport action at the 37th Annual Sarasota Powerboat Grand Prix on Southwest Florida's Gulf Coast, where over 90 competitors locked horns off Lido Beach in the Class 1, Super Cat, Super Stock and other classes, in addition to the excitement of Aqua Cross racing. Sarasota County provides the quintessential white sand beach getaway with golden sunsets and a very vibrant social and artistic scene. There are exceptional dining options and an exciting nightlife that makes this an idyllic place to visit year-round. The weekend kicked off with a block party sponsored by CMR Construction and Roofing as the teams assembled downtown for the traditional boat parade, and fans got a chance to see the juggernauts up close and also meet some of the drivers. AMR Construction and Roofing is the sponsor of last year's Superstock Championship winning team, comprised of Sean Tarente and Sean Connor.
Last year was our first year. We came out of the gate pretty strong. Won 5 out of 7 races in the APBA championship. So obviously when renewal came up, we were happy to renew with Sean, happy to renew with P1, and we're now in a multi-year deal with P1. Brand new boat, so when we raced in Cocoa Beach had a few problems and caused some problems for Lake of the Ozarks, but I think we got everything dialed in. We're ready to roll now.
Now let's see what happened in the Superstock category. There were 10 teams in the highly competitive Superstock category in Sarasota, with some new teams and sponsors. Father and son outfits Steel Offshore Racing and Jackhammer Boat were leading the points going into Sarasota.